On a blood-soaked battlefield where a brutal conflict had just taken place, thick smoke and dust mingled with the pungent, suffocating smell of blood in the air. Atop a precarious mountain peak, a somber voice echoed, blending into the wind howling through the rocky crevices. So, this is how it ends. I'm sorry, everyone. I was too weak. These words escaped Evan, a young man with eyes full of sorrow. He covered his face with his hands, his voice choking as he continued, "It should have been Chris who was the hero, not me." Seeing Evan blaming himself, the purple-haired girl standing beside him turned, her eyes shining with determination. She bit her lip, trying to hold back her emotions, and spoke up to encourage him. "Please don't say that, Hero Evan. We did our very best." Evan sighed softly, replying with a tone full of regret. Of course, if Sir Chris, with his heaven-sent talent, had been willing to study swordsmanship a little earlier, perhaps back then he would have surpassed the 9 stars and become a legendary 10-star hero. The person called Chris was sitting quietly now, his empty eyes directed toward the two people talking. But it seemed they didn't sense his presence at all, perhaps because he was already dead, just a faint figure in their memories. Evan continued, his voice heavy, "If only that had happened, couldn't the two of us have prevented the apocalypse?" Looking back at the past of Chris, a man once praised as great, it all started with a frantic talent that helped him learn everything in the blink of an eye. Thanks to that, he left behind a glorious legacy and was bestowed the title Journey of the Great Outsider. It all began one day when he was 20 years old, when he fled his crude gemstone family, carrying dreams of success amidst dark alleys filled with danger. Then one day, just like any other ordinary day, while Chris was diligently working, a thunderous noise suddenly erupted in the sky. He looked up, his eyes wide with astonishment. High above, a mighty legion of knights, riding pitch-black warhorses, appeared under the lead of the cruel Demon King, arriving to invade the Magic Empire. That event was later recorded in history with a haunting name, the Era of Destruction. In a small, remote town, the people gathered in crowds around a news bulletin. On an old wooden board, a piece of paper was posted, with scribbled handwriting clearly stating, "Recruiting members to accompany the hero." Seeing the announcement, a young guy, his eyes bright, exclaimed in his heart, "Nice. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. I will definitely climb to the top and enjoy wealth and glory after the war ends." But life isn't a dream. In the end, they still failed. Ultimately, the light domain fell into the hands of the slaughtering Demon King, blood flowed like rivers, and corpses piled up like mountains. Returning to Evan's conversation, he continued, his voice full of remorse, "If I could, I wish I could turn back time so that Sir Chris would have been chosen as the hero." Hearing these words, the young man, who now went by the name Chris, was lost in thought. A hero, huh? Even if I could turn back time, I wouldn't want to do this all over again. One lifetime of suffering is more than enough. Anyway, it's meaningless to dream now, as this world is about to end. In the sky, a blazing red energy sphere erupted, releasing terrifying power. Violent lightning bolts struck the city below, tearing through space with ear-splitting explosions. The three people, Evan, the purple-haired girl, and Chris, could only stand stunned, helplessly watching the scene of destruction. In his heart, Chris thought briefly, this is truly the end. He closed his eyes tightly, whispering to himself, in the next life, whether it exists or not, I just hope to be born the son of a wealthy family, living a life of ease. That was his final thought. The scene shifted to a peaceful room. Gentle morning sunlight filtered through the window, blending with the sound of the light autumn breeze blowing softly. In the room, a young man sat quietly, his eyes immersed in his own hands. After a moment of reflection, he whispered, I have regressed. That young man was Chris. This time, he was reborn in the body of a young master of the Magic Empire. He walked to the window and threw it open. Before his eyes appeared a magnificent scene, majestic castles standing tall and splendid under the sunlight. Chris muttered softly, the aesthetics of this place, it must be the Dark Demon Clan. Just like the ominous name suggested, this was one of the 12 pillar families of the Magic Empire. According to what I have determined, I have regressed 15 years ago, 15 years before the era of destruction began. Looking down at the yard, Chris was amazed to see large, furry magic beasts carefully tending to a vibrant flower garden. He thought to himself, I thought I had experienced everything in my previous life, never expected to see a magic beast pruning flowers. He turned to look in the mirror, his gaze briefly stunned, not to mention, I even know who this bastard is. The person he regressed into was Christian van Baron-Kazar, a name full of infamy. In another room, a blonde young man was having dinner with a charming fox lady. He spoke up, his voice curious, the noble Van in the middle name. Is he a devil from some branch? The fox lady nodded slightly, her pointed ears twitching. That's right, Chris is still as quick-witted as ever, isn't he? She explained, the Count Khazar family is a branch of the Baron Count, also known as the Dark Demon Clan. So is that a more powerful clan? The blonde man asked next. She replied, her voice soft, not exactly. Even though they are just a branch, they still have a solid position in the Dark Demon Clan. Not to mention, they are unbelievably wealthy. I doubt you could find any villain in the Magic Empire who doesn't know them. The fox lady continued, her eyes sparkling. I heard they have 2 potential heirs. But the eldest son, Christian, is truly a bastard among bastards, always causing trouble everywhere, to the point that Count Khazar finally gave up on him. She reached out slightly, her voice dropping. Oh, but that's just old news now. Hearing that, the blonde man was startled. Why? Has he turned over a new leaf? The fox lady replied slowly, no. He was murdered by his own family. The scene shifted back to Chris. His face darkened, sweat dripping down his forehead. He slammed his hand against the mirror, shouting in his heart, damn it. I just wanted to be the son of an ordinary wealthy family, yet I regressed here. Why this place? Why him? Why this cursed fate that has already been decided? Chris smirked internally, haha, what to do now? Think, Chris, think. 3 days ago, he awakened in this body with a strangely coincidental name. And 2 years from now, Christian will die, removed from the Count Khazar family, a family that values honor extremely highly. This guy must be a useless incompetent, he muttered to himself. So if I just live quietly, avoiding trouble, maybe I can escape death. Thinking of this, Chris stopped, pondered for a moment, and then hit his forehead with his hand. His expression sank. There's no way that will happen. The main reason was Ragnarok, the end of the world. The slaughtering demon king initiated the war to sacrifice humanity, completing Ragnarok. When they realized this, it was already too late. Both the light domain and the magic empire sank into annihilation. So, if I want to survive, I must stop the apocalypse, Chris told himself. The slaughtering demon king is one thing, but the bigger problem is the countless villains in the magic empire who are loyal to him. To do this, I must become the strongest, stronger than the demon king, and there is only one way to do that. I must become the demon emperor, sitting at the top of the magic empire. He calculated, I have 5 years before the era of destruction begins. It's worth a shot. If I succeed, not just this mansion, but the entire magic empire will belong to me. The scene shifted to another room. A loud shout rang out, Christian. I definitely told you to stay in your room. This was Count Khazar's office. When he saw Chris walk in and kneel on the ground, his face darkened. He shouted loudly, now you dare to show your face here, not long after causing that incident? Are you not ashamed? His eyes narrowed tightly, his gaze as sharp as a blade. If you act wrongly one more time, I will cut your head off myself. Hearing these words, Chris's face turned pale, a drop of sweat rolling down his cheek. He thought to himself, Count Khazar, he really has overwhelming charisma. But then he took a deep breath and spoke up, making the Count slightly startled. I have come here to apologize for every mistake I have caused so far, father. In his heart, he muttered, if I want to carry out my plan, I must erase the image of the useless person Christian left behind. Hearing this, Count Khazar was stunned, exclaiming, what? Chris continued, his voice sincere, I am truly sorry for everything I have done. It won't happen again, he replied, his voice suspicious. You want me to believe you, just a few days after that recent action? Are you planning to mock me? Chris thought to himself, what was the most recent trouble he caused before I regressed? I've heard so many stories that I can't pick a specific one. He bowed his head slightly, quickly making up an excuse. The mistake that caused you to lose faith in me is also my fault. But 3 days ago, didn't I say that I had lost part of my memory? To regain those memories, I reflected on my past actions and realized how wrong I had lived. My heart beats according to that truth. After hearing these words, Count Khazar's expression remained unchanged. He replied coldly, I've heard your excuses countless times already. Seeing this, Chris immediately followed up, that's right, excuses by mouth alone mean nothing. So, from now on, I will prove it to you through my actions. He declared loudly, please send me to the punishment cave. I will stay there for a month and show you a different person. The scene shifted to a gloomy forest, where it was called the punishment cave. Amidst thick fog and pitch-black trees, a magnificent building appeared, like a gem lost in the wilderness. This was a prison dedicated to high-level demons, a place that not only lacked light but also tortured all five senses, making anyone's mind weak and exhausted after just a few days. But for the current Chris, this place was perfect. I need a place to avoid the gaze of others, he thought to himself, his eyes flashing with determination. Returning to the conversation, when hearing Chris's words, Count Khazar spoke up, his voice full of suspicion. You intend to lock yourself in the punishment cave for a month? I don't think you can handle half a day there. Chris replied, his voice firm and without hesitation. I fully understand the hardships of that place, but I believe this is the best way for you to trust me. Hearing this, Count Khazar frowned slightly, his cold gaze scanning his son. Do you know how many conversations like this we've had? Every time, you only make me more disappointed. He took a step forward, his voice dropping. But fine, I will listen to you and give you one last chance. However, if after a month there is no change, I will exile you from the family. Hearing these words, Chris startled slightly, his hands gripping until his knuckles turned white. He thought to himself, exile means a death sentence. There is a long list of enemies lurking for Christian's life. Once I lose the protection of the family, I could head to the ancestors at any time. After a moment of reflection, he nodded slightly, his voice firm. I understand. But if I prove that I have changed, please accept my request. Count Khazar frowned, his voice briefly surprised. You sound confident, as if you are sure you will leave that place safe and sound. He sighed softly, then continued, fine, if you can prove that you have changed, I will grant you any request. Finished speaking, he turned and left, not forgetting to leave behind a cold sentence, but don't think I believe it will happen. Immediately after that, Chris returned to his room, relaxing in the final moments before setting off to the punishment cave. Suddenly, the door swung open. Butler Cox entered, his voice respectful. Young master, the punishment cave has been prepared. Chris nodded slightly. I know. The two immediately packed their bags and began the journey. They walked through the vast corridors of the family, where light from magic lamps cast onto stone walls, creating fantastical shapes. Along the way, the servants began whispering about Chris. One maid spoke up, her voice full of mockery. Have you heard? That useless guy volunteered to go to the punishment cave. The other girl replied, her eyes wide. Huh? What is he preparing to do? Remember the recent accident when he insulted the lady of the poison magic family? Chris started slightly when he heard this. The other maid continued, her voice lower. You mean the one where the count himself had to apologize? The other girl nodded. That's right. How embarrassing, having to save face in front of a rival clan. Looking at Chris's back, they laughed loudly. Ha, when will that useless person ever grow up? I bet never. Another added, how long do you think he lasts in that cave? The other girl smirked. Ha, I think 2 days tops. Hearing these words, Chris said nothing, just gave a strange smile on his lips, his eyes flashing with a cold glint. They continued moving through the corridor, unaware that a mysterious figure had been quietly following since they left the room. After a while, Chris and Cox stopped in front of the giant door of the punishment cave. Cox spoke up. We have arrived, young Master Christian. Chris looked up at the towering door in front of him, carved with ancient magic patterns. He scanned his eyes around, thinking to himself, using knights to guard? Truly the style of the magic empire. Well, as long as it keeps everything away from this cave. Thinking so, he rubbed his neck, preparing to step inside. Suddenly, a call echoed from afar, brother. Chris turned his head, recognizing that familiar face. Thurn van Baron Khazar, Christian's biological younger brother, a model student of the family. Before he could react, Thurn had already held his sword close to his face. Even though Chris's eyes didn't waver, in his heart he was startled, almost dead. Then he spoke up, his voice calm. Do you have business with me? Looks like you didn't come to say goodbye. Thurn replied, his voice cold as ice. I know for sure you understand, you are the disgrace of this family. He frowned, continuing, I don't know what schemes you're plotting, but if you continue to stain the family's honor, I will kill you myself. Do you understand? This is my final warning. Hearing that, Chris startled, thinking to himself, I see. It might be this kid who killed Christian. I met Thurn during the era of destruction. He was a notorious devil with curse magic, so when he was young, he was quite cute. Looks like he trained very hard, but then his expression sank, his voice shouting, move. In his heart, he muttered, to me, he's no different than a brat, the one who witnessed the worst moments of the era of destruction. Hearing the shout, Thurn frowned, what did you just say? Chris replied briefly, I understand, so go. Finished speaking, he turned and walked into the punishment cave. Thurn shouted after him, I'm serious. If you, but before he could finish, the door slammed shut, causing him to angrily punch the door, roaring, "What's with that attitude?" The scene shifted inside the punishment cave. Chris walked, his eyes scanning, but everything was just a pitch-black darkness. He frowned slightly, "Cannot see or hear anything, only a vague feeling left on my fingertips." He thought to himself, they intentionally do that so prisoners can feel the items they bring. If not, they would starve to death. An ordinary person would certainly be psychologically exhausted here, but for me, it's different. I experienced worse things when I was a treasure hunter, he told himself. Blocking the five senses is what I wanted, because it helps me feel deeper within myself. Even though I can't immediately improve this trash body, I still have a chance. With medical skills from my previous life, when I was a holy healer, combined with bone-setting ability from the anti-scratch branch, and knowledge of magic stones, I can absolutely do it. He smirked. Honestly, I used to think I could never touch magic stones because they were too expensive. But now, this is the greatest benefit of a wealthy family. They easily meet all my requests, even though I'm a useless person. In my previous life, Evan and I had to struggle for a long time to get them. Ha ha, the first step will be the white magic stone, he calculated. It can detoxify the body. Although boring, this is an important step. I need to use white mana to remove the accumulated toxins. Even a small mistake will cause intense pain all over the body. Chris closed his eyes, feeling the white magic stone penetrating his body, each stream of cool energy spreading. A long while later, he opened his eyes, smiling. This to me is just like a child's game. The scene shifted to Count Khazar's office. Light from a magic lamp hanging on the ceiling shone down on his serious face. He spoke up, his voice low. "Cox, how is Christian doing?" Butler Cox bowed and replied, "He is obediently entering the punishment cave, sir. But I worry that the place will destroy him to the point he can't even call for help." Count Khazar rested his chin on his hands, lost in thought. He thought to himself, is sending him there wrong? That child with a future full of promise. Why did it suddenly collapse like that? Did talent make him too arrogant? He shook his head, whispering to himself, whatever the reason, better he completely fails or dies, than living such a miserable life. Suddenly, the image of Christian appeared in his mind. His determined voice echoed, "I will show you with my actions." The Count shook his head slightly to return to reality, warning himself, no, I shouldn't place hope in him anymore. He has tricked us too many times. He turned to Cox, asking, "Did you see anything strange when he entered?" Hearing the question, Cox startled, stammering, "Strange things?" The Count said coldly, "Don't hide anything anymore, report every detail." Cox took a deep breath, beginning to report. Actually, the young master brought magic stones into the cave. Among them was a dreamstone, a type of stone that causes hallucinations. Because I didn't know the side effects, I reported it immediately. Count Khazar's expression sank, his voice cold as ice. If so, then just let him die. Time passed in a flash, a month had ended. Count Khazar stood in front of the giant door of the punishment cave, his eyes full of sorrow. In his head appeared the image of Christian stepping out with a haggard face and an exhausted body. He thought to himself, he must be exhausted by now. But suddenly, the door swung open. A young man's figure appeared, causing the Count to startle. Completely contrary to his thoughts, Christian stepped out in a refreshed state, his eyes shining brightly. He smiled, uttering, "Father, you've come. I've been waiting for you." Looking at the Count's surprised face, Christian continued, "Are you surprised, father? I promised I would return as a different person." The Count narrowed his eyes slightly, observing the look of determination on Christian's face. Those eyes, ever since he was a child, had never looked at him like that. He spoke up, "So, you've managed to endure it?" Christian laughed aloud. "Ha, is that a compliment?" The Count immediately cut through his joy, his voice stern, "Don't get ahead of yourself. Just because of this trivial matter, I still don't trust you." Hearing this, Christian sighed softly, "What an unpleasant old man." Then he said, "In that case, I just need to try even harder." Deep down, he thought to himself, he mistakenly believes I only just managed to endure it in the cave. But that's not the truth. I'm too busy training to even have time to feel bored. First, I created an optimal body to master swordsmanship, Christian muttered to himself. Thanks to the white magic stone, every cell in my body feels like it's overflowing with vitality after every training session. Furthermore, the dream stone was the game changer. The butler had tried to stop me from bringing that addictive magic stone, but luckily I was stubborn until the end. Thanks to its hallucinations, I surpassed my limits. Moreover, I also created 2 magic cores. He chuckled to himself, "Ha,
they say don't brag too early, because I'm only the strongest in theory, right?
Christian looked at the shimmering halo on his hand, thinking, a 1-star halo. Even so, I am still a true genius. Of course, I used the dark core to hide this light. If the demons found out, they would make a huge fuss. Everything seemed to end there, but suddenly, a dark stone floated in front of him.
Christian broke into a sinister smile. The one who gave me the dream stone? What a mess. He wants to use it to make me lose control and collapse. Fine, I'll play with you until the end.
I will use you as a sacrifice for my leap forward. Thinking of this, Christian spoke up, since I have kept my promise, please allow me to make a request.
Count Khazar nodded. Speak.
Christian continued, please allow me to use the Black Knight's training ground.
Hearing this request, Count Khazar's expression darkened.
He snapped coldly, a useless person like you has no place there. They are one of the 3 knight divisions supporting the Dark Demon clan. You must know that only the most elite swordsmen are allowed to show their skills there.
Christian nodded slightly. I only asked to borrow the training ground. Having the guidance of the Black Knights will help me improve. I don't want to join their army. Hearing his response, Count Khazar pondered for a moment, then said, all right.
But remember my warning, don't let yourself become a disgrace in front of the knights.
Otherwise, Christian nodded, I understand.
Then he added, there is one more thing I want to request. Count Khazar was slightly startled, his eyes showing a hint of surprise. The scene shifted to the Black Knight's training ground.
Warriors in black armor stood in rows, bewildered by Christian's appearance.
One spoke up, his voice mocking, isn't that the foolish young master? Why is he here? Seeing everyone whispering, Christian stepped forward, and unexpectedly, they suddenly showed respect. It must be because we are in the Magic Empire where strength is more important than status, he thought to himself. Actually, there is another reason I wanted to come here, Christian whispered to himself.
His second request was to be allowed into the library. This made Count Khazar curious. The library?
He continued, if you have a letter of introduction from Deputy Commissioner Melon, I will give you the key. That is the place where all the black magic books of the Count Khazar family are stored.
After receiving approval, he nodded, I understand.
The Count added one condition, you are still a member of the family, after all. Then he said coldly, you surely haven't forgotten that you used to sell high-level magic books on the black market for dirt cheap prices? Hearing that, a few drops of sweat rolled down Christian's forehead. He thought, how on earth did this body live its life? He truly is a perfect for nothing, not a single use. Returning to reality, Christian held his sword and walked leisurely, whispering to himself, anyway, my top priority is still to gain the deputy commander's recognition. Suddenly, a group of people appeared ahead, making Christian knit his brows slightly. It turned out to be Thurn, his younger brother. Thurn spoke up, his voice cold, this isn't a place that someone like you can just waltz into.
Christian sighed lightly, shouldering his sword, and lamented internally, it's him again. How annoying.
Then he broke into a smile.
Actually, this might be a good opportunity.
Thurn approached Christian, his cold voice ringing out, this is my final warning.
Turn back now. I guess you don't want to throw away the life you just escaped with from the punishment cave, do you?
Hearing these words, Christian sighed slightly, his eyes flashing with boredom. Thurn, can you take responsibility for those words?
Father was the one who allowed me to enter the training ground. Thurn frowned, his voice surprised, what? Father?
Suddenly, firm footsteps echoed from a distance. A steady voice spoke up, I highly respect the Count's decision, but
he isn't very trustworthy, young Master Christian. The person who appeared was Deputy Commander Melon, a woman with long black hair and an overwhelming presence.
Her presence made Christian frown slightly, turning his head back.
The pressure from the dark energy radiating from Melon was clearly at the 4-star level.
Looks like they want to scare me right from the start, Christian thought.
But I've been used to this for a long time.
He bowed his head slightly, his voice calm. Greetings, Deputy Commander.
Seeing Christian unfazed by her dark energy, Melon frowned, secretly surprised. He can withstand my energy?
While she was still dazed, Christian spoke up, if even the Deputy Commander has to intervene, I suppose there is no other way.
I will prove that I am worthy of being in this training ground. Melon replied, her voice tinged with doubt, you say you'll prove it? Christian pointed at Thurn and said, what if I fight one of the demons here and win?
Hearing this, Melon scoffed, you're joking a bit too much, young Master Christian. Christian turned his head, his voice serious, I'm not joking.
Instead, I want you to restrain the spread of your dark energy.
As you know, due to my past lifestyle, my ability to use dark energy is far from my true potential.
If possible, I want a hand-to-hand fight.
Hearing these words, Melon frowned, thinking, even if this is a fair fight, we can't let the heir get hurt.
This is a bit troublesome. Then she said, you think you'll win in a hand-to-hand fight, young master? Christian replied calmly, that remains to be seen. Now, who should I choose as my opponent? He let his hand drop and pointed towards Thurn. Thurn would be just fine.
Seeing Christian's arm directed at him, Thurn's face darkened, his voice gritting, how dare you? A voice from behind spoke up, trying to stop him, I think you should choose a more suitable opponent.
You know young master Thurn's level is 2 stars, right?
Christian thought to himself, 2 stars, a level that no normal 13-year-old child achieves, unless they have innate talent. Otherwise, whether 13 or 23, that person couldn't touch even a shred of power at that level.
But I am not your average piece of scum.
He shook his head and said, no, if I'm going to prove myself, I have to choose someone stronger than me.
I think fighting Thurn is best. Finishing his sentence, he looked at Thurn, how about it now, Thurn? What do you think? You're not afraid of your own brother, are you? Hearing this, Thurn's expression became even gloomier.
He gritted his teeth, I accept your challenge. Immediately after, both stood facing each other, surrounded by the knights present at the training ground.
Shouts rose from the crowd.
One person yelled, young Master Thurn, take this opportunity to crush that bastard.
Another added, if you let him off unscathed, we're having special training today.
Christian rotated his wrists to warm up, then turned to Melon, how do we decide the winner?
Is it to surrender? Hearing this, Melon's expression darkened, thinking, what a clueless fool. Then she replied, that would be boring. Why not fight until the other person is incapacitated?
She thought to herself, if young Master Thurn makes him crippled, breaking a leg or two, for instance, that would be wonderful.
Christian pointed at Thurn, hey, did you hear the rules?
They said you have to fight seriously.
Thurn roared, you arrogant idiot. I'll make sure you can't open that mouth again.
As soon as he finished speaking, Christian lunged forward and landed a powerful punch on Thurn's jaw. The unexpected punch made Thurn stagger, his face contorted in pain.
Christian smiled, what's wrong?
The match has already started. Thurn backed away, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, his eyes burning with fury.
He gritted out, shut up.
Thurn lunged forward, throwing a punch at Christian, but he easily dodged it. Honestly, if I used dark energy, a 1-star demon like myself couldn't win, Christian thought.
But what if it's hand-to-hand?
Wait, the numbering 72 includes a thought in the previous block due to the single-line constraint. After dodging the punch, he used his right leg to kick Thurn's chest hard, making him tumble backward, clutching his chest in surprise. In my past life, I fought on countless battlefields, Christian whispered to himself. Moreover, if I calculate the light sphere power gained in the punishment cave, I'm already at the 3-star level. The crowd around them was in an uproar.
One guy exclaimed, what did I just witness?
Thurn stood unsteadily, both hands clutching his stomach, blood dripping from the corner of his mouth.
Christian taunted, don't tell me you're crying? Want me to kiss it better? Thurn leaned his hands on his thighs, panting, what trick did you use?
Christian shrugged, thinking, seeing him in this state is truly refreshing.
Then he spoke, a trick? There's no such thing. You're just a bit weak. Hearing this, Thurn's expression turned to rage. He roared, fine. Note, the text, untrue nuoi, is part of this block, he teased. What did you say? It's too quiet, I can't hear you clearly.
Dense dark energy radiated from Thurn's hands.
He roared, I'll kill you right now.
A punch filled with dark energy flew forward, but Christian easily dodged it.
He laughed, oh, you're fast too.
Deep down, he muttered, exactly, this is the fighting spirit. Thurn threw punches continuously, but Christian dodged left and right with a calm expression. Then he swung his hand to block one of Thurn's punches, making him unexpectedly lower his dark energy. Before he could think, Thurn took a clean uppercut from Christian, looked up at the sky, spat blood, and collapsed to the ground. The punch left the surrounding knights with their mouths hanging open and eyes wide. They whispered in a frenzy, how could young Master Thurn let his guard down? Another replied, maybe he restrained his dark energy to avoid hurting his opponent? Ignoring these words, Christian approached Thurn.
Even Melon was surprised by his performance. She thought, is that it? Otherwise, how could he have lost? Seeing everyone stunned, Christian turned to Melon, what do you think? Is this enough to prove it? Melon nodded slightly, all right. Christian smiled, thank you. Deep down, he whispered, excellent, it worked. With this, I will devour everything, both swordsmanship and magic. The scene shifted to Christian's room. He sat on a leather chair, one hand summoning a dark orb hovering in midair. Looking at it, he thought, I've reached 1-star dark magic. But because I haven't completely mastered dark energy, plus the massive residue Christian left behind, everything is taking longer than I expected. Christian casually picked up a small bell and shook it gently. A tinkling sound echoed in the quiet space. He muttered to himself, to use the light sphere at the same time, I must level up further for it to be possible. Immediately after the bell, a flow of energy suddenly appeared. From that energy flow, a maid emerged, her voice gentle, did you call for me, master? That was Marie, Christian's maid. Seeing how she appeared, Christian frowned, thinking, I didn't expect them to use a high-level evil spirit, a banshee, as a maid. I have to admit, it's precisely because Christian was always causing trouble that they couldn't use normal people. I'll definitely replace her later. Then he said, get me a glass of juice. After I drink it, I'm going to train. Marie approached, leaned close to his face, and whispered, should I prepare the juice with human blood? Christian waved his hand, his voice gruff, no need, strawberry is fine. But Marie leaned even closer, her eyes sparkling, human blood is delicious. Christian frowned and snapped, I said use strawberries. She was still adamant, but human blood. Christian shouted in anger, strawberry. The scene moved to the hallway. Christian shouldered his bag, preparing to train. Cox's voice rang out from behind, young master. It's still early, you're going to train already? I'm worried you'll push yourself too hard. Christian turned back and looked at Cox. He continued, his voice warm, of course, I am very happy and proud to see you working so hard. I, Cox, will always believe in you, even if everyone else criticizes you. Hearing this, Christian suddenly grew angry and clenched his fists, I have never missed your trust. Who are you to have the right to believe or not believe in me? Cox's expression darkened, and he bowed to apologize. I apologize, I overstepped my bounds. Have an effective training session, young master. Finishing his sentence, Cox turned and left. Watching his back, Christian thought, there's something suspicious behind that devotion. Then he turned and walked away. A moment later, Christian arrived at the training ground. The people here no longer looked at him with suspicious eyes like the first time. He thought, their eyes are more settled than before. Now that they've let their guard down, I wonder if I can slowly win them over. Thinking that, he threw his bag on the ground and swung his sword a few times into the air to warm up, his movements as decisive as a true warrior. That action was spotted by a soldier. He hurried into Melon's tent to report, Deputy Commander, young Master Christian came to the training ground again today. Hearing this, Melon pondered, her expression contemplative, what is he calculating? What about that duel? Young Master Thurin's movements were indeed impressive, but I didn't expect Christian to dispel his dark energy at such a precise moment. She wondered, did Christian see through the entire course of the match? If so, his talent might surpass even young Master Eskid de Baron, a direct descendant of the main family. No, he's just a jerk. He has lost all his dark energy due to his debauched lifestyle. Now, there's no way to bridge that gap anymore. Suddenly, the noise from outside pulled Melon out of her thoughts. She stood up, walked out, and shouted, why is it so noisy? What's going on? A soldier replied, Deputy Commander, the thing is, the bastard it seems the young master has had a small conflict with a servant. Seeing someone lying flat on the ground, another soldier spoke up, what's going on? The guy next to him replied, Cannon is a 1-star demon. Could that bastard have reached 1 star already? Hearing that, Melon's expression showed surprise. Christian didn't care about the gossip around him. He turned and said in a challenging tone, I wanted to see the famous power of the Black Knights with my own eyes. But it seems they aren't worthy of their reputation. Is there anyone here who wants to step up? Of course, you guys aren't cowards, right? Hearing these words, the soldiers around him gritted their teeth in anger, but didn't dare do anything. Suddenly, a foot stepped out from the crowd. It was a muscular magic beast with dark purple skin. He introduced himself in a deep voice, I am Tauren. Seeing someone step forward, Christian smiled, they took the bait. Then he waved his hand, come on. As soon as he finished, Tauren charged with his sword.
Christian thought, I don't expect them to willingly pass on the night division's skills to a useless person like me.
Since that's the case, I'll have to take them by force this way. All of Torin's attacks were easily blocked by Christian.
While fighting, he observed, I've learned how they hold their swords and their movements. So this is the legendary sword art. If I do it like this, it'll be effective, right? Thinking that, Christian mimicked Torin's movements and swung his sword in a powerful strike at his opponent's face.
Torin spat blood and tumbled to the ground.
Melon could only stare with wide eyes, while Christian wore a satisfied smile. With just that one blow, he had defeated Torin. He stepped forward, sat on the back of the defeated opponent, and turned to the crowd. How about that? The surrounding crowd was in an uproar. One guy exclaimed, no way. Is that bastard that strong? Didn't his dark energy get destroyed? How did he reach 1 star? The most surprised person was Melon. Her eyes became vacant. So, I was wrong back then. Amidst the gossip, Christian turned, his voice disappointed. How disappointing. It seems I placed too much faith in the knights. If your skills are this pathetic, the deputy commander must be held responsible, right? Hearing this, the knights behind him broke into a cold sweat. One whispered, that madman. Should we jump in? Melon spoke up, young master, I understand you're happy about this unexpected victory. But haven't you gone too far? Christian took a stance, then, Deputy Commander, can you show me? Do you think you know the true skills of these dark knights? Hearing this, Melon's face darkened. She snatched a sword from a nearby soldier, and lunged at Christian. A world-shaking slash tore through the air toward him, but Christian nimbly twisted his body, dodging it. The attack left a deep gouge in the ground. Melon gritted her teeth, threw her sword forward, and shouted, I can take care of someone like you in an instant. Seeing that Melon seemed angry and intended to fight for real, Christian spoke up in a calm voice. Are you planning to use your full power against someone like me? Let's just use 1 star dark energy and ban dark magic, shall we? Of course, we'll only use wooden swords. Melon furrowed her brows, puzzled. 1 star? Immediately, a nearby soldier hurriedly grabbed a wooden sword and swapped it with the real one in her hand. Melon held the wooden sword forward, her voice cold. I'll break your legs using only half of that power. Hearing this, Christian glanced down at his own legs and smiled faintly. I'll bet these legs. How about you, Vice Commander? Melon answered immediately, anything goes. With that, she lunged rapidly toward Christian, shouting, don't even think about walking out of here today. A powerful, wind-tearing slash flew toward him. Christian quickly raised his wooden sword to parry. Instantly, he countered with a swing. The two exchanged blows repeatedly, the constant clacking sounds from the clashes astonishing the crowd outside. They watched for a moment, then whispered among themselves. One soldier exclaimed, how can he hold out this long against the vice commander? Another chimed in, isn't the vice commander's main weapon a greatsword? But only those involved truly understood the situation. Melon thought to herself, it's not for any particular reason that my strikes aren't reaching him. He is weak inside and out. He can't possibly be my opponent. When I fought Thurnan in the previous battle, didn't the same thing happen? Seeing her stunned, Christian smiled. It seems things aren't going as you expected, are they? Melon's face darkened, and she snapped, shut up. Instantly, a surge of dark energy enveloped the wooden sword, creating terrifying magic power behind her back. A crushing blow was unleashed, but Christian remained calm, focusing on sidestepping to dodge the blow. He thought to himself, now is the time. Immediately, he stomped hard on the ground, darting toward Melon, and rammed his head straight into her beautiful face. Melon clutched her face in pain, blood streaming from her nose. Christian frowned slightly, feeling a sense of satisfaction. Success. Melon is a sword-style mage. As long as her dark magic is restricted, when her defense is open, she can't use physical strength to resist me. My judgment was correct. If she were a demon specialized in swordsmanship, this probably wouldn't have worked. Melon looked at her blood-stained hand, dazed for a moment, then suddenly laughed out loud. Huh? A headbutt? Unexpected. It seems I underestimated you a bit, young master. I'll focus more now. Christian just scratched his cheek without answering. Internally, he thought, but hasn't the fight already ended? When I headbutt her, I scratched her with my fingernails. If I had focused poison on my nails, do you know what would have happened? Melon smiled, resting her sword on her shoulder. I admit defeat. Tell me, what do you want? But in exchange, can I fight you again? Christian smiled, a rematch?
Then you'll have to listen to my second request. Melon replied, anything is fine.
Christian moved closer, bringing his face near hers, and whispered, in that case,
will you kneel before me? Hearing this, Melon's expression dropped. She spoke, do you know that's an impossible condition to meet?
My loyalty is pledged to the main family of the Dark Demon race, the Baron clan.
Christian replied, of course I know. You're here on a visit from the main family. But if I become the young master of the clan, wouldn't everything solve itself? Melon's voice stammered, young master?
That's absurd. The 5 young masters with succession rights are all direct descendants of the main family.
Christian smiled faintly, there's no law saying people from other branches can't become young masters, is there? Regardless of the conditions, I accept your request. He hoisted his sword onto his shoulder, how about 1 month from now? I also need to train more. But next time, let's limit ourselves. Melon replied, if that's the case, by then you won't be able to beat me, young master. Christian shrugged, who knows?
During this time, few things are truly impossible. Finishing his sentence, he bowed respectfully and turned to leave. See you next month.
On that day, I'll let you know where to place your loyalty. The next day, Christian brought Melon's recommendation letter to his father.
He said, the demon's strength is very weak. They need more focused training. Count Khazar looked at the letter, recalling a few days prior when Melon came to see him. She had said, the young master is a genius. Even with a low star level, he still defeated someone with a solid foundation like me.
He wondered, even you? Melon replied, that's right, it was the rare battle I truly enjoyed. Returning to the present, the Count looked at Christian, thinking, this brat. This time, he really. Seeing his father staring at him, Christian spoke up, is there something on my face?
He replied, nothing. Then he reached out, handing over a key. As promised, I'm giving you the library key.
Christian took the key and quickly left. Outside, he cheered, excellent.
I've secured the library key and changed Melon's mind. She is a demon from the main family of the Dark Demon race. In the era of destruction, she was a 6-star level demon. If I want to control the entire demon race, I need to recruit her with my potential. I haven't conquered her completely yet, but a month should be enough.
After all, I'm a genius.
Thinking further, he smiled. Count Khazar's expression earlier,
wasn't that the proud look of a father? I guess demons have family feelings too.
Who knows, he might even be a better father than my father in my previous life.
I won't let you down, father, Count Khazar.
Saying that, he opened the door and entered the library. The scene before him made him exclaim in surprise. Walking around, he muttered, blood arts, summoning research, curses. All things banned in the light realm. He casually grabbed a book from the shelf. Just as he pulled it out, a pair of eyes appeared behind the shelf, startling him into shouting, who's here? It turned out to be the Banshee Marie.
She laughed loudly, ha, what other reason could there be?
I'm the librarian of this place. She struck a cute pose and winked.
Could it be that you want to claim me all to yourself as your private maid? Christian's face darkened, shut up.
Marie felt sad, oh my, such blunt words.
My heart is pounding.
Christian felt like he was going crazy and shouted, shut your mouth.
But the Banshee only laughed louder.
Looking at the book Christian chose, the Banshee said with interest, young master, the book you chose contains a 4-star dark magic spell called Binding Seal.
With your current level, I'm afraid you won't be able to comprehend it.
Hearing this, Christian closed the book, crossed his arms, and puffed his nose confidently. It's fine, I'm a genius after all.
The Banshee pondered for a moment, then made an exaggerated expression. Oh my goodness, oh ho ho.
Our young master is not only handsome but also a superhuman genius. Seeing her awkward expression, Christian was irritated. Don't force yourself so much.
Marie giggled and continued, is there any reason you specifically chose that book, right? He nodded slightly, there is. I need to catch a white rat. Scene shifts to the next day.
Christian is running long-distance drills with everyone on the training ground.
While running, he thought, the suspects who murdered me. First is Thurn. No one in the house despises me more because I'm useless. Next is Cox.
Even though he's not a descendant of the clan, he freely enters and exits the punishment cave.
Demons value strength over status, yet he keeps hovering around me, flattering me endlessly. It could also be a third party that I haven't realized yet. Whatever the case, they want to see me fall. The proof is the dreamstone in the punishment cave.
Perhaps I should play the jerk they expect. Whoever appears happy when I cause trouble, that person is likely the culprit. Thinking of this, Christian suddenly stopped and shouted, "Damn it, this is too hard." Then he turned around and walked away. "You guys have fun, I'm getting a cramp." The crowd watched him, heads full of question marks. What's wrong with him? Night fell, and the whole family was eating dinner. Suddenly, the sound of a shattering plate rang out. Count Khazar shouted, "Christian!" But he didn't care, turning to the maid and yelling, "You should have chosen proper dishes for me from the start." Then he waved his hand, "Hey, is that old person still there? Make the food again for me." Count Khazar's face darkened, and he said angrily, "I truly am a fool for thinking you had finally matured." Saying that, he turned and left the dining room. Watching his father's back, Christian thought to himself, "I feel a bit guilty, but it's all for the benefit of the family. I hope father understands. Call me a devil if you want. I've put all my effort into spreading rumors that I'd become a jerk again, bullying maids when they clean, spending money like water, and living a debauched life." Looking at the glass of wine in front of him, Christian yelled, "Why won't you let me drink wine?" Marie laughed, "But you're drinking wine right now." He was furious, "Wine my foot. You made it non-alcoholic." The banshee laughed it off, "You're still too young, young master shouldn't drink yet." Christian frowned, "Then what does it matter? I'm just a useless person anyway." Marie continued, "Have you decided to return to being a jerk? No worries, no matter what, this girl will always be by your side." Hearing this, Christian frowned, turned away, and used his finger to draw a magic circle in the air. "But I've said it, I'm catching a rat." Looking at the magic circle, Marie admired, "No way. You've already mastered the binding seal?" Christian smiled, "I've said it, I'm a genius. I modified it so it can be used even at a lower level. Not just for time, but I also practice countless spells diligently." Marie bit her lip, "Are you really a genius?" Right then, Thurn pushed the door and walked in, approaching Christian. Seeing this situation, he thought to himself, "I hope I have to pretend to be drunk." He made a drunken face. "What's up, Thurn? What are you doing here?" Thurn shouted, "Is this all you can do? I thought you had changed for the better." Looking at Thurn's anger, Christian smiled to himself, "He's truly angry. So I can remove him from the list of suspects." He spoke up, "Thurn, I think there's a rat in the house." Thurn was confused. "What are you talking about?" Christian stood up and moved closer. "Someone wants to see me fall. I intend to play along with them for a while." Christian poured a glass of wine for Thurn. "That's right, even this wine is fake." Thurn asked, "Who is that rat?" Christian gently swirled the wine glass. "It's hard to say right now, but they will take the bait." Saying that, he threw the wine glass to the ground, shattering it. Suddenly, a butler ran in from outside. "What's the matter, young master?" Christian continued acting, "This is not the wine I requested. Order someone to bring another bottle, quickly." The butler stammered, "Mr. Cox is currently busy." Christian asked, "Is he busy? I'll pay him a visit." Thurn was horrified, "You're acting so realistically. You really belong in a theater." Only a few minutes later, Christian reached Cox's location. He slammed the bottle of wine in front of Cox, making him panic. "Why are you here, young master?" Christian poured the entire bottle of wine over Cox's head. "This is not the wine I requested. Are you looking down on me?" Cox stood up, calmly, "Of course not, I will order the correct type of wine you need." Christian replied, "I don't need it." He pointed straight at Cox's face, "Go get it yourself." Cox's hands clenched slightly, "But I am busy with work." Christian slapped Cox's face hard. "You intend to work in this state? Go change your clothes and go." Cox trembled, gritting his teeth, "I will return soon, young master." Saying that, he left. Watching him, Christian muttered, "I must praise his patience for enduring this humiliation. But that hostility." He glanced at the pile of wine-stained papers nearby, and casually picked up a stack to look at. A smile bloomed on his lips. "Here it is. If the butler is the rat, he surely has ties to finance. But that's still not enough, I need clearer evidence." Just as he set the papers down, Cox entered. "This is the wine you requested." Christian was calm. "Thanks. You're not mad at me, are you?" Cox replied, "Of course not, how could I dare be mad at you?" Christian laughed. He, good. I don't know if you realize it, but you are my favorite person, Cox." Cox nodded. "I am very grateful. By the way, young master, I have a message for you." Christian was startled. "What is it?" Cox continued, "Your friends want to meet you secretly at the old place." Christian thought to himself, "Friends, really?" Cox added, even though I don't want you to associate with them, I have no right to judge your friends. Christian smirked, maybe I'll meet them. Cox replied, yes, everything according to your wish. Seeing this, Christian smiled to himself, everything is progressing better than I expected. The next day, at a tavern, Christian met his old, wicked friends again. They drank and chatted. Christian, I heard rumors you changed your personality, but I don't believe it. After all, we understand you so well. He suddenly noticed the small waitress in the pub, feeling disgusted deep down, forcing a little girl like this to serve wine, truly scum. But he didn't clink glasses, only brought the wine glass to his lips to sip, making the two uncomfortable. What are you hesitating for? Bottoms up. Unable to endure their disgust any longer, Christian threw his wine glass into the fat man's face. He choked, complaining, what do you think you're doing? The fat man was flustered when he saw him discover the plot, hurriedly raising his hand to use magic, pressing hard on the waitress's forehead. In just a blink, Christian knocked the girl unconscious. The fat man was surprised. You know how to use dark magic too? Seeing no one could stop him, Christian stomped on the table, loud-voiced, I don't think you guys should be surprised by this. The two were scared by his agitation. Christian grabbed the fat man's head, slamming both their heads onto the table. Fresh blood poured out, and they begged in fear, stop it. The fat man trembled, why did you hit me? Calm down. Christian pulled his hand back, looks like you still don't realize your mistake? Then die. He drew a dagger, his eyes filled with killing intent. After a while of being tortured, both begged fearfully, spare me, young master. They confessed honestly, we were forced to make you drink drugs, then fabricate evidence to frame you. He threatened to expose our drug trade, so I had no choice. Christian approached, who ordered you? The thin man stuttered, not daring to speak. He stomped the dagger in front of them, threatening, speak quickly, or I'll chop it off. The thin man was scared out of his wits, confessing everything, it's Cox. Please spare my life, I'll do anything you command. Christian didn't fully believe it, really? You'll do anything? Both said in unison, yes, we swear. He yelled, I can't hear you. The two cried out loudly, we swear. Hearing this, Christian was satisfied, all right, I'll remember this. You must be loyal to me until death. Finished, his magic surged, signing a slave contract with both. Afterward, they foamed at the mouth and passed out. On the other side, Cox ran in to report to Christian's father, Sir, there's trouble. He wondered, what's it, Cox? He hurriedly said, the young master killed someone. Christian's father couldn't keep his composure, jumping up. Cox continued, according to information, last night the young master was drunk, killed his dining companions, then dumped them in the river. This matter won't be easy to resolve. What should we do, sir? Hearing his son killed someone and hid the body, Christian's father was horrified, hurriedly leaving, not forgetting to order, bring Christian to the demon court. I will request the right to preside directly. His gaze sank, terrifying. Cox saw the plan nearing success, unable to suppress a satisfied smile. At the demon court, Christian was brought out as the culprit, but he insisted, I'm innocent. The judge didn't believe it. Are you kidding a child? The witnesses are standing right there. Christian denied, this is fundamentally impossible. He looked up at the two, affirming, I think there's a misunderstanding here. At this moment, the waitress from yesterday entered. Christian smiled, turning the tables, the maid girl is still alive and well. The two were surprised to see her still alive. The girl took off her cloak, testifying, the young master took me home after I passed out, and even gave me money to pay the rent. But those two are the villains. They put drugs into the young master's wine. Everyone at the court was confused. What is going on? Christian didn't say much, acting immediately. The two suddenly became soulless, admitting, that's right, we reported a fake crime. Everything was due to receiving orders from Butler Cox to frame the young master. Cox denied, what the hell are you talking about? He turned to the judge, sir, they are framing me. The young master and his friends are blaming me. This joke isn't funny. Seeing Cox react just as expected, Christian sighed, I knew you would react like this. He requested the judge, Father, since I'm also a victim, can I have a request? He wondered, what request? Christian smiled, allow me to use the capacity of Father's representative to interrogate Butler Cox. The judge was stunned, then accepted. Fine. Cox, step up to the defendant's podium. Cox intended to speak, but was stopped. However, if you act inappropriately, I will strip your rights immediately. Christian stepped down, I'll do it quickly. He stepped up, declaring, as the representative of the Demon Emperor, the great leader of the Magic Empire, a member of the Dark Demon clan ruling the Southern Magic Kingdom, and the representative of Count Khazar, I will now interrogate the defendant. Cox, are you sure you will answer me with the truth? Cox raised his hand. I swear. Christian asked again, as the representative of the Demon Emperor, I ask again, are you sure you will only answer with the truth? Cox affirmed, I swear. Immediately, the slave contract was signed. Cox held his head, yelling in confusion. Everyone at the court was shocked. Is that a binding seal? How can someone like him use 4-star dark magic? Christian felt smug. This magic has been improved so that even low-level people can use it. But it has a side effect. The target must swear twice. You've fallen into the trap, Cox. Cox was angry but couldn't say anything. Christian asked, didn't you just swear to only tell the truth? Why did you order those two to harm me? The mark caused Cox pain like a hammer, and he confessed honestly, I received orders from someone else. He knew I was corrupt and threatened me. He forced me to harm the young master. That's why since you were small. Christian's father couldn't believe it. What are you saying? Christian smiled. You admit it? You've embezzled quite a bit, haven't you? But I've known about that for a long time. He stepped down and asked, tell me, who ordered you? Cox stammered, please, sir, if I talk. Christian intensified his magic. In pain, Cox confessed, it was Lord Ischchild who told me to. Father Christian was shocked. What? Everyone murmured, the second young master of the Black Magic clan? Lord Ischchild de Baron? Cox panicked, he'll kill me. I have to run. But before he could do anything, Christian drew a sword from a guard and ruthlessly slashed Cox to death. His head fell in front of everyone's eyes. Father Christian was stunned at the sight. Christian said coldly, exercising the authority granted by the Count, I have carried out the punishment for the sinner. Father Christian approached and asked, tell me, why did you make this decision? Christian replied immediately, if we let Cox live, the entire mainstream family would plot and create fake evidence to cover it up. We can't spoil them too much. Besides, I intend to make sure everyone here remembers the truth about this matter. Hearing this, everyone was surprised. Christian's eyes showed seriousness, with no hint of joking. Ischchild tried to sabotage me, he continued. Father Christian only frowned, breaking out in a sweat. Afterward, he opened a magical space and commanded, follow me. Both stepped through the space, arriving at a training ground. Christian wondered, where are we? He replied, this is a secret training ground. There are too many eyes in the courtroom. At this moment, he asked seriously, what you just said, do you mean Ischchild will cause more trouble due to the succession conflict? The family's power and prestige are tied to the successor they support. Your decision was right, but I feel you acted too hastily. Given the current situation, we must support the eldest daughter. The eldest son is not an option, he is a bloodthirsty madman. Christian looked away and smiled, there is another option, I will become the successor. Father Christian immediately opposed, that's absurd. He didn't care and analyzed, someone from a branch of the family can be recognized as a successor if they are capable enough. That's just a formal rule, not enforced. You don't know that, so why do you think Ischchild is trying to sabotage me? Father Christian clarified, when you were young, you might have been more talented than Ischchild, but now you are quite far behind him. Christian didn't concede, I will catch up quickly. But to do that, I need your help. Please use your authority to propose that I participate in the Dark Sacred Rite in 2 months. Father Christian wondered, you have to reach level 2 stars to participate in the ritual. You only just reached 1 star, didn't you? Christian didn't give up, I will reach 2 stars in the next 2 months. Hearing his son say that, he was astonished. What? Christian beamed and pleaded, so please help me, Father. After resolving everything and returning to the mansion, the servants whispered, the young master has changed completely. A maid said, lately, I heard the Count has been training him personally. A manservant added, do you mean the training course that even veteran knights struggle with? I wonder how long he can hold out. At the training ground, Christian cleanly sliced a monster in 2. His gaze was sharp, bound by the mud sword art, finished with the black sickle sword art. After the strike, he turned and asked, right, Father? Father Christian was surprised, I only started teaching him the black sickle sword art today. How did he understand it immediately? Christian was impatient, but do I really have to do it this way? Keep them separate like that? He was confused. What? Christian held the sword and dashed forward, I feel there's a more efficient way. He appeared at the monster's feet, slashed hard, and destroyed it. Father Christian was stunned. That's the mud sword art. How did you do that? Christian sighed. The limbs of the mushroom humanoid are hard enough to block the mud sword art, but I used the extreme sword art, wrapped in black sickle sword energy. The sword flashed with magic, leaving him stunned. A one-star person can't do that. Externally, he still maintained his composure. That's formidable power, but using 2 moves at once makes casting spells harder. Christian denied. Not at all, it's easy, not inconvenient in the slightest. He was secretly terrified, hearing the news like a bolt from the blue. 15 days later, Christian lay exhausted on the training ground, sweating. Damn it, running is so tiring. But I can't be lazy. Physical strength is the key to increasing one's realm. During a break, a voice rang out. Are you exhausted already? The match isn't far away, you know? I'm eagerly awaiting the appointed day. So it's Melon, Christian thought to himself. She always carries such strong momentum. He stood up and continued training. Fine, I'm trying my best not to let you down. Melon expressed disdain. I know about your surprising progress, but you're still only 1 star. If you don't satisfy my expectations, don't dream of making me kneel. Christian was confident. Yeah, I believe that could happen. Even so, I'll learn something from the match, so it won't be useless. Seeing him talk big, Melon left satisfied, still full of vitality. Huh? I expect you to push past your limits and satisfy me. He watched her go and judged. Melon is currently a 4-star high grade. In one realm, there are 3 tiers, low, middle, and high. As a 1-star high grade, I'm still far behind her, but I come from a wealthy family, a wallet warrior. He tightened his belt and wore a cruel smile. Finally, the day of the match arrived. Christian asked Marie, have you finished packing? Marie replied, of course, our first trip together. I dressed up quite impressively. Seeing that, he was startled. When did I ever say you were coming along? Marie assumed, I understand. You must be worried I'll get sunstroke. Don't worry, serving the young master is my honor. Christian was helpless. How can a banshee get sunstroke? Before that, he had suggested, Father, can I change my servant to a human? Father Christian refused, impossible. You signed a master-servant contract with Marie. A high-ranking banshee cannot be managed without a contract. Christian was angry. Then can't you teach me how to break the contract? He pointed out, I believe it requires a deep kiss with Marie. To be fair, you were dead drunk when you signed the contract. Christian pulled his hair. You're so useless, old man. Back in the present, he refused Marie. In any case, you can't go with me. I'm going to a crowded place. Marie was disappointed, but I was really looking forward to this trip. He broke a sweat. It's just that your spiritual energy could hurt others. Marie was resentful. I've been locked in the mansion for decades. Seeing her looking pitiful, Christian was helpless. All right, you can go, but don't show yourself in front of other people. Marie was overjoyed. Thank you, greatest young master. He waved his hand. Just follow me. Christian and Marie set off. Marie was curious, but young master, where are we going? He replied, to a place where I can make a profit. Marie lifted her skirt, making money fall everywhere. You already have so much money, don't you? Seeing the money pouring out, he panicked. That's not a lot. Put it away. Marie wondered, if not money, then gold? Land titles? He smiled and denied, wrong. Marie hit a dead end, then. Christian explained, it's something I used before. Thurn appeared unexpectedly on the carriage, scolding, you're late. Seeing Thurn, Christian stiffened, confused. Thurn, what are you doing here? Thurn stated his purpose, I'm here to watch over you, in case you act like a jerk again. Hearing that, Christian affirmed, no such thing, don't worry. He was as arrogant as a king. In any case, I'm just on my way to the casino. Thurn exclaimed, what? Christian stepped onto the carriage, not forgetting to educate Thurn, we are demons. Getting lost in drinking and gambling is natural. Gambling is even encouraged by the demon emperor, and there is a reason it's legal. Thurn didn't back down, deciding, then I'll follow you there. Christian was surprised, then brazenly climbed into the carriage, proud. Thurn, could it be you're worried about your dear brother? Thurn was hit where it hurt, startled and denied, why would I worry about you? I only care about you losing the family's dignity. The carriage started, but the two brothers kept chatting. Christian said, you know, I think with a bookworm like you, this might be a bit too stimulating. Do you know the rules? Then he declared firmly, I'll get rid of your arrogance.
Christian teased, oh, no. I'm so scared. Deep down, he felt interested. Well, this golden little brother of mine, today you'll become a loser. After a while, both arrived in front of a majestic casino.
Thurn saw it for the first time and exclaimed, my God, I didn't think a building could look like this. Marie, experiencing life for the first time, was also excited. My woman's heart is fluttering. Only Christian was the calmest. I've probably been here dozens of times, I'm used to it. He gave Thurn a mask. Now don't act like a hick, put this on.
You can only enter after hiding your identity.
Christian reminded Marie, from now on, stay hidden so no one sees you.
Also, lean in here. He entrusted her, go and.
Marie was happy. I will follow your orders, young master.
Once done, she vanished. Thurn was confused, huh? Where did Marie go?
Christian put on the mask and replied, you don't need to worry about that.
We should go in. Both entered the casino, attracting all eyes.
Veteran gamblers smirked, looks like some fat fish. I didn't think they'd walk into the tiger's den themselves.
Christian leaned close to Thurn, challenging, hey, wanna bet on who wins more in an hour?
If you win, I'll call you brother for a month.
Thurn was interested, really?
He added a condition, but if you lose, you have to call me respectable emperor brother.
Thurn heard the confusing title and turned, what? Christian didn't say much and handed over a money bag, here's the money. If you're afraid, forget it. Thurn's fighting spirit flared, grabbing the bag, who said I'm afraid? I'm going first.
His eyes were burning with an indescribable intensity. At the poker table, the dealer flipped the cards, hitting a strike.
The person next to him patted Christian's shoulder, a victory for the young gentleman. Wow, you're pretty good, play more, and you'll probably make a fortune. Christian pretended to be a rookie, happily collecting money. My luck is good today. He silently calculated, just starting, they'll let me win a moderate amount. To lure arrogant rookies into betting big, I know exactly how these scammers operate. Suddenly, a scream rang out.
Thurn held his head in a panic, impossible.
The hand was clearly good. A rookie had fallen into the trap. Christian approached, hey, why don't we go back to sleep? Thurn wondered, you lost too? He replied, I only lost 500 rupee. Thurn wasn't outdone, I only lost 1,000 rupee.
The others saw the two brothers talking and calculated silently.
Christian was satisfied, good, now everyone sees Thurn is a sucker. A scammer will definitely lure him in. He asked, so you're playing more? Thurn grabbed the money bag, I will win. Give me the money. Christian laughed wickedly, remember I tried to stop you.
While saying that, he whispered in his heart, don't talk about stopping, I hope you lose everything and become easy prey, my dear little brother. Time passed, the people in the casino colluded with each other,
showing many tricks right in front of him.
Christian thought happily, exactly.
Finally, Marie returned and whispered, Master, I've found the people you mentioned. He praised, well done.
Thurn on the other side screamed in agony, I lost.
My 10,000 rupee. Marie was happy, am I super, master? Christian held up his finger, yes, super.
Both left the casino, arriving elsewhere.
Marie said, it's here, young master. He ordered, open the door, Marie.
The door opened, the people inside turned around, startled, and rushed over, who are you?
Christian didn't hesitate and took off his mask, now I'm sure everyone knows who I am, right?
They recognized him and stammered, I
mean, young master? What brings you here?
He smiled, call your boss out.
An exclamation rang out, oh my, young master, are you here to play?
That was Grantel, owner of the Grandel trading firm, famous for his business talent, but in reality. Christian waved his hand, I hope to speak privately.
Grantel was afraid, what on earth is this about?
He was blunt, you swindled my younger brother. I care about him deeply, yet you still ask what this is about?
Grantel was startled, impossible. Could the masked person be? Christian affirmed, that's right, he's the heir to Count Khazar.
Grantel waved his hand, young master, I assure you I only manage the casino, what others do has nothing to do with me.
Before he could finish his excuses, Marie transformed, scaring Grantel into shouting, do you want to die?
He fearfully knelt and kowtowed to apologize, I apologize. If I had known he was the Count's son, I would never have dared.
Have mercy, Christian asked, that's not just empty words, right?
Grantel affirmed, of course not.
I will compensate. How much is enough? He replied nonchalantly, 1 million. Grantel was astonished. What? He stumbled, young master, we don't have that much money on hand.
Christian lowered the price, then 200,000.
Grantel cried, is that enough? That's all our assets.
Christian's gaze was threatening. You also have to give me one more thing.
Grantel was helpless. What is it?
After forcing Grantel to hand over the money, he used the money to buy all the weapons. Marie was amazed. I didn't expect you to use the 200,000 rupee you extracted to buy combat tools.
Truly a brilliant plan, young master. Christian smoothed his hair, arrogant. Of course it's brilliant.
Marie noticed the sword at his hip. But the sword they gave you,
is it Grunet? She wondered, isn't that the holy sword that a hero in the past obtained by sacrificing his soul?
I heard many demons covet it because the hero used it after falling, but now it's all rusted.
Christian said nonchalantly, it's fine, it's all part of the plan.
Not wanting to listen to her chatter, he gave her something. Enough, take this.
You've been looking at it all along, right? It's a gift. In Marie's hand was an exquisite necklace.
She was moved. Before I died and even after I died, this is the first time I've received such a gift.
Thank you, truly. Christian turned away and waved his hand. All right, let's go home. Marie smiled brightly. Yes, master,
I will pour my whole heart into it as a thank you. From now on, I'll make the blood water even tastier.
He refused. I already told you I don't drink that. Are you responding to my kindness with hostility?
Marie was confused, but all this time, it's been in the strawberry juice you drink, master.
Christian was helpless. Can you stop making such creepy jokes?
He brushed off a thought. Wait, I feel like I forgot something. Marie also wondered. I'm sure we'll remember later. Back at the casino, Thurn was still sitting there, trembling, with only a single rupee left in his hand.
Early in the morning, Thurn was screaming loudly.
The kid ran over and snatched the blankets and pillows away from Christian, who was sleeping soundly.
Thurn questioned, why did you abandon me? I almost got sold like a slave. Lucky someone recognized me. Christian yawned and apologized, I'm sorry.
I knew for sure Grandel would help you. Seeing his calm face, Thurn roared, what kind of apology is that?
At this moment, Christian reminded him, by the way, don't you see something wrong?
You lost, you have to fulfill the promise. Come here, call me respectable emperor brother. Thurn turned pale, sweat pouring down. He clenched the blanket in his hand,
angry, then resigned, brother. Christian picked his nose, huh? Say it again.
Thurn was furious, tore the blanket apart, and shouted, respectable emperor brother.
Christian flicked the booger in his hand away and smiled, very good. Always remember to respect me.
Thurn was so angry he vomited blood, leaving but not forgetting to threaten, one day, I will take revenge.
Just wait.
Christian propped his chin up, watching Thurn leave, thinking to himself, that child killing me later is completely of his own making. His child, Langham's son, future head of the Black Magic clan, the strongest young master.
I feel nothing about him. Because I'm not the real Christian, but if I want to become the clan leader, I certainly have to confront him.
Thinking that, he turned back and forth, contemplating, to do that, first I have to win over Melon. Christian noticed the sword lying on the luggage pile. After changing clothes, he walked over and picked up the sword from the floor.
Grenade. There was a time when countless people tried their hand at it.
This sword was once considered a display piece because no one could hold it.
Curious, he gripped it, wanting to try, let's see.
Just as he touched it, the sword emitted a wave of opposing power, causing his hand to ache. He nodded, as I thought, it rejects dark energy.
That's right, it's a creation that uses holy light power. He took repair tools from the box. Anyway, you're just a sword.
I will fix your habit of rejecting dark energy.
Christian gripped the hammer and struck hard. Each strike carried immense energy.
But the thing that broke was the hammer, not the sword.
He looked at the tools. Hurts, huh?
Taking another hammer, he smiled cruelly. Prepare yourself. Holding another hammer in his left hand,
he threatened, I'll do this all night.
The sword trembled in fear.
A few days later, at the secret training ground, Father Christian asked, Christian, are you ready? He replied, yes. Looking at the woman next to him, he wondered, but who is this? I think I've met her before.
The person turned, and he recognized her immediately. Wait.
He greeted politely, greetings to the commander of the Dark Knights. She replied, nephew, long time no see.
The woman was Marion, commander of the Black Knights, daughter of an elder in the clan, Father Christian's sister, and Viscount Langham.
She protects the elders, carries out secret missions, and supervises the clan.
The elite of the elites.
Christian wondered, why is she here?
Father Christian explained, Sister Marion came to handle the issue related to Cox.
Marion laughed, that child acted quite insolently. Christian wondered, could it be the elders want to protect his child?
That's troublesome.
He smiled, it seems the elder is quite free, paying attention to such a small matter?
Marion replied, actually, he's not interested in your bickering, but he is interested in you.
Christian was surprised and determined, this will be an opportunity to win his favor. Marion warned, I don't know if you're brave or stupid. You haven't reached 2 stars yet and you dare to challenge Melon, won't you postpone the match?
He tightened his grip on the sword, arrogant, thank you for worrying about me, but I have my own way.
Marion recognized the sword, isn't that grenade? She scolded, you've lost your mind.
I know you're good at causing trouble, but I didn't expect it to go this far.
She asked Father Christian, Ridden, didn't you say Christian had changed? He defended, Sister, I'm telling the truth. Marion didn't believe it, changed by using a holy sword in a duel? Christian wondered, am I not allowed to use it? I just need to win, right?
Marion exclaimed, even the family had failed to tame grenade.
It will burn you to ash. Christian wanted to show off, is that so?
He gripped the sword firmly, completely unharmed, confident, I'm still fine.
Marion suspected, is it a fake? Seeing she didn't believe it, he threw the sword, do you want to try it, Aunt?
As soon as Marion touched it, the rejection phenomenon appeared.
She threw it to the ground, how can you? He picked it up, that's a secret I can't tell. But I can say one thing, the reason I can use the sword that the family head cannot, because I am a genius.
Father Christian listened, wearing the dazed, indulgent expression of a son-obsessed father.
Suddenly, a voice rang out, the young master is still in a playful mood, aren't you? Taming the holy sword, really? It was Melon. She stepped out from the space gate, ignoring his words for the item he possessed. So what? You won't live to see tomorrow's sunrise. Melon's confidence left Christian speechless. Melon lunged straight at Christian with blinding speed.
He immediately used his sword to parry. Just as I thought, there are no limitations, he muttered to himself. Her strength and speed are far beyond what they were before.
I can't close this distance at all.
The 2 swords clashed, creating a chilling sound. Christian's sword erupted with holy power, causing Melon's blade to deform.
Ridden and Marion stood outside watching, unable to believe their eyes.
The power of the holy sword is resisting the dark energy,
Ridden exclaimed. At that level, hasn't the boy already surpassed me when I was young? Marion continued, that's not the end of it. Look at the way the kid moves to wield the holy sword.
She pointed toward the 2 of them. The sword imbued with divine power was quickly enveloped by Christian's magic. He delivered a powerful slash toward Melon, sending her flying backward.
Ridden exclaimed, incredible power.
But it seems his dark energy is fluctuating.
Marion denied, no.
He controls the dark energy in the blink of an eye to avoid the rejection reaction from the holy sword.
Melon stepped back, keeping a safe distance. Christian asked arrogantly, how about that? Does this battle satisfy you? Melon replied, I've been thinking about this for a while. You're predicting my movements, aren't you? Christian laughed, I happen to have a sharp eye.
Every sword strike has a preparatory posture. You need to raise your arm before swinging down,
and to do that, you have to move your shoulder muscles and torso. This is a common point for both novices and experts alike. Melon sighed, then activated her magic. Well, how about this then? The surprise attack put Christian on the defensive. Melon said triumphantly, the Dark Knights are magic swordsmen.
Suddenly, a blinding light flashed.
I was almost in trouble there. Christian said happily, interesting, but luckily I'm okay.
The item he wore around his neck left Melon helpless, a purification treasure. Christian turned to Ridden, Father, I survived thanks to you.
Ridden tilted his head, it was supposed to be in the secret vault, right?
Christian laughed, I have a bit of a sticky-fingered habit sometimes. Both Ridden and Marion were helpless.
Christian pulled another item from his shirt. Good equipment is also a skill.
He threw the prepared object out.
It exploded instantly, leaving Melon with no time to dodge. He warned, even if you dodge, it won't help. He threw another red orb.
It exploded violently, obscuring the vision. Christian was relaxed. I have this treasure thanks to the money from Grandel.
It's quite effective. Not underestimating his opponent, he shouted, I know you're still alive. Come out.
A sword flew out from the sea of fire. he still stood motionless. Christian casually slashed, blocking Melon's blade. Her sword shattered, exposing her before him. Ridden proudly showed off to Marion. "Look at that, sister. I told you, the kid is a genius." He threw the corrosion gem into the air. Marion remained silent, focusing her observation. Melon emerged from the explosion, her body seething with murderous intent. "Young master," she grinned and lunged toward him. "This is so fun. What are you attacking with next?" Marion was startled. "Oh my, Melon has lost her mind. We must stop her." The stream of dark aura quickly approached him, but Christian quickly avoided Melon's punch with just one hand. He gave a light flick, redirected the punch, then stepped back. Melon was surprised. "You parried my strike?" Finally, he held his blade to her throat. Christian was excited. "It seems the victory belongs to me." "Does that satisfy you enough?" Blood trickled from the cut on Melon's face. Ridden beamed with pride. Marion was helpless. Melon laughed. "You're really asking that? I can't stay calm anymore." Christian replied, "Then please answer my previous request soon. Even though the victory is mine, I will respect it if you refuse. Loyalty cannot be won by force." Melon wondered, "If I stand by your side, will you continue to fight me like this in the future?" Christian took her hand, pulling her up. "As much as you like, I'll indulge you." The scene shifted to Marion, hands clasped, looking into the distance. She was surprised. Using dark energy like that. She recalled the clan leader throwing the grenade sword that Christian was currently holding. "I refuse." Marion was helpless. Even the clan leader couldn't do it? The clan leader replied, "I could use it for a moment, but the waves of dark energy constantly change. You have to constantly adjust so the sword doesn't detect the difference." Who could do that in an actual battle? Only the Demon King Gehenna or the Black Dragon of the Demon Realm. Otherwise, only a crazy bastard who controls dark energy as easily as breathing could use it. And that bastard is Christian. Christian smiled and asked Marion, "Aunt Marion, how did I do? Is it enough to receive a compliment?" Marion was silent, then exclaimed, "Perhaps father's long-held wish can come true." A luxurious kitchen space appeared, along with the beautiful setting where chefs and bakers passionately at work. A craftsman with a ferocious expression chopped down powerfully onto a small object on the cutting board. The strawberry was quickly sliced in half, its shape appetizing. Each strawberry was meticulously and neatly arranged on the cake, making the viewer just want to jump in and enjoy it. Christian was shocked. "Unbelievable, he's actually making a strawberry cake." Marie laughed. "Ho ho ho, don't judge by his appearance, his skills are top tier." The baker, after finishing, approached to chat with Christian, his voice slightly slurred. "Young Master Chuck, what brings you to the kitchen?" Christian put his hands on his hips, "To make some cookies." Marie wondered, "You're making cookies?" He was confident, "To give to someone." Hearing that, Marie leaned on Christian, crying, "It's for another woman, not me?" Christian yelled, "Good grief, it's not what you think. It is for a woman, though." The baker saw Christian rolling up his sleeves and politely offered, "I can make cookies for you, Chuck." But he refused. "It's fine, making cookies with my own hands is what's important." Christian closed his eyes, proud. It might not look like it, but cookies are. Before he could finish, a bright red liquid splashed directly onto his face. It came from the mortar of two ferocious-looking bakers, who were pounding what used to be strawberries. Christian panicked. "Hey, are you sure they didn't put blood in the strawberry juice?" Marie only responded with laughter. "Ho ho ho." Everything finished, Christian brought a box to Marion, who was preparing her horse for departure. He spoke up, "Aunt Marion." Marion stopped and asked, "Christian, what is it?" He smiled politely. "I heard you were about to leave, so I came to say goodbye." Marion praised, "I appreciate that. I'm sure you're still tired from yesterday's match?" Christian handed over the gift box. "I'm fine, I have a gift for you." Marion opened the box. Inside were beautiful cookies of various shapes and colors, arranged neatly. She was surprised. "Are these cookies?" Her eyes brightened, but her tone remained serious. "You didn't need to prepare a gift." Christian was happy. "I was very happy to see you again and wanted to make something." Ridden, standing next to Marion, rubbed his chin. "Only then does he look for me." "Does Aunt Marion like eating anything?" He realized, that's why the boy is like this. Commendable, he knows how to win people over. While Marion looked at the cookie box in wonder, Christian spoke up, "Please try a piece, I made them myself." Marion asked, "Really? You made them?" She brought a piece to her mouth. From the very first bite, she was surprised because it was so delicious, but quickly regained her tone. "Ah, it's very delicious."
Christian laughed. "I'm so glad you find it tasty."
Marion said, "I must give you something for this wonderful gift as well."
"Do you have a wish?"
Christian's gaze was sharp.
He said, "If possible, please become my real aunt."
Marion was serious. "Since we share the same blood, I'm sure your words have a hidden meaning."
"I heard Ridden say you're practicing the dark sacred rite, is that correct?" Christian smiled and nodded. Marion continued, "I understand. So you want me to support you in the upcoming succession war?" She bowed her head and sighed, "But unfortunately, I cannot fulfill your wish."
She explained, "As you know, elders from the main branch must be fair to all candidates."
"That is the rule."
Christian replied, "No, I was just making a sincere request."
"I want to be closer to you." Marion asked, "That's absurd. You really don't have another intention?"
Christian was calm. "Of course.
If you support and secretly help me."
He clasped his hands, eyes shining. "I wouldn't refuse that."
He looked at Marion with glistening eyes.
She ate the cookie while saying, "I don't hate your honesty. The nephew who makes delicious cookies as a gift just for me, I can only cheer for him."
Christian smiled brightly. "Thank you, Aunt." Marion asked, "But in return, can I have more delicious cookies next time?"
He replied, "That depends on you, Aunt." The two didn't notice Ridden nearby wiping away moved tears. Christian teased, making finger hearts. "If you make me sad, I might sulk and not make this flavor anymore."
The childish action made Marion giggle, but she suddenly asked, "Christian, what do you think about joining the Dark Shadow Legion?" He hesitated. "That." Marion persuaded, "You stood out in the match with Melon. You could surpass the elders, but your opponents aren't easy to defeat. I'm afraid your talent will wither before it blooms."
Christian replied firmly, "If I fail to follow my own path, I'd rather die."
He confidently declared, "I understand your concern, Aunt, but I don't think I will lose." Marion looked at him, thinking to herself, an unreasonable confidence.
"But with this child, it might just succeed."
She said, "I understand. You're a demon anyway, I can't stop you from walking a path of blood." She climbed onto her horse, emphasizing, "Be wary of the eldest young ladies." Ridden spoke up, "Be wary of Julian, not his child? Isn't she the most elegant one?"
Marion gripped the reins. "You'll understand soon enough."
Christian laughed, "Thank you very much, Aunt, I'll keep that in mind."
Marion turned, smiling slightly. "See you again, my nephew." After she left, Christian went to his room and fell onto his bed. The space was unusually quiet.
He thought, "Father and Aunt are both very strong, reaching 6 stars, but I haven't heard much about them in the previous Great War. How many powerful warriors are there in the Magic Empire? Surely enough to easily overwhelm the Kingdom of Light."
He remembered his previous life, where the Kingdom of Light withered before the fires of the Great War.
"I don't want the past to repeat itself."
Christian's palm clenched, determined to rise. "I must be stronger, faster." A month later, his father called him in.
"Did you call for me, Father?"
Ridden rubbed his temples. "That's right, I have something to tell you." But before he could speak, he opened his eyes wide in surprise. In front of him was Christian with a different appearance, elegantly radiant.
"Wait, you've reached 2 stars?"
Christian, with cold eyes, thought to himself, to achieve such growth in just 1 month. He shrugged slightly and asked, "I don't understand why you're surprised, Father."
"I made you a promise, didn't I?"
He was curious. What did his father want to say to call him here alone at this hour? One questioning, one angry. Ridden placed the letter in front of him. "I received news from the main family." He sighed, his face darkening. "I submitted your name and Thurn's as candidates for the Dark Sacred Rite.
But they only accepted Thurn."
The reason was like a punch to Christian's heart. "Your wasteful spending, your flirtatious philandering have destroyed everything, destroying property while drunk, even stealing."
"All of it is true."
Christian listened, his soul drifting away, and he fainted on the spot.
Ridden was angry. "Do they dare to look down on my son?" Christian regained consciousness and asked, "Could it be that Viscount Langham made this decision after his child's misconduct? The Viscount doesn't have much of a say anymore, anyway."
Suddenly, both exclaimed simultaneously, "Lion Z Baron." He was of the main family line, the shining star of the Dark Sacred Rite, a ritual where candidates absorb pure darkness from the negative dimension. Because the amount of darkness is limited, they participate in semi-official life or death matches to fight for ranking.
The higher-ranked person claims more darkness.
This ritual determines who will be the young master candidate to inherit the family. If Lion wins and monopolizes the darkness, achieving Christian's goal will become even more difficult. Ridden stood up and approached. "Don't worry, I'll talk to them."
If that fails, I'll ask Marion for help. Christian replied, no need for that, father. I'll handle it myself.
Ridden placed his hand on his son's shoulder. Christian, I know you have talent and have changed,
but you could let the adults handle it.
Christian looked at his father gently. I appreciate your concern, father. But his face suddenly contorted, sinisterly. But I have my own way, and it's clearly not a good one.
He said, are there any of Count Tyraman's children participating from the branch families? Ridden replied, yes. The third son of Count Tyraman.
He shouted in anger, that rascal is on Lion's side, saying you aren't qualified to participate in the dark sacred rite.
He's just a swindler who controls magical beasts.
Christian helplessly watched his father shouting and consoled him. Stay calm, father. I just need to prove myself.
The Tyraman family is about to organize the Black Potion Hunt. I will participate as a leader.
His mouth curled into a smile as the sunset shone down on the magnificent castles below. In the darkroom, the clan leader held a golden hammer, mocking, I find it hard to believe. The child I remember was a kid calling himself a genius, but only a fake genius.
Marie stood reporting, he's different from before. The clan leader asked, do you believe this child can fulfill the wish I've held for so long?
That wish is the reason he continues to live, even rejecting death through forbidden magic.
Marie broke into a sweat, I'm not sure.
But he is the closest person to what you desire.
The space went quiet. The clan leader muttered, interesting. I'll keep an eye on that kid. But his participation in the dark sacred rite doesn't seem feasible, right? Marie replied, that is the general consensus within the clan. He asked, will you intervene?
Marie shook her head, no, you cannot intervene in such a small matter.
The clan leader laughed, how could a beast not overcome such a small challenge? She tried to explain, even if he is a beast, he is still just a child. I believe he should be given the chance to receive the darkness and awaken his potential.
Before she could finish, he barked loudly, making Marie startle. The clan leader's face darkened, his eyes sharp as he looked at her. She bowed her head to avoid him. He is always harsh with those he expects things from. Since you are willing to go this far, you must really like him. From the black smoke, blood drinker Simon, general manager of the Black Magic clan, appeared.
Did you call for me, master? The clan leader's voice dropped. You heard it all, didn't you? Simon replied, yes.
I just need to observe young Master Christian.
The clan leader ordered, report everything he does before the dark sacred rite to me. Simon bowed, understood. But can I have a little fun while following him?
Marie was annoyed, but the clan leader accepted. Don't go too far. Simon wore a devilish smile, his fangs flashing,
then vanished into the black smoke.
Marie closed her eyes. I hope that child gets through it safely.
Sunset descended on the peaceful village. Christian thought, thanks to my talent, I reached 2 stars quickly.
But even after much training, the dark energy is still not enough to reach 3 stars. I need the black potion to accumulate a large amount of energy in a short time.
Yet the Tyraman family, the organizers of the Black Potion Hunt, are now my enemies. How ironic.
To catch the ferocious beast Karajop and obtain the black potion,
a special condition must be met. The wheels rolled on the long road. Grantel ran out. Young master, what brings you here today? How have you been lately? Christian stepped off the carriage with Marie. Wait, you didn't come empty-handed, did you? Grantel held up a bag. Of course not. How could I welcome the young master without bringing a gift?
He snatched it and threw it to the ground.
The gold coins clattered as they fell. He sneered, this is what you call a gift. I don't think you know your place. Grantel put a hand on Christian's shoulder. I've heard you're involved in all sorts of illegal activities. Someone rushed over and shouted, does tax evasion at the casino bring in a profit? What about the items you scammed from the merchant guild? What do you want me to do, young master?
The people forcing the bird woman nearby released her when they heard the commotion. Christian said, I'll let it slide this time, but stop those illegal activities immediately.
Do you understand? Grantel nodded, yes. He draped his arm over his shoulder. Get me some dark medicine. Grantel trembled, sweat pouring down. Dark medicine? The price on the black market has skyrocketed lately. Christian turned to Marie. Are you ready?
Marie transformed into a monster with sharp fangs. My torture skills are top-notch.
Grantel panicked and shrieked. He fell to his knees. I'll get it right away. Isn't everything easier if we just cooperate?
Christian winked. By the way, get me another knife sharp enough to cut through armor.
Grantel looked confused, unable to understand what he was planning to do. After finishing, Christian walked away.
Grantel stayed behind, cursing and crying.
That bastard. Marie asked, "Are you going home, young master?"
He replied, "No, there's one more place I need to go."
He noticed something in the distance. "Coachman, could you stop here?"
The carriage screeched to a halt.
Christian walked into the shop. "Welcome." He checked the menu. "I'll take this one."
A bottle of pink liquid was placed on the counter.
Dark thoughts flashed through her mind. Marie whispered, "Do you need an aphrodisiac?"
Marie inside the shop kept looking at Christian with suspicious eyes. That made him break into a cold sweat, his face turning pale. Suddenly, he turned around angrily. Master, could it be?"
Marie smiled shyly. "All right, I understand."
Ha!
Christian snapped, "I said it's not for that." Marie's face darkened. "It's not for me, but for someone else?" He nodded slightly. "Perhaps for the Count." The shopkeeper couldn't believe it. "The things I've just heard."
Christian said sternly, "Considering my father's age, he needs better care." He pointed directly at the shopkeeper. "For the sake of the Count's honor, you must keep this absolutely confidential."
The shopkeeper nodded.
"Yes, I will be careful." The scene shifts to Thurn accompanying Christian's father to meet him. The father patted Thurn's back, making him tremble. Thurn reminded him, "My title as the Honorable Brother of the Emperor. I heard hunting for dark medicine is very dangerous. Please be careful and don't get hurt."
Christian teased him with a wink. "Oh, so now you're worried about me?"
Thurn blushed. "I'm only worried because we didn't get to have a proper competition."
Christian's father interrupted. "Now, you two stop bickering. Go and shut those Tyraman bastards up for their arrogance." Christian smiled brightly. "I'll bring back good news. But what is this emperor business?"
He patted Thurn's shoulder. "You don't need to know that, father."
At Count Tyraman's estate, the scenery was picturesque with leaves rustling under the blue sky.
The sinister servant blocked the door. "I'll say it again, you are not allowed to enter the Count's villa."
Christian and his teammates were furious. "How dare you say that after making us wait? Do you even know who he is?" Christian listened silently to the butler. "Young Master Aloa gave the order. He doesn't have time for a bastard scoundrel."
Killing intent erupted within Christian. He gritted his teeth. "Are you saying I have to find a place to stay myself?"
The butler trembled, sweat pouring down. "That's exactly it."
His teammate prepared to charge. "Young master, I'll bring you his head."
But Christian stopped him and stepped closer to the butler. "What about the lodging fees? Can you send the bill to Count Tyraman?" The butler forced a smile. "Is that so?"
Under the sunlight, the fountain reflected the majestic palace like a mirror. Christian led everyone into a magnificent hotel.
The butler asked, "How much does this cost?"
He said generously, 100,000 rupee.
"It's rare that I get to spend someone else's money. My luggage is already in the lobby."
"Everyone has an hour to get settled, then we go for a drink." His luggage emitted a brilliant blue light.
Marie suddenly flew out. "Master, this villa is top-notch."
She was infatuated. "It's perfect for serving you."
Christian was helpless. "Why are you here?"
Marie danced around. "I hid in the luggage.
I promise to be your maid forever." Master is so adorably embarrassed. He sighed, looking at your expression. "I bet you miss this woman, right?"
Aloa, the third son of Count Tyraman, received the bill and was furious.
"What is this?"
Christian smirked. "You told me to find my own place to sleep, so I did."
"What did I do wrong?"
Aloa roared. "I don't stay in common hotels, so I just bought the villa you were staying at."
Christian mocked. "You don't just warm up for money, do you?"
"Considering you're a pathetic guy who doesn't know how to welcome guests, this is a cheap price to teach you manners."
Aloa gritted his teeth and clutched the paper. He summoned a black panther. "Do you want to die?"
Christian thought to himself, the Tyraman suppression technique, binding magical beasts with fear, different from the League's taming.
It uses a secret formula to paralyze rationality,
causing hallucinations of fear and excitement.
More complex than I thought, hard to learn quickly. For now, let's just beat it to a pulp, he ordered. "Marie, take out that cat. I need a weapon."
A sword appeared in his hand.
He provoked. "What are you waiting for? Come at me like a demon." Aloa ordered the Black Panther to attack. "You bastard, don't give me orders." Sharp fangs, saliva flying everywhere.
Christian blocked the attack with his longsword, but the bite force was too strong, and the sword cracked. He was sent flying far away, his body momentarily paralyzed. He stood up through the dust. Not a bad counterattack.
"But isn't it cheating to have 2 against 1?
He provoked. "If I win, I'll be your guard instead of your guide. You'd better be able to afford this, you cheap friend."
Aloa was furious and charged on his panther. "You arrogant brat." Aloa was furious and charged on his panther. "You arrogant brat."
his eyes were burning red. The Black Panther swung its claws, but as the beast lunged, Christian had strangely disappeared. Aloha looked confused. Where did he go? Christian appeared behind him and struck his neck with a stick. Aloha took the painful hit and screamed. He stopped. Does it hurt? Don't cry about it. I won't go easy on you just because you're crying. The two sides confronted each other, one like the Grim Reaper, the other blinded by hatred. The Black Panther hesitated, kneeling and trembling. Aloha shouted, "You bastard, how dare you do that to my Chaco?" Christian laughed. "I only used a 2-star illusion spell." "It seems your pathetic suppression technique can't overcome it." Aloha summoned a magic circle, calling forth a massive black horse. Christian smirked. "Do you know what the defining characteristic of trash is?" Before he could finish, he unleashed a powerful attack, shooting through Aloha's head at dizzying speed, taking him down instantly. The black horse shook its head in fear. Christian asked, "We don't have time to wait for transformations, you know." He walked into the casino. "Young master, are you sure?" "We have plenty of time. I should rest." Christian was annoyed. What's wrong with an incompetent person doing incompetent things? He turned to Marie, right? Marie brought a glass of ginger water. "Everything is fine, as long as the young master doesn't drink alcohol." He started crying. "Damn it, I want alcohol." "I don't like ginger water." The Tyraman servant interrupted. "Why did young master Aloha tell us to follow this bastard?" Christian provoked. "Why not join in the game? Your master won't be waking up until tomorrow. I beat him to a pulp." "I'll keep it a secret. What do you think?" The two of them growled, clearly unwilling. "Don't you worry about that." Christian laughed. "Then feel free to keep following me." As sunset fell, he was still playing cards. "Deal the cards. Drink my share of the liquor. I'm not backing down this time." Night fell, and they hadn't stopped. The two butlers looked at him as if they wanted to devour him alive. Christian was drunk, passed out with a playing card on his head. The two butlers sighed. It's useless to keep following him like this. Then they urged each other, "Let's go write the report." After the two butlers left, he returned to his normal expression. Then he carefully sat up and looked around. He went to the window and saw the two figures fading into the distance. He thought, annoying pets. "It's late, I should make my move," he said. "Marie, I need to go somewhere quickly, don't follow me." Her eyes were dark like a panda's, not sober at all. Marie said sadly, "That aphrodisiac from this afternoon." Christian was startled. "What?" Marie whispered. "I knew it. It wasn't for the count, but for you to use, young master. It's sad that I can't be in bed with you, but I'll cheer for your late-night activities." Dark night covered Mount Can. Christian put on his hood and sneaked down the road. This is Tyraman's secret area. The monster energy is dense, just like the rumors said. He touched a tree branch, almost at the hunting zone. The campsite appeared with 2 large fires. Only 2 guards? How sloppy. He used the invisibility magic he learned from Marie to slip past the guards. Marie appeared. "What does the young master plan to do with invisibility magic?" He. Christian snapped. "Why do you keep bringing that up?" He broke into the base, seeing the magic circle under the moonlight. The shrine for the dark medicine ritual? As bizarre as the rumors. He remembered the instructions. To get dark medicine, you must make Korajab offer its life. Terrified to the point where it would rather die than live, he drew a line on the ground. The light erupted like a massive explosion. When fear and joy connect, the useless pill will be reborn as dark medicine. That's why Tyraman leads by overwhelming monsters with fear. He laughed. Like Lena said, I'm planning to steal their ultimate technique. Feed Korajab the mixed aphrodisiac, make it go crazy, and then monopolize the dark medicine. But I don't have enough time to learn it. I have to find another way. But he only saw the endless night. He walked toward it, hearing the rustling of leaves. The button on Christian's cloak flashed in the night. He stepped forward with caution. The night seemed to be passing, and time kept ticking away. The shadows led to a giant cave. He took off his hood and looked up. The dark space enveloped Christian. A terrifying magical intent spilled out. Don't tell me this is a Gehenna rift, the dangerous demon world. The magic circle inside shone brightly. A twisting hole appeared before his eyes. Christian stood between 4 eerie magic circles scattered on the floor. He paused. Wait, what if I lure Korajab here? He took the bottle. There's still a way to lure it. Alright, can't wait any longer. Christian stepped deep into the cave, unaware of a red shadow with claws watching him. It was Simon. Didn't expect such an interesting brat. Beating Tyraman to a pulp, making the observers let their guard down with his incompetence. All his actions are within my sight. Simon laughed, his fangs flashing. This makes me want to play a bigger trick on him.
He stepped on the magic circle, reaching his hand into the rift. Gray matter flowed down, creating an eerie scene. A voice rang out, "What is your wish?" Simon licked his lips and reached his hand toward the rift. The next day, during the point hunting hour, someone planted a flag in the ground, none other than Aloys. In his group, Christian was also present, commenting, "Aloys must think he looks cool, even after getting beaten to a pulp." Aloys snapped back, "Shut up, you fake. Why do you carry a holy sword when you can't even use it?" Christian replied, "It's still more effective than a stick. Want to test it out?" Aloys changed the subject, ordering, "Lure the monster to the altar. Those assigned to guard, follow me and stand by it." Simon silently observed from afar, and Christian had clearly spotted him. Aloys urged Christian for an answer, but he simply said, "Whenever you like." The altar was already crowded. One guard demanded Christian move elsewhere, "You're obstructing the hunt." Christian replied coldly, "Stay there if you want, but don't come crying for help when things go south." His words angered the other man, but Aloys cut in, "Don't wear yourselves out before we even start. Useless people, just go guard the flag." Christian declared, "I will protect the flag with my life." He sat at the base of a tree, muttering, "I want to see them give it their all, only to accidentally fall into my trap." He had prepared a dagger and a stimulant pill. The group began searching the area. Hearing movement, Christian knew the monster was coming. Finally, Karajov appeared, a Tier 4 magic demon. Christian wondered, why does it look so derpy? Its appearance was strangely cute. The others asked Aloys, "Ready?" "It's time," the beastkin in the group urged. "Use the subjugation skill." Aloys raised his hands to chant, while Karajov slammed its beak into the ground. His teammates cast slowing spells, assisting Aloys as he approached with his subjugation skill. Suddenly, Karajov's gaze changed. It roared in anger, locking its target onto Aloys. He panicked and raised his hands to resist, but was knocked down by a powerful swipe. Everyone realized the poison came from its small feathery tentacles. They hurriedly formed a defensive line around Aloys, but Christian shook his head, thinking, "Useless. It lost control because of the stimulant I gave it." Aloys covered his nose. "Good thing they drank the antidote first, but it's still dangerous if it drags on." He called out, "Try to stop it." Karajov launched into the air, aiming straight for Aloys. The whole group screamed his name. Aloys closed his eyes in fear, but suddenly opened them when he saw Christian standing in front of him, blocking the attack with the holy sword. Christian mocked, "The Tyraman house is pathetic. Who would have thought the flag bearer would have to step in?" He said, "I'll save you if you call me Big Brother." Aloys cursed, "You maniac. Why would I do that?" Christian retorted, "You really don't want to? It's not like I'm not famous everywhere." The others started coughing due to the poison. Aloys gritted his teeth, realizing he was right, and ended up pleading for help, "You bastard." Christian replied, "Keep your promise." He smashed his fist into Karajov's head, using his own version of the subjugation skill, creating a chain around one side of the monster to restrain it. Aloys was surprised. "How did you do that?" Christian laughed, "Did you really think your family was the only one that could use it? To me, an intermediate subjugation skill is nothing." He pivoted, grabbing the chain, pulling it hard like a bridle, then leaped onto Karajov's back. It screeched, running wildly as if disoriented. Aloys shouted at him, "Wait." He tried to warn him, "There's a crevice ahead," but Christian smiled, "I've known since last night." He charged straight toward it. Karajov panicked and opened its mouth wide. Christian said, "This must be the first time it's felt malice from Gehenna. Be afraid." Its red eyes shifted into a brilliant gold in an instant. Christian gripped his dagger tightly, stabbing through the monster's shell, killing it on the spot. The others ran over. "Are you okay? This cave is dangerous. We need to get out fast." Christian replied, "Don't be so weak." He dug the core out from the monster. Aloys's group was stunned. It turned out to be an ash core, not black medicine. Aloys began to feel annoyed. The beastkin under his command asked Christian, "What are you going to do about this? If you hadn't interfered, none of this would have happened." But Aloys cut him off. "Enough, leave it." He turned to Christian, thanking him, "Thanks for saving my subordinates, helping them finish without anyone being seriously injured." Christian was surprised by Aloys's admission, thinking to himself, "Now I feel a bit bad. Even worse knowing I switched the stimulant pills." Even so, he still had to do what was necessary, telling Aloys, "Call me Big Brother like you promised." "Are you planning on breaking your word?" Aloys fired back, "I never promised that. I'm 2 years older than you." Suddenly, the cave shook violently. Everyone collapsed under the immense pressure. Aloys panicked, What's happening? Christian realized something when two giant blue eyes appeared before them. He looked slightly worried. A voice echoed from the demon, "It's been a long time since I've seen such an interesting toy." Christian muttered, "A demon of hell." Aloys trembled, urging Christian, "Run. You're an outsider, save yourself." Christian spotted Simon on the cave ceiling, twisted his wrist to pull out his dagger, then threw the dagger straight at him. The blade pierced through, and a wave of red energy surged, but it turned out to be just a familiar item Simon used for tracking. The connection was lost immediately. Simon was surprised, wondering, when did he notice? Does he intend to stop the demon? The clone fell, and his teleportation plan vanished. He calculated, even using blood magic to the limit, it will take me at least 5 minutes to get there. If I'm slow, everyone will die. He hurried away. It turned out he wasn't truly evil, just wanting to play a prank, as he told the clan leader. The demon called to Christian, "You're interesting. What are you plotting?" Christian replied, "I just hate being spied on." The demon laughed. He doesn't care much for someone who's already dead. Christian commented, "Compared to the demons of the Age of Destruction, you're just a low-level demon, but at least you've reached 5 stars. Not something I can easily deal with right now." He held up a finger. "It's not all bad news. I used a spell to put everyone to sleep, just like I did with the barmaid when 2 drunkards almost killed her." Aloys's subordinates gradually lost consciousness. Aloys shouted, "What are you doing? We need to fight together." Christian praised, "You have good magic resistance." Then he punched Aloys straight in the stomach. "Go to sleep." The demon tore through and asked, "Do you intend to offer them to me? Sacrifice them, and I will spare your life and grant you a blessing." Christian snapped, "Stop barking. My principle is not to associate with evil demons." He drew the holy sword. The demon recognized it and sneered, "Nice idea, but a holy sword you can't use is just trash." It shot a spell at Christian. He blocked it with the sword, but lacked the strength, getting thrown into the cave wall, unconscious. The demon grabbed his hand and lifted him up. "Final chance, offer them to be spared." Christian spat in its face. "Why do you think I can't use the holy sword?" He struggled out of the disadvantageous position, clung to its leg, and curled up as it landed. He activated another energy core. The tip of the holy sword regrew with aura. The demon was anxious. "How can someone like you use the power of light?" Christian asked, "Do you finally see your own life in danger now?" The demon replied, "This won't stop me." It created a massive red sphere. Christian got ready, widening his stance, shouting, unleashing the move Dead Sea Light-Splitting Strike. He swung his sword, creating a massive golden wave that lunged at the demon. It shrieked, "Impossible." Taking the hit, it crashed to the floor. It seemed Christian had killed it. His eyes were tired, his face sluggish. "I pushed my body too far. My vision is narrowing by the second." He fell, everything fading to black. The scene shifted to his past life. His friend, Evan, was astonished. "You actually copied my ability?" Christian replied, "Sort of." Evan said, "You really are a special character." Light-Splitting Strike symbolizes the ray of light that divided the Dead Sea. But ironically, even though you use sword arts, you didn't become the light of the Meyer family. Even so, you will certainly be the light that saves the world. A green finger touched the puddle of water. Christian was still on the verge of death. A woman spoke up. "How interesting." She introduced herself, "I am Mefina, the first throne of Gehenna, the 7th realm." Reinforcements entered the cave, carrying healing potions. Christian closed his eyes. Mefina said, "I look forward to your future actions." The scene shifted to Count Tyraman's mansion. Christian said, "My head hurts so much, I can't believe I've been lying here for 2 whole days. What a waste of time, but my body is still stable." He began searching for the black medicine around the room, spotting it nearby, exclaiming, "That's great." He mentioned Mefina, saying, "That's unwanted attention." Sometimes, villains who stand out early receive the blessings of demons and are nurtured quickly. But I don't care, that's for the villains. Anyway, a 7th realm demon of Gehenna isn't exactly high class. A knock at the door echoed outside. Christian took notice. A lion-like giant walked in, asking, "How is your body?" That was Count Tyraman, head of the Tyraman family. Christian greeted him, intending to get off the bed, but the Count stopped him. "You should rest." Christian wondered, "What's going on?" The Count explained, "Yesterday, we organized a cave investigation team. It seems someone interfered with the magic circle sealing the entrance to Gehenna. Fortunately, the demons were summoned back during that time, but even that short moment was enough for people to lose their lives." Christian wondered, do they really believe it was a reverse summoning? That's absurd.
They can hardly think I killed it. I didn't need an excuse to get an A+. The Count said, I want to start with an apology. I apologize for treating you poorly just based on the rumor that you were useless. He bowed his head to thank him. You are a benefactor to the Tyraman house. I am grateful to you, Christian replied. It's not like that. As a member of the black magic family, I only did what had to be done. Even though my conscience was wounded, I decided to stir the waters a bit. The words seemed to resonate with the Count. He nodded. You're right. If there's anything I can do to help, just say it. As long as it's not impossible, I'll ensure it happens. Christian thought for a moment, then said, in that case, I hope the Tyraman house puts aside its old grudges with the Kaza house. Instead of a relationship like enemies, always baring our fangs at each other, I hope we can have a friendly but competitive relationship, planning progress together, worthy of our shared lineage. The Count was about to say something, but Christian continued, I'm sure the Tyraman house also knows the reason the two houses are hostile, because of the behind-the-scenes work of the main family. If the branches work together, the main family will feel threatened. It's a plot to keep us as guard dogs. The Count asked, do you intend to rebel against the main family? Christian shook his head, I don't think so. I just want the two families not to be held back by past mistakes. The Count was amazed. I didn't expect you to think so far ahead. Christian smiled, thanks for the compliment. Will you accept my request? The Count replied, for the first time in a long while, I will contact Count Kaza. But before he finished, he called, Ridden. Christian smiled, that's right. If we unite one by one like this, I can create a firmer front in the age of destruction. The Count patted his shoulder, calling Aloys, what are you waiting for? My son has something to say. Aloys shyly handed over the black medicine, drink it. When I went into the cave, it was on the floor. Since you weren't awake, I kept it for you. Christian said, if that's the case, I'm very grateful. I want to give you more than you've done. Aloys snapped, don't you dare. The Count laughed, I'll give him a gift in your place. He handed over a summoning stone containing a tier 4 beast. Christian marveled, what a rare item. The Count said, I'll also file a report for you to participate in the Dark Holy Rite. I hope you achieve good results. Christian thanked him for the gift and the encouragement. The Count told him to rest. When he and Aloys left, Christian smiled, then began calling, come out. A stream of red aura appeared. Simon said, as expected, it wasn't a coincidence that you discovered me. Christian replied, I smelled the scent of blood. Simon introduced himself, I am the head butler of the black magic family. Christian wondered, is he a minion of the clan leader? I've heard the name Simon somewhere. The leader of the Blood Shadow Demon sect? He explained, the Blood Shadow Demon sect doesn't distinguish between the Magic Empire or the Dominion of Apply. They are a psychopathic organization, enjoying slaughter and terrorism. The leader is a villain who reached 8 stars, and by the end of the Age of Destruction, he reached 9 stars, becoming the 10th Demon King. I can't count how many times I almost died because of him. Simon is the flesh and blood of the Demon King. Simon said, I didn't expect a young master to be so excellent. You even destroyed a demon. Christian thought, I definitely handled it myself. He asked, did you see the light that split the Dead Sea? After a moment of thought, he denied it, I don't know what you're talking about. Simon laughed, I know you're playing dumb. After entering the cave, the demon's corpse was completely destroyed, leaving no trace. That wasn't a reverse summoning, it vaporized clean. I'm impressed with your skills. Explain it, Christian asked, why should I reveal my trump card? Simon reminded, this will be reported to the clan leader. Christian replied, if I were the clan leader instead of that nerd answering all the questions, I want the predator to hide its claws until the very end. Simon was surprised, you're truly interesting. Christian asked, are you going to apologize? Simon wondered, why? Christian explained, usually, it's hard to distinguish reverse summoning from destruction just by looking at the traces. That's why the Count misunderstood. But you believe the opposite because you were the one who summoned it. A demon summoning that almost killed a family member, that's crazy news for the clan leader to hear. Simon said, I will take responsibility. Christian decided to keep it a secret. You should remember, you owe me a big favor. Simon was surprised. How is that a deal? Christian laughed, it'd be great if you saw it that way. Simon nodded, I understand. I won't forget your mercy. It was a pleasure meeting you today. I'll be counting the days until you arrive at the main family. Christian thought, Simon will play a huge role in the Age of Destruction. I have to build a connection to change the future. Time passed quickly.
After recovering, Christian prepared to return. His luggage floated in mid-air. Marie said, "I'm all packed." Christian praised, "Well done." Alois opened the door and entered his room, asking, "Are you leaving now?" Christian reminded him, "Use my title." Alois wondered, "What do you mean?" Christian said, "I let it slide in front of the Count yesterday, but a promise is a promise. From now on, call me Big Brother." Alois snapped, "I already told you I'm 2 years older than you." Christian asked, "Do you have something you want to say?" Alois replied, "I came to warn you. You say we're family, but I don't think that's true. Be careful. The person most opposed to you in the Dark Holy Rite is young Master Lion. Even if he's only 2 stars, the level difference between the main family and the branches is huge. The best elixirs, ultimate techniques, and black magic blessings, direct descendants have a superior starting point. You'll be an easy target." Christian smiled, "I have a warning for you too, little brother. Don't participate in the upcoming Dark Holy Rite for your own sake." Alois was frustrated, "I said that out of concern. Do you want to monopolize the pure dark energy?" Christian replied, "Remember, no matter who the opponent is, they will regret facing me in the Dark Holy Rite." Alois was furious. Christian told Marie, "Let's go." He said to Alois, "Think carefully, don't regret it later." The scene shifted to the Kaza family. Thurn looked for his brother, but the butler reported, he went to the training cave as soon as he returned, wanting to train alone until the Dark Holy Rite. Not long after, Thurn caught up with Christian, calling out the full title, "Respected Imperial Big Brother." Thurn said, "You promised to duel me when you got back." Christian was surprised, "You've grown up fast. Reaching mid-level 2 stars, you're making remarkable progress." He said, "I'm busy training." Realizing Thurn was also participating in the Dark Holy Rite, Christian was worried. "That's not good." He said, "Wait. After I finish training, we'll duel. You should train too." Thurn demanded a promise, "Don't delay like last time. Be careful." Christian laughed, "All right." Thurn left. He thought, the kid is really stubborn. Watching Thurn's retreating figure, the image of a green-haired girl appeared in his mind. She asked, "Do you promise?" The memory made Christian smile, whispering, "He's just like me." In the training area, Christian sat on the bed, looking at the black medicine, thinking, half a month left until the Holy Rite. He chewed it immediately, then had to force it down, bitter as hell. He laid down, trying to absorb it. It flowed down into his stomach, he muttered, "More chaotic than I expected." A strange feeling emerged. He asked, "What is this? Is it the light energy within the pill?" He wondered, did the monster's excitement upon dying merge into it? No wonder demons are hard to absorb. He continued to guide it through his mana pathways. The mana lines went straight to his brain. All that remains is this light force. Demons usually expel it with the help of a teacher. But why would I let such a good thing go to waste? He channeled it into his light core, absorbing it alongside the darkness. Light and darkness flowed through the pathways, to their corresponding cores. Christian opened his eyes, flashing brightly, then closed them, revealing darkness. At the same time, the scene shifted to a red-haired woman. She allowed her subordinate to enter the room. He reported, regarding the black medicine investigation, a demon was summoned during the hunt, but Christian survived. Apologies for taking so long to examine it thoroughly. She praised, "Well done." The subordinate said, "Unless you have any questions, I will take my leave." She looked at a photo of Christian. This beautiful young woman was named Eileen. Time passed quickly, and half a month later, his younger brother Thurn found Christian to demand a duel. Standing outside the door, he called, "Brother, today is the day you promised." Hearing that, Christian's voice came out, "Come in." In the room, Christian was dressed as if preparing to go somewhere. Thurn was astonished, his eyes widening. Christian turned back, smiling, "You came bright and early? You must really be looking forward to getting beaten up, huh?" Thurn sensed a different aura from his brother. "What is this?" The overwhelming aura he has is far beyond what it was half a month ago, he told himself, then complained, "Don't make me laugh." Christian replied, "If you're that eager to taste my fists, I'll grant your wish. But if I win, you have to give up the Dark Holy Rite." Thurn was stunned. "What did you say?" Christian explained, "You know the Dark Holy Rite is a competition. The weak should stay away." The words made Thurn's eyes narrow in anger. He drew his sword, challenging, "Shut your mouth and draw your sword." Christian shook his head in frustration, "You're so stupid. Don't you see I'm looking out for you? Maybe I have to beat you until you understand." His face showed anticipation. Without warning, Thurn gripped his sword and rushed to attack.
But the result wasn't surprising. He was beaten to a pulp by his brother, leaving him unable to participate in the dark holy rite. Ridden visited his youngest son, saw Thurn bandaged all over, and sighed in reproach. "Christian, you went too far this time. The doctor said he needs 2 weeks of rest."
"We'll just have to wait for the next dark holy rite," Christian requested. "Father, can I speak to Thurn in private?" Ridden was surprised but nodded. "Fine, I'll leave you two to talk." He quickly left the room. Christian burst out laughing, teasing, "Hey, why the long face? Don't whine like those idiots in the Alliance. You were the one who asked for the fight." Thurn was sad. "Do you really not want to see me grow up? You mock me, belittle my achievements, and now you even try to hurt me so I drop out of the dark holy rite?"
His face darkened. Christian felt a pang of guilt. "Man, keep this up and you'll lose your mind." He explained, "We're misunderstanding each other. I did that to make you stronger. If you fight me in the ritual, you'll lose your chance to get pure dark energy forever. I had to be tough because you're too stubborn. Most importantly, pure dark energy doesn't suit you. You're suited for gray dark energy." He continued, "Like light energy, dark energy is also divided into many types. Pure darkness is the highest attribute, followed immediately by gray darkness, especially suited for curse magic." Based on his past life memories, Christian asked, "You find curse magic easier to learn than swordsmanship, right?" Thurn opened his eyes wide. "How did you know?" Christian couldn't say he saw it in the future, so he made up, "I realized it when sparring with you. I fought with all my might, but if you absorbed pure darkness before mastering gray darkness, it would cause problems when learning later. It's not impossible, but it would slow the process. I know you want to get strong fast. This is sincere advice from me, the one who has always supported your growth." He took the black medicine from the previous hunt and handed it to Thurn. "This gift is for you." Thurn was surprised. "Isn't this black medicine? Why are you giving me such a precious thing?" Christian waved his hand. "Because you're my brother. What other reason is there?" In reality, he thought, "I've already eaten something better anyway." The words moved Thurn, tears rolling down his cheeks, but he tried to hold them back. He gripped his black handkerchief and asked, "If you've changed like this, why did you act like an idiot when Mother was dying? Do you know how much pain Mother was in when you weren't there?" Christian didn't understand that memory, it wasn't his. He sat down beside Thurn and whispered, "I didn't understand at that time." Time passed, and the scene shifted to the main family. The dark holy rite candidates were already present. Getting off the carriage, Christian complained, "Ugh, I need to stretch. How far did we travel that my whole body is aching like this? Can't they open a teleportation gate? Can't believe this clan is so stingy." He gritted his teeth before Marie intervened. "Young master, how about a date for just the two of us?" Christian rolled his eyes. "Oh, my heart is racing." "But you don't have a heart." He observed the carriages outside the courtyard, thinking, the main family allows bringing one companion, so I chose Marie. We're bonded by a contract. He noticed a few people looking at him and whispering. Marie covered her mouth. "Wow, young master is famous now." Simon appeared, surprising everyone. "Isn't that the head butler? Why is he welcoming that loser?" "Greetings, young master. You've improved so much in just half a month." Christian complained. "Does the clan leader's secretary have nothing else to do?" Simon dropped his mocking look. "I came by order of the clan leader. He wants to meet you personally. You're not surprised? Did you guess it?" He winked mischievously, driving Christian mad. "No, I'm very surprised." Putting that aside, Simon led Christian to meet the clan leader. "Sir, I have brought the young master," Simon said. The clan leader turned around. "Good. Long time no see, Christian." When Christian's gaze met the old man's, he immediately felt a terrifying pressure. He thought, this overwhelming aura. I can barely stand. Exuding this kind of dark energy, someone like me can't handle it. His whole body trembled. Clenching his fists to calm down, he replied, "Greetings to Duke Baron, the great lord of the black magic family." Baron asked, "Aren't you surprised by this sudden meeting?" Christian replied confidently, "I already guessed you would call me. A new star has appeared in the family." The confident words made Baron laugh. "Haha, that's right. Both Marion and Simon couldn't help but praise you, but I'm not sure what to expect from you. Even if you're a great seed, only time will prove how you develop. You might just be a seedling that falls as soon as it sprouts." His words carried a hint of contempt, but Christian wasn't angry. He nodded, "You're right. I'm still too lacking to live up to your expectations, but isn't that what the future is for? Only time will prove whether a seedling exceeds expectations, becomes an ancient tree, or becomes a freak overshadowing the great ancient tree.
I won't let you down.
Christian's words were full of hidden meaning.
Baron didn't seem to want to hear more, waving his hand. I will have high expectations of you. Now you may go. As Christian left the room, Marion turned to her father. What do you think of the boy?
Baron was blunt. He is far beyond my expectations, but with great talent, his fate is even more arduous.
You know that, don't you?
Bloody winds are blowing toward the magic empire, but today, this small ray of hope. His eyes showed anticipation. That child might fulfill the dream I've cherished for so long. Time passed quickly, and the scene shifted to the night before the dark holy rite.
The main family held a welcome party.
At the entrance, two servants announced loudly, "The eldest son of Count Kaza has arrived, Christian Baron Kaza." Christian stepped into the grand hall confidently.
His arrival made some uncomfortable, whispering, "Why did the clan leader meet a fool like him? Who knows, he looks like a suck-up."
Christian wasn't deaf. He heard the sarcasm clearly. He told himself, as expected, "I'm too handsome." Good heavens, being handsome is also a burden. Seeing a servant passing by with wine, he was intrigued. "Hey, that's wine, right?" He reached out to take it, but the girl refused. "Young master isn't old enough.
Drink some ginger water."
She poured a glass and handed it to him. Christian screamed internally, "Damn these tactless demons.
I don't want ginger water."
Suddenly, a shout rang out, attracting everyone. "The young masters and ladies have arrived."
Eyes turned toward the entrance. 4 people walked into the grand hall.
First was the second young master Eskid Jebberin, the handsome guy who had been plotting against Christian since childhood.
Next was the eldest young lady Julian Jebberin, the second young lady Jupi Jebberin,
and the third young master Misak Jebberin.
Christian was relieved. The crazy eldest young master isn't here. He thought, Eskid, what should I say? The victim of your little game, the one who dirtied your reputation? But Eskid walked past as if he didn't exist.
Christian was furious, cursing under his breath, "Bastard.
After everything, he doesn't dare look me in the eye? I must be like an ant to him." Julian stepped forward, slightly lifting her dress to greet him. Christian remembered Marion's warning, "Watch out for the eldest lady."
But looking closely, he saw nothing unusual.
Telling himself, "I'll find out later. Scouting is enough for today, it's time to prepare for the ritual."
As he turned, a butler coughed a few times, reminding, "Greetings, young Master Christian.
I am a summoner working for young Master Lion." Christian was annoyed. "So what?" For replied, "I heard an unworthy person will be participating in the Dark Holy Rite tomorrow.
I'm worried that someone incompetent might cause an accident and tarnish the reputation of the black magic family."
Christian understood the implication. "You're saying I'm incompetent, right?" For replied, "You only need to prove the opposite." Christian looked up to the second floor, where Lion was standing,
cursing under his breath, "If you don't like it, come down yourself, but I'll say it straight during the ritual."
He threw the glass of water aside. "Fine, what's so hard about proving it? Now show me your tricks." For was confused. "What? Right here? You don't even have a weapon." Christian waved him off. "Do you expect me to use a weapon to deal with you?" For roared in anger, "You'll regret this." Christian sneered, "How could I? I think you're the one who will regret it." The confrontation drew the attention of Julian and Jupi from afar.
Time passed quickly, and the guests on all sides paled as they witnessed the scene before them. Old Man 4 was punched and kicked mercilessly by several ghosts, only able to cover his head and take the beating. In another corner, Christian was being served like an emperor by 3 ghosts. Everyone couldn't believe it. What did I just see? The summoner started with the evil spirits, but with a mere flick of Christian's hand, they turned to tear their master apart? How did he seize control so quickly? After savoring the feeling of being served, Christian stood up and looked toward Lion. Was that Master Lion's will just now? Is the direct heir of the Dark Demon family really that pathetic? If you're dissatisfied, then challenge me properly. The remark made Lion's face flush with embarrassment. He hurriedly denied, "This has nothing to do with me." Christian scoffed, "Even a fool wouldn't believe that lie. But I'll believe you this time. See you at the Dark Sacred Rite." He turned and left, hiding his angry expression, thinking to himself, "Coward. Next time, I'll teach you some manners." The day of the Dark Sacred Rite arrived. As the candidates gathered, Christian let out a long, bored yawn. Aloys asked in surprise, "Hey, aren't you worried at all? You caused such a scene yesterday." Christian turned to him, surprised, "Why are you here? I already warned you." "Kid, how could I dare to postpone the ceremony, you lunatic? Aloys reminded him. At the same time, Lion stepped forward. His appearance made the anger within Christian flare up. He tried to restrain himself from rushing over and punching him in the face.
The host appeared and announced, "Is everyone here?
I am Sebastian, deputy butler of the main building. Now, I will lead you to the sanctuary of the dark sacred rite." He struck his cane hard against the floor. The main hall trembled, revealing a secret underground passage.
The candidates were astonished. "It's underground?" Aloys exclaimed.
Christian, with his experience, felt something different. That's not right.
How could this be magic used to create an imaginary space? Sebastian didn't care about their surprise and stepped quickly down the stairs.
Despite his short stature, he moved unexpectedly fast.
The group panicked and ran after him. "Hurry, he's leaving us behind."
They exhausted themselves trying to keep up, but the further they went, the more difficult it became. Before even reaching the sanctuary, the whole crowd was exhausted, dripping with sweat.
How strange. Isn't this going underground? Why is there such a steep incline? Seeing the candidates falling behind, Sebastian turned around. "Hurry up, the ground won't support you forever."
No sooner had he finished than the ground shook, throwing 2 candidates aside. The others were terrified.
Sebastian continued, "We're running late, so I'm going to speed up." He dashed forward like a machine.
A moment later, 2 more people were tossed aside.
Lion thought triumphantly, "Are the losers failing to keep up? Pathetic vermin."
But he was stunned to see Christian running alongside him,
completely relaxed, without a single drop of sweat. Why isn't he sweating? Sensing Lion's gaze, Christian teased, "Have you given it your all?
Turns out you're just talk, no substance."
Shouldn't a direct air be better than this? Didn't they give you enough supplements?
He secretly criticized the other candidates. Idiots, their ignorance only makes their bodies suffer. Running with all their might in a virtual space is such a waste of energy.
No matter how hard I try, my stamina doesn't drain. I just need to shift the incantation, and I'm invincible here. Sebastian noticed Christian's ease. "Oh ho, must be young Master Christian, isn't it?"
As time passed, the group arrived at the sanctuary. Except for Christian, the other 3 were near death from exhaustion.
Aloys couldn't help his curiosity. "Why are you completely unaffected?"
Christian didn't explain his trick and scolded him. "That's why you need to train your body more.
Stop riding magic beasts everywhere all the time."
A pale man, looking as if he were about to die, stepped out. "Welcome, everyone. This is the sanctuary, a place where pure dark energy erupts continuously.
We call it the Holy Chamber. I am Rihu, the manager of the sanctuary. Greetings, young masters and young ladies. Today, you must claim the great pure darkness like the third-ranked demon lord, destroyer of darkness, the progenitor of the dark demon family," Rihu said,
waving his hand to create 4 streams of white energy,
directed at 4 doors. He explained, "However, there isn't enough to share.
The magic beasts inside will test your qualifications."
Christian eagerly raised his hand. "So you mean it all depends on who gets there first, right?"
Rihu looked at him approvingly. "Exactly. Smart as expected, young Master Christian."
Someone spoke up. "If there's an incident between candidates during the ritual, will we be disqualified?"
Rihu replied, "Each person goes down a different path, you shouldn't run into each other.
But if you rarely do, avoid conflict.
Wasting time only gives others an advantage.
Focus on your own safety.
Good luck." Right after that, the 4 candidates lunged into the doors with everything they had. Seeing their hurried forms, Sebastian got an idea.
"Wanna bet some blood on who?" Before he could finish, Rihu disappeared, making him stomp his foot in frustration. "Ignoring me like that? How cold."
The scene shifted to Lion. In the corridor, he encountered a 4-eyed black dog spitting fire.
Upon spotting Lion, it barked wildly, its mouth spewing scorching flames. Lion concentrated dark energy into his palm, sped up, and landed a punch right into the beast's jaw.
It spat blood, howling in pain.
After an easy takedown, Lion said confidently, "At best, it's a low-level rank 2 magic beast. With me, a high-level rank 2, they're nothing."
That bastard Christian must be struggling. Each path has the same distance and trials, but I bribed the mage so Christian's path would have stronger magic beasts. He'll run into a few ferocious ones and die a miserable death. A death in the dark sacred rite will be ignored.
This is your graveyard. Not long after, Lion arrived in front of a large door.
There it is, the entrance to the sanctuary.
"I'm definitely the first one."
He was triumphant, but Christian's voice rang out beside him. "You're too slow.
Why waste so much time? I thought I'd die of boredom waiting so long." Lion panicked. "How did you get here so fast?"
Christian scratched his head. "It wasn't difficult."
Sebastian was shocked. "Impossible.
Your path should have had stronger magic beasts. After saying that, he realized his slip of the tongue and quickly fell silent. But Christian heard it clearly and sneered, I see. No wonder I felt they were stronger than usual. So it was your doing. He warmed up his hands, ready to beat Lion. Lion also wanted to go all out. What did you just say? Who do you think you are? Christian provoked him. Come on, it's just the two of us here. No need for formalities. Lion clenched his fists, enveloped in dark power, and roared, You arrogant brat. Conflict between candidates is forbidden, but I'll crush you right now. He lunged forward, throwing an uppercut from the right. Christian leaned to dodge it lightly, recognizing the technique, magic combat art. To increase close-range magic power or snap an opponent's joints, Lion kept punching like a machine, but none of the blows hit Christian. He was furious. You annoying little rat. Lion lunged again, aiming for Christian's left arm to break it, but that was a trap Christian had intentionally laid. You idiot, he mocked, grabbing Lion's wrist with his right hand, and twisting it backward to his utter astonishment. Don't cry if it hurts, Christian remarked, applying force that made Lion howl in pain. Before long, Alois came lumbering over. Hey, am I late? He stood there dumbfounded seeing the two candidates beaten to a pulp by Christian. Did you do this? Christian scolded, You're too slow. Should you knock yourself out, or should I do it for you? Alois wasn't one to back down, activating his magic for a fight. I'm not just going to sit here. Bring it on. But with just a few simple strikes, Christian knocked Alois to the floor. Oh, a familiar feeling. They'll be coming to take them away soon. If things stay like this for another 5 years, the first great war against the Alliance will break out. I have to take control of the Dark Demon family before then. Therefore, I can't share a single bit of the holy dark energy with you guys. Cleaning up is done, now it's time to possess the holy dark. With this thought, Christian slowly pushed open the large door in front of him. The dark sacred right grants power to demons, the ability to become truly transcendent. The Patriarch, who absorbed 80% of the holy dark power, is one of the strongest beings alive, even among demon lords. The Destroyer of Darkness had absorbed 90% of the pure dark energy to become a demon lord. That means if I take 100%, I could even surpass the Demon Emperor, Christian thought, reaching his hand toward the orb of dark energy before him. As he touched it, a terrifying surge of energy like a flood poured into his body. Time passed, and the scene shifted to a meeting room. They were discussing the fact that all candidates of the Dark Sacred Rite had been eliminated. Unbelievable. Except for Christian, everyone was disqualified. What a disaster. A brown-haired man spoke up. Young Master Lion is in critical condition. He probably used foul play, forbidden magical tools, the gray-haired one added. We must investigate thoroughly to punish him. But the second young lady, Julian, raised her hand to stop them. No need. That bastard couldn't have entered the sanctuary 2 days without leaving. He must have definitely been crushed to death by the dark sacred rite. Even the Patriarch has an absorption limit. He's dead. Not even a corpse left. She stood up to leave, her face filled with murderous intent, which the two subordinates didn't notice. Julian told herself, even if he survived, I will kill him with my own hands. When my father died in the war against the Alliance, Lion and I were adopted by Viscount Len. My status in the family isn't secure. Lion didn't receive the dark sacred rite. No one supports him as successor. Christian, I will repay this humiliating debt. She gritted her teeth tightly. In another corner, some servants were gossiping about Christian. Has that useless guy still not come out yet? A young maid asked. The person opposite her waved a hand, laughing. Definitely dead. That's the punishment for greed without knowing one's place. Look, she's still waiting for her master, but she'll be meeting his ghost soon. No sooner had she finished than the bag on her back was blasted through by energy. Mary stepped forward, furious. My heart flutters when waiting for my young master. But if you keep being noisy around me, you yourselves will become ghosts by my hand, understand? Her face was fierce, and the two servants ran away in a panic. Mary worriedly thought to herself, please come back. A man making a young lady wait like this isn't cool at all. The scene shifted to Christian opening his eyes, floating in a purple space. A heavy pressure suffocated his breath. Only 70%? Harder than I thought. No, must endure. The real challenge begins at 90%. If I exceed the limit, my core will shatter, and I'll die before the war even starts. Suddenly, he remembered, right, Dragon Heart, the dragon race possesses the largest container for a power core. If I simulate a dragon heart for a few minutes, I can endure it. Thought, action, Christian applied mana to his heart, simulating a dragon heart. But before absorbing much more, cracks appeared on his heart. He cried out in pain, quickly stopping. No. This is the limit. A voice echoed, do you need help? A giant female silhouette appeared. Christian exclaimed, Mefina, why is a demon here? Demonic power is about communicating with darkness. It shouldn't be hard for her. Mefina laughed, I can help you unconditionally. Christian considered and asked, why? She replied, smiling, just a fleeting whim. Now, take my hand, absorb all the dark sacred right. She reached her hand toward him. A week later, Patriarch Baron was enjoying tea, asking Simon, still no news, hard to say he survived, right? His voice was disappointed. Marion, Christian's aunt, criticized, boundless greed. Why did he bet like that? Simon added, Viscount Len who is currently in charge, agrees with you. He wants to close the entrance to the sanctuary early. Are you ordering it, sir? Baron pondered for a few seconds. The little brat wants to test this old man. Blood Shadow, do you think that reckless child is still alive? Simon shrugged, the probability is near zero. But isn't he interesting? Baron sighed, ordering, tell him to open it for one more day. Marion felt a sense of relief inside. Simon laughed, as you command. Christian's energy core was overwhelmed by pure dark energy. As a result, his heart was in pain and the energy core could explode at any moment. Mefina told him to take her hand before it was too late. Instead of accepting the help, he stubbornly refused. Hearing that, she said he was incredibly stupid, and that he should know humans have limits they are not allowed to cross. Hearing this, our Christian got angry, saying that she seemed to have forgotten something. As they were in a world full of concepts, Christian's next action shocked her. As he began to glow, his hair turned gray, his eyes fiery red. Christian grew red horns and turned into a demon. His previous action was demonification, which left her amazed. Honestly, it looked really cool. This technique is the ultimate secret of a mysterious family. It is a forbidden spell where a human temporarily turns into a demon to release explosive power. Though powerful, it is lethal to the user. Previously, Lena died after using this spell. Perhaps that fox girl taught Christian all the information about demon families. If he removes the parts of the spell that amplify dark energy, he could exploit the dark energy of this world and create a bowl to collect energy without suffering any penalties. When Christian created the bowl, the dark energy began to accumulate slowly and steadily. Mefina couldn't believe it. When Christian created a black crescent moon, there was no way a common human like an insect could exceed human limits, as she said. He confidently declared that it was because he was a genius. As he left the space, he told her that she could continue to live there, but he would be leaving. As he walked away, she said she would see him again another time. Hearing that, Christian turned back, and right before the teleportation gate closed, he gave her the middle finger, telling her to get lost. She was silent for a moment, then realized what he meant and burst into laughter. Christian escaped, cursing her, saying he would go crazy if he met her again, calling her a noisy demon. Christian wondered how much time had passed. According to him, it was probably a week, so the family must be in chaos. He dispelled the demonification and said it was time to play a prank. After a while, a butler burst into the Lord's office, reporting that Christian had returned. Hearing this, everyone in the room was shocked, asking how he was still alive. The acting head, called Viscount Len told his subordinate to give details. He said Christian survived but was only gasping for air. As a result, he was extremely exhausted. According to the healer, he felt pure dark energy, but it was very chaotic, so it was difficult to use this energy. Someone cursed Christian, saying nothing could be expected from someone like Christian, and there was no way he could have absorbed more than 80% of the holy darkness. Energy was wasted because of that, and a fat guy told the Lord that Christian had to be held responsible. With a cold face, he said he would keep it in mind and told them to leave as the meeting was over. After they left, he asked someone if the report was accurate. The person said he had observed Christian beside the healer, and clearly his energy core had problems. Hearing that, he continued tapping his fingers on the table, making the old man nervous as he saw him silent. With a colder look, he said that Lion needed to become the young master, a sacrifice and key for the plan with the poisonous magic family. The crazy Viscount Lenham said that the extermination plan, involving something called Jupi, had been postponed. As for Christian, it was concerning that his father was paying attention to Christian. Because of him, the flow of the river had been disturbed. Hearing that, the man was as silent as if he needed to go to the restroom. After a few annoying desk taps, he ordered Christian to be brought to the Shadow Hall the next day. He would announce the disposal of Christian before the vassals. The next day, when Christian was summoned, he thought they were trying to get rid of him, because everyone important had gathered. Viscount Lanham asked Christian if he was aware of his crimes in the sacred ritual. Christian said he knew, while the leader saw his energy core was distorted. He demanded an explanation from Christian, and he said that his peers weren't worthy of the lineage, so he should have beaten them harder. Hearing that, an ugly woman in a suit was angry. Viscount Lanham explained that Christian's mistake was that even though he monopolized the precious resources of the shadow magic family, he didn't achieve results worthy of that privilege. Christian asked him based on what criteria he reached this conclusion. He said the minimum purity was 70%. Christian asked what penalty he would face if it were under 70%. The fish-faced guy said he wouldn't inherit any shadow magic techniques, would be banned from the family's main area, and denied the right to succeed the Kazakount family. Christian acted uninterested, asking how he would measure when even he couldn't measure accurately. Just then, the fake Eskid raised his hand, saying that although Christian's core was chaotic, a shadow energy collision could measure purity, as he had absorbed 70% of the holy darkness. If Christian could overwhelm him, that meant Christian had achieved a greater accomplishment. Shadow energy collision is a pure battle to measure the superiority of dark energy between two people. With the same amount of energy, the person with higher purity will overwhelm immediately. But when pure energy of the same level collides, the person with higher purity wins. According to Christian, this was the perfect way to destroy his core. He thought this guy was more sinister than he imagined. Before starting, Christian set a condition: if he achieved a great enough result, they had to support him and allow him to challenge for the young master position. Hearing that, some were shocked. But his terrible brother agreed, saying it didn't matter if it was main or branch line when aiming for the young master seat. When others were silent, he said that was the way of the magic empire, where the strong rule the weak. Stepping onto the stage, he told Christian that, in shadow energy collision, if not controlled enough, the core could be damaged. To be on the same level, he only used 2-star entry-level dark energy. When they unleashed energy, Christian said he didn't need to do that and should worry about his own precious core. When Christian unleashed energy, the jerk said that hearing him talk made him look forward to it. Upon collision, Christian immediately overwhelmed his 2-star energy. The guy was shocked because his energy was neutralized without Christian needing to gather power. He used expert level 2-star energy, but the result was the same. Christian saw this performance, saying it was disappointing. He provoked him further, saying he acted arrogant but was so weak. Provoked, he unleashed his aura. Others said it was 4-star dark energy. If it hit, it would shatter Christian's core. A dragon-shaped energy appeared around him, but from the other side, another energy formed. A giant claw enough to crush the dragon appeared, so huge that the dragon looked like an ant. Christian told the guy that in energy collision, if not controlled enough, the core could be damaged, so he should be careful. The energy damaged his core, making him spit blood. The servant worriedly called him. Christian withdrew his energy, thinking it wasn't enough and he should have shattered his core. Being smart, he only hesitated a bit. He declared to everyone that Christian had at least 90% purity. Hearing that, everyone was shocked, and Christian turned to tell the Lord that now he had the right to become the young master. Hearing that, Viscount Lanham was shocked, showing no reaction on his ugly face. As usual, the ugly jerk continued tapping his fingers on the table, then told Christian that as promised, he would be allowed to take the young master test. However, no member of the branch family had ever taken this test. As the acting head, he would randomly choose a test for Christian. Christian thought to himself that he meant he would give an impossible test. His level would be evaluated in 2 stages. First, he had to prove his talent. Next, he needed to achieve a feat worthy of the young master position. Christian asked how he would prove his talent, and the jerk demanded he reach 3-star level within 3 months. Christian calmly said that if it was just that, he was a genius so it wouldn't be too hard. The other guy was silent, then said he looked forward to seeing what he would achieve in 3 months. Afterwards, in a quiet room, the 2 jerks sat facing each other. While sipping tea, he was disappointed in Eskid, saying it was all his fault for underestimating Christian. Because of that, even his energy core was damaged. They had to deal with Christian quickly before he became a problem. He told the junior not to worry, because they intentionally didn't absorb more than 70% of the pure dark energy. The higher the purity, the harder it is to upgrade energy. This difficulty increases exponentially, meaning reaching the 3-star level would take many times longer than others. He asked the other guy what he thought since Christian had already absorbed 90%.
Even if you're a genius, there's no way you can break through that wall.
Turning to Christian, Marie brought him some food and mentioned that the news of his performance had already spread all throughout the mansion. She told him that he made her proud and that her heart was fluttering because of him, but Christian just said that was a bit embarrassing. Marie replied that while she was waiting for Christian, she finally realized what her true feelings were. She said that every day spent waiting for him felt as long as an eternity. Hearing that, Christian started reflecting on all his past memories. The fox girl was worried about Christian, while the saintess insisted that with his agility, there was no way he could have gotten hurt. She was Rana, and she told him to reach out his hand to her. Hearing that, the fox girl teased that she could just be honest and admit she was worried about him. Hearing that, she got shy and said that even the hero was worried about Christian. Remembering it all, Christian felt happy. He thought about how, after escaping the edge of hell where everyone just wanted him dead, his whole life had been filled with nothing but bloodshed, at least until he met people with such warm hearts. As Marie prepared some blood juice, Christian said that he could finally say the things he hadn't been able to say before,
thanking Marie for waiting for him.
Hearing this, she grew bashful, saying that he finally understood her true feelings. She pretended that her heart was beating fast, but Christian pointed out that she didn't even have a heart to begin with. She gave a cheesy reply that her heart had been stolen by Christian. Christian told her that since she had waited for him, he would give her a reward, suggesting they go for a walk together.
Hearing that, she went wild with excitement,
dressing herself up gorgeously for their walk. She was truly a work of art, and he thought she really should have a real body soon. Christian thought that relaxing once in a while was nice, but he still had to reach 3 stars within 3 months. He figured it would be tough, even with the guidance from the branch tutor, as handling over 90% of the darkness alone was still a massive challenge. Just then, a voice cut in, telling him he was only good at causing trouble. Turning around, it was Christian's aunt, and he greeted her. She asked if this was really the time for him to be carefree and walking in the garden, and asked if he had found a teacher yet. He asked if it was supposed to be her, but he was disappointed when she said it wasn't. She shocked him by saying it was actually someone else. He told Marie to stay behind while he went, saying he would see her at dinner. As they walked down the stairs, Christian said he didn't know who the teacher was, but thanked his aunt for looking out for her nephew. She said he shouldn't be so quick to thank her, explaining that he would find out for himself, and that this teacher was not gentle at all. She added that none of her siblings could handle his training. She warned him that this opportunity didn't come often, so he absolutely couldn't disappoint him. When they arrived, his footsteps came to a halt. He stood there, staring at the person in front of him. Christian was so shocked he couldn't find the words. He asked her if the child in front of him was lost, wondering why someone 200 or 300 years old was masquerading as a kid. Seeing the child, Christian patted his head and asked where his parents were, but the look on the child's face was far more terrifying than he had anticipated. At that moment, Christian realized what he had just done. His aunt told him he had to show respect and greet him properly, as this was the incarnation of the clan leader. As he observed Christian, the leader greeted him with formal courtesy. When the dark energy radiated from Christian, he was shocked to see that the boy had already absorbed over 90%. He said Christian had achieved something incredible, but added that he should know it was a foolish decision, and Christian didn't disagree. The old man playing the role said that with 80% holy darkness, he had encountered walls much higher than anyone else. He shared that even their ancestors couldn't have reached that level without a blessing from the demon emperor. He couldn't even imagine the walls Christian was going to face. Therefore, he suggested returning a portion of Christian's dark energy back into ether. He told him that with his talent, 80% dark energy was enough, and anything more was just pure greed. Before he could finish, Christian asked why the Black Magic clan had been getting weaker. The question startled his aunt, but he just spoke bluntly, saying that even though they weren't on par with the Mystery Magic or Immortal Magic clans, the so-called heavens above, they were still the weakest among the 12 noble families. The old man asked if there was any reason for this. Christian said the Black Magic clan had developed far beyond the success of previous generations, thanks to the clan leader's achievements. However, other powers claimed the Black Magic clan wasn't what it used to be. He stated there was only one reason: they lacked individuals at the absolute level above 8 to 5 stars in strength. Hearing this, the old man fell silent. In the future, when the Demon King slaughtered his way through the Black Magic clan, Noldian died, leaving only a few 7-star demons and 10,000 soldiers to fight against the Demon King. In the end, they were defeated and forced into slavery. That was why absolute level figures of 8 stars or higher were so important, and the clan leader was surely worried about this. The old man agreed, saying he understood well, but he worried Christian would be crushed by pure dark energy and fail to develop. Christian asked if he was curious whether, with this power, he would just stop at strengthening the family or push past the trials,
to become a being of infinite power, dominating everything.
The old man laughed, saying Christian sure had a way with words. He told him he wouldn't regret it once the dark energy gathered at his feet.
Within seconds, a wave of dizziness hit him,
and he was swallowed into a pool of energy. Waking up, he hadn't even had time to get his bearings when he realized he was in a forest. A voice told him his first mission was to inherit pure dark energy, and Christian was baffled when he was told he had to survive. Behind him, a hungry two-headed bear appeared. Realizing its presence, Christian told himself he was in serious trouble. Through an orb, the old man watched Christian. His aunt realized this was a test and asked the clan leader why he threw a 2-star child into a 4-star magic cave. Hearing that, he snapped his fingers, and he summoned an additional stone lizard. His aunt apologized to her nephew because her words had made things even harder. The old man said that as Christian struggled to survive, he would face the true nature of pure dark energy.
Understanding comes fastest and deepest when you are pushed to the brink of death.
He hoped he wouldn't be seriously injured. Sitting in his chair, he asked Marion if she was ready.
She was ready with a box full of candy. He devoured them, saying he didn't know why.
But every time he used dark energy, he got a craving for sweets. This madman turned on the lights, saying that watching the video in the dark was the best. He was excited to see the results of his nephew. Christian was facing the two-headed bear and the stone lizard.
A single strike could finish him off.
The lizard spat out poison, and Christian dodged in a panic, as the poison melted the surrounding trees in an instant. Even so, this was just training. Christian called out to the clan leader, asking if he could hear him. He said there was no way the clan leader would give him an assignment without an answer. Since there was no answer, Christian said that to get it, he had to defeat a monster much stronger than himself. His aunt thought to herself that he just wanted to see him get beaten to a pulp. Christian confidently said it would be as easy as cake,
as he prepared to take them down in one blow.
Right then, the bear charged toward Christian.
As the blow was about to land, Christian thought its speed and power were immense.
While dodging, Christian told himself he had to find a way to beat them. From the observation orb, the old man remarked that Christian really had talent, explaining that Christian's movements were different. But Marion said that, in the end, Christian was still just a child. They were shocked to see that Christian had already taken down the bear,
which caught them completely off guard.
Turning to Christian, he contacted them, and they asked how he had finished it so easily. Christian explained that while the bear had high strength and defense, it lacked flexibility and magic resistance. Thanks to that, Christian exploited the weakness, injecting dark energy into its heart at the perfect moment. Marion was shocked by the technique Christian used, but before she could finish, the red-haired man appeared and said Christian had used black submission. He told the boy that it was his favorite technique.
Back to Christian's battle.
After taking down the bear, Christian realized he hadn't dealt with the lizard yet.
It didn't give Christian any rest, attacking immediately.
Christian dodged easily, but because it had 2 heads, the other one spat poison, and Christian almost couldn't avoid it in time. The lizard had 3 hearts, and if they weren't destroyed at the same time, it would regenerate. Christian tried a different approach, using dark energy like a rope, binding the lizard tightly to lock its movements. Then using immense force, it screeched with faint, dying cries. The entire monster was obliterated when its 3 cores shattered. The red-haired man said Christian had used an applied version of black destruction. The old man asked to see, telling him to get out of the way. He flew into a rage, asking Marion if she had taught Christian, but she immediately denied it, saying she knew nothing.
He said that wasn't something you could just learn.
But the red-haired man said if that were true, there would be no need to learn black magic. The clan leader remained silent, and the training ended. After Christian finished everything off, he was transported back to reality. With a foxy smile, Christian said he had to do a lot of thinking, but it was a great lesson, and he thanked the clan leader. While Marion and the red-haired man stayed silent, Christian mentioned that thanks to Duke Baron, he had taught himself how to apply black magic. Christian said arrogance wasn't allowed, but he would begin comprehensive black magic training. Christian told the bastards to get out, and they obeyed. As they left, Marion worried that this child might be too harsh on Christian. He asked Christian, before their first magic transmission,
what he thought about black magic. Christian bluntly replied that it was to overwhelm opponents with perfect dark energy.
He asked what Christian meant by perfect dark energy.
Christian was anxious because he didn't have an answer.
He told Christian to watch closely as he unlocked a seal. The next second, the whole place shook. He said this was the source of all darkness, as the area was enveloped by dark energy.
If he went down the deep staircase, 12 abysses awaited Christian,
and Christian had to devour the god in the darkness. In his hands, energy gathered,
forming a dagger made of pure energy.
The old man swung the dagger, and Christian felt a strike that symbolized death, one that could kill him. The space behind Christian shattered, and Christian struggled to breathe because he felt the blade clearly cutting through his neck. He explained it was the sword of intention, cutting only what it wanted to. As the sword vanished, he prepared to leave, telling Christian he would give him 1 month to sharpen the black sword he had just seen. He left without telling him how to do it, leaving Christian confused. Early the next morning, Christian went jogging around the training ground, then continued doing one-handed push-ups. Due to the intense workout, Christian was sweating and took off his shirt, and his back looked much more defined. But that was just a dream, as Christian was still as thin as a Barbie doll. Afterward, Christian sat in meditation, telling himself he had to get back to training. Pure dark energy gathered around Christian's hands, forming a dagger, but it failed miserably. Christian was unhappy, having lost count of how many times he had failed. Even when he could summon it, it only lasted for 10 seconds at most. Moreover, it was nothing compared to the clan leader's black sword. That sword was powerful and primal. He had once said, "Go down the deep stairs, 12 abysses are waiting for you. The crow searches for wisdom, accept and praise it." Christian thought that spell must hold the secret. 1 month later, the duo of Marion and the old man went down. He said Christian must have failed enough by now to realize his limits. He asked Marion if she was worried about Christian. Marion said there had to be a faster way, since there were only 2 months left until the succession test. The old man said that with the purity of the dark magic Christian was absorbing, rapid growth was impossible. If they pushed for progress, Christian would only hit a massive wall, so it was better to build a solid foundation. When they arrived and faced Christian, he was extremely surprised. Because Christian had successfully summoned the dagger, Christian said it was time for him to appear. They were shocked, and Christian thanked the clan leader, saying that thanks to him, he had reached the 3-star level faster than expected. Before he could finish, the sword vanished. Christian said, as he could see, pretending was the best he could do for now. It took Christian about a week to summon the black sword, but it felt like an empty shell. The mysterious spell he shared earlier, 12 abysses, meant the black sword had to contain all attributes of magic power. Hearing that, the old man was stunned because it was the true black sword. Not only did he exceed expectations, but Christian also understood the full meaning of the task. According to the clan leader, it usually took a year to summon a basic black sword, and a whole lifetime wasn't enough to understand the 12 types of magic and awaken the true black sword. Yet, Christian had done it in less than a month. Christian might truly be the only hope at the end of the cursed road of devils. The emotionless guy smiled, telling Christian to get ready. Starting from tomorrow, the lessons he would teach would not be easy. Instead of worrying, Christian was confident, saying it was fine and trusting the clan leader. Having overcome the first obstacle, Christian made a mischievous face, thinking about raising a glass to celebrate. Christian arrived at the exquisite wine cellar, dancing wildly with joy. Christian thought he deserved a break, drinking the expensive wine he never dared to dream of before. Christian thought he should drink it quickly before Marie came to take it away. Someone called Christian, making him jump and turn around. Turning back, it was a beautiful face, saying Christian was drinking in broad daylight as usual. Christian wondered who this 3-star demon was. Based on her eye color, she was not from the Dark Clan. With a serious look, Christian asked if she knew who he was. Hearing that, she was shocked, and her servant was also surprised. She asked what Christian meant, then flew into such a rage that she trembled, slapping Christian with magic power. Christian fell down before he could defend himself, and the servant told her to ignore him. No need to get involved with trash like Christian. As she turned away, the old man from the exam appeared, holding a bottle of wine. Christian was angry, calling her rude and asking who she was. He said she was Princess Marissa of the Poison Clan. Hearing that, Christian was stunned, because she could be Christian's fiancée, or more accurately, his ex-fiancée. Christian was in big trouble after this because he might have caused a problem. Switching to Marissa, as she walked through the hallway, she was so angry it showed on her face. In a flashback, an 8-year-old Marissa was playing with ants. Marissa thought to herself that everyone only talked to her brother, so she didn't understand why her father brought her to the Dark Clan. As Marissa focused on the ants, some busybodies whispered that she was an illegitimate child. They said they didn't know if Duke Baron had lost his mind since his son was useless, so they thought he wanted to marry off his daughter to find a son-in-law. Sensing a presence, Marissa looked up and saw Christian. Christian asked what a child was doing here alone. Seeing Christian for the first time, Marissa was captivated. "It seems our Christian is quite handsome." Marissa said she wasn't a child, but Marissa. Hearing that, Christian called her name, then introduced himself. Marissa realized Christian was the son of Count Kaza. Christian told Marissa not to mind what the adults said, advising Marissa to retaliate when she grew up. Initially, Marissa was surprised. Then Marissa said she would become the strongest demon and crush those who looked down on her. This made Christian blush, and he shyly said Marissa had ambition.
Marissa was shocked to see the spirit of a true Dark Clan demon.
Christian stood up, saying if Marissa intended to become the strongest, he should be on her side. Christian reached out his hand, calling Marissa the future strongest female demon, asking if Marissa would give him the honor of showing him around the Dark Clan mansion.
Hearing that, Marissa's face turned bright red.
She gently reached out and took his hand.
Returning to the present, Marissa tried to forget this, saying it was all in the past.
Although the engagement was arranged for peace between the two clans, the future Marissa once dreamed of that kept her awake at night had vanished. That version of Marissa was gone, as rumors of Christian's bad behavior reached her, making her burst into tears. A second later, Marissa arrived at the clan leader's office.
Duke Baron welcomed her and asked the purpose of her visit. Marissa said Duke Baron must know that a relic had appeared in the neutral zone between the two clans.
Duke Baron asked what the Poison Clan intended to do, since they had taken the relic last time. Duke Baron asked if Marissa would concede this time, but Marissa said she couldn't.
Marissa asked if Duke Baron would do the same if he were in her position. With a bit of courtesy, Duke Baron said Marissa wanted a fair competition.
Marissa said each clan would send a team, and whoever found the relic first would keep it. But the team was limited to 10 demons of 3 stars or lower to avoid direct conflict. Marissa was smart, saying that if they suffered heavy losses, only the enemy would benefit, especially given the instability in the Four Kings Abyss.
Duke Baron tapped the table and said he accepted the conditions.
Marissa was smart, so she was suspicious.
As to why Duke Baron agreed so easily, Duke Baron added a condition.
If the Poison Clan broke the agreement, the Dark Clan would take not only this relic but also the previous one.
Marissa demanded an explanation, and Duke Baron spoke about using tricks or ambushes, because traps and ambushes were Marissa's specialty.
With a serious look, Marissa said that would not happen and accepted the additional condition.
Duke Baron asked if Marissa would personally lead the Poison Clan's expedition team. Marissa confirmed that was the plan.
Duke Baron said he looked forward to seeing the power of the renowned 10,000 poisons. 2 months passed, and the seasons had changed. While Christian focused on training, many others also began to change their paths.
Some were conflicted because of past love,
while those who lost in competition were left behind.
Meanwhile, those who were jealous sharpened their blades,
and others began to act for the coming future. While a mysterious figure hid, others acted for the future. Christian faced a useless Duke Baron and was asked to prove his worth. Seizing the opportunity, Christian summoned the Dark Sword.
Seeing that, Christian's brother's face turned dark.
Looking at their expressions, Christian thought it was a priceless moment. The old man playing the role had once told Christian not to show the true black sword, lest he be given harder tasks. He told Christian not to be arrogant just because he was a genius. Currently, Christian smiled to himself, telling himself that today he had restrained himself as advised, but he looked forward to seeing their shocked faces later.
Duke Baron said he would recognize Christian's achievements and give him the second test.
They were about to send demons to find the relic in the neutral zone. Since the Poison Clan was also participating, if Christian succeeded, Duke Baron would recognize him as the heir. Christian was surprised because it sounded too easy. Christian asked if he would do it alone.
Duke Baron said Christian would join a team led by the second princess, Julian. Duke Baron said this mission was originally Lion's. With arrogance,
Duke Baron said this was an opportunity to go beyond Christian's status, so he should consider it an honor. Christian seriously said he would obey.
As they left, Duke Baron's brother asked his father if he was worried Christian would achieve more credit. Duke Baron stopped him,
telling him not to worry. Everything was going according to plan. Duke Baron told him to be ready when the time came. Outside, Christian thought he had guessed he would be sent on a life-threatening mission, but Christian had a bad feeling.
Remembering Duke Baron's words, Christian wondered what happened to Lion in the original timeline.
Initially, the one chosen to be the heir this time was not Christian,
but Lion.
But Christian had never heard of Lion during the Great War. In the past, Christian was forced by the fox girl to pet her continuously.
If he stopped, she wouldn't say anything, so Christian was forced to comply.
She told him about the Demon Charm event, a relic conflict between the Dark and Poison clans. This event was little known. Although the Dark clan team was wiped out during the relic expedition, the Poison clan also suffered losses, but both sides kept silent. The important thing was that this event sowed the seeds of disaster. She said Noldian died at the hands of Marquis Ranham.
If not for that, the rampaging Demon King wouldn't have easily conquered the Dark Clan.
The Demon Charm event accelerated the era of destruction.
The Dark Clan team was destroyed, meaning instead of Lion, Christian was put on the death list. But without evidence, taking action was too risky. Christian was currently only at 3 stars and couldn't do much, so he needed to prepare and go outside. Julian told Christian to wait, asking where Christian was going with that attitude. Christian asked why Julian cared where he was going or what he was doing. Julian said he heard Christian was also joining this expedition team, replacing Lion. Julian didn't like it, but Christian said he didn't need to do anything right away. Julian insulted him, calling Christian an idiot who couldn't do anything immediately. Hearing the insult about his brother, Julian threw a dagger at extreme speed. Christian saw the movement of the dagger clearly. With grace, Christian dodged without blinking. Seeing the fluid movement, Julian was shocked. Christian said that was enough of a greeting. Christian said they didn't like each other, so staying away from each other was better. Not letting Julian speak, Christian said he had things to do. As Julian retrieved the dagger pinned firmly into the rock, Julian was angry because Christian kept up with the movement with his eyes, but didn't dodge. Christian deliberately let Julian know. Julian thought Christian might be more dangerous than he imagined. Julian thought that because Christian had nothing to do, he wandered all over the city. Christian grabbed a beer and drank it all at once, but before Christian could drink, the shop owner snatched the glass from Christian's mouth. After that, Christian went to the gambling table and won a lot of money. This penniless guy ran around with a bunch of meat skewers until the kid next to him felt bored. Christian said it had been a long time since he had rested, and now he could live a lazy life. While continuing to devour the meat, Christian thought the shop he was looking for must be nearby. But first, Christian needed tea to chase away the pests that were following him. Christian found it annoying because they looked like people sent by that bastard. Suddenly, a mysterious figure grabbed Christian, telling Christian to keep quiet. Christian looked and saw a very beautiful girl. Christian asked who she was, but instead of answering, she said someone was following her, but her people had dealt with them. Christian wondered how that made him feel safe when she covered his mouth and dragged him here. Christian asked again who she was, and she mentioned something like 4 kings. Hearing that, Christian was shocked. She said she was the one trying to prevent the instability spreading in the kingdom. They should move to another place, and she asked if Christian wanted to join her. Christian was silent for a moment, then told her to lead the way. As they went deep into the alleys, Christian asked how far they would go. She continued to tell him, saying that the demons in the king's kingdom were disappearing without a trace. Even safe areas in the city were gradually being destroyed. Christian must know that the kingdom was being torn apart by conflicts between 3 clans, in a place dominated by power, and the clan leaders didn't care about the lives of ordinary demons. Therefore, she concluded that to purge criminal forces, help from many clans was needed, but she couldn't expect help without giving something in return. She would provide information that could calm the storm in the Dark Clan. She said that Marquis Ranham was colluding with a high-ranking member of the Poison Clan, and their goal was to assassinate Princess Marissa of the Poison Clan. Hearing this, Christian was shocked and worried because not only was he being targeted, but Marissa was too. Christian didn't understand why they would do that. If both clans lost their core figures, the troublemakers in the kingdom would become even more daring. Eventually, the balance between the 12 demon clans would collapse, leading to a greater tragedy. Therefore, she wanted to ask Christian to prepare for this expedition. When she revealed her enthusiastic face, she said she hoped Christian would become the heir of the Dark Clan and stand against those threatening peace. Christian was confused because she even knew about the Relic expedition and complimented their intelligence network. With a stern face, Christian asked why he should trust her when she had no proof. If she wanted to cooperate, she had to stake something. She was stunned for a moment, but Christian deliberately told her to get lost if there was no guarantee. She told Christian to wait and pulled something from her cloak. Seeing that, Christian was so shocked he went speechless. As Christian said goodbye, she also turned away, but tried to look back to confirm if he had really left, and a figure emerged from Christian's shadow. She told it why she couldn't reveal her true identity to Christian. A demon form said it was for her own good, because if Christian was in danger and revealed her information, everything would be worse. As she began to transform, she said for now she would observe from the sidelines. She called herself Adrin. Back to Christian, he walked normally, but then started laughing crazily because she had given Christian a VIP card. The thing Christian was looking for. The Dark Auction House, a secret method to trade relics and rare creatures. Only nobles or verified wealthy buyers were issued an entry card. Previously, no one in the hero group had a card, so it was very difficult to get into this place. The card had the name Ria de Wolfman, a name Christian had never heard. Christian recalled what had just happened, but felt it was too early to trust. Therefore, Christian decided to prepare more for the expedition. Christian told a man that he wanted to send a carrier pigeon. The man told Christian to write a message and send it off. Christian wrote something we couldn't read. Then a cute owl flew away. While Christian watched, Christian told himself that this was done. Now Christian had to go visit some guy because of his Barbie outfit. The video ends here. After a long journey,
Christian arrived at a place of magnificent luxury, where light from crystal chandeliers sparkled like stars, reflecting on the polished marble floors. The air exuded an air of nobility, making his heart race with a mix of awe and curiosity. As he stopped before the massive gates, a tall man dressed in a sleek black suit stepped out to block his path. He looked Christian up and down, a sarcastic tone ringing in his voice. Now, kid, this isn't the place for you. Get lost." Christian, his face hidden behind a mysterious mask, didn't flinch. He slowly raised his hand, revealing a VIP card gleaming under the lights, his voice cold but brimming with confidence. "How about this?" The card flashed like a declaration of authority. The man opposite him turned pale instantly, his eyes widening in shock, his mouth stuttering. This is. The arrogance from moments before vanished, replaced by a look of fear mixed with confusion. In the blink of an eye, his attitude did a 180-degree turn. He bowed low, his voice trembling as he tried to sound respectful. "I am terribly sorry, sir. It turns out you are a VIP guest. Please, come right in." Christian smirked, nodding in satisfaction, his icy gaze seemingly piercing the very soul of the man before him. "Well done," he replied briefly, walking through the gate with a nonchalant air. Inside, the magnificent scenery unfolded before his eyes like a palace out of a legend. The walls were intricately carved, deep red velvet curtains draped long, and the air was filled with a noble, floral scent. Guests dressed in lavish attire, looking like aristocrats, were chatting animatedly, their eyes sparkling with confidence and power. Christian scanned the area, silently evaluating every detail of this opulent space. Suddenly, an employee approached, his eyes cautious yet polite. "Greetings, sir," he bowed, his voice slightly hesitant. "Are you Ria de Wolfman?" Christian, still wearing his mask, offered a mysterious smile. He held up the VIP card and nodded in confirmation. "Exactly. Today, I am Ria de Wolfman. Is there a problem?" The employee frowned, his eyes scanning Christian as if trying to spot something unusual. Inside, he thought to himself, the voice is clearly a man's, yet. But on the surface, he maintained a professional smile. "Oh, no, not at all." Christian immediately cut him off, his voice sharp. "Then can you take me to see the branch manager?" The employee startled and stammered. "Why yes, right away." Christian frowned, his voice dropping into an authoritative tone. "Didn't you hear me? Lead me to the branch manager. Now." Not daring to hesitate, the employee hurried to lead Christian to a private room. This room was just as luxurious, with masterfully crafted furniture, from carved ebony tables to chairs upholstered in deep red velvet. Christian scanned the room, muttering to himself, "Truly the reputable Rudolph Merchant Guild. Everything is top tier." The Rudolph Merchant Guild, one of the greatest powers, on par with the Alliance's Dear Merchant Guild, not only dominates legal trade but also controls the black market, managing nearly the entire distribution network of the Magic Empire. Whatever Rudolph doesn't have, no one can get, Christian whispered to himself, the corner of his mouth curving up confidently. A few minutes later, the door swung open. A woman walked in, her demeanor authoritative yet undeniably alluring. She had long, lustrous hair and eyes so sharp they seemed to see through every secret. She strode directly toward Christian, her voice gentle yet powerful. "Apologies for keeping you waiting. I am Rubid, manager of this branch and the guild leader of the Rudolph Merchant Guild." She sat down in the chair opposite him, her gaze probing. "What is your business with me?" Christian leisurely took off his mask, revealing his true face. He got straight to the point, his voice calm yet icy. "Bring Louina here." Rubid was taken aback, repeating, "Excuse me?" Christian smirked, his eyes glinting with mockery. "You don't know Louina?" She replied, trying to keep a calm facade. "Oh, I know her. The guild leader of Deer, right? But even for us, it's impossible to bring the Alliance's guild leader here." Hearing this, Christian frowned slightly, his mocking smile becoming more pronounced. "Oh, really? But she's already here." Rubid froze, her eyes revealing clear confusion. I don't understand what you're talking about," she stammered, her hands gripping tightly. Christian looked straight at her, his voice dropping into a mysterious tone. "Must be thanks to the power of that artifact, right? You're disguised quite well." Rubid's whole body trembled, her teeth clenched, unable to speak. Christian continued, his tone light but sharp. "Anyway, we'll be seeing a lot of each other. Let's drop this cat and mouse game, shall we?" Instantly, a brilliant flash of light erupted from Rubid. She slowly reached up to remove her mask, revealing her true face, a face both beautiful and immensely proud.
She looked at Christian, her voice shaky but attempting to sound tough. How did you know? Christian just smiled mysteriously, not answering.
Inside, he recalled his past life, when he had been deceived by her countless times. Naturally, I paid her back 100-fold later, he thought to himself, his eyes flashing with a playful glint. He spoke up, his voice low and taunting, your disguise, a Rudolph guild leader using such cheap artifacts? The synergy with your gear is pretty pathetic, too.
Rubid looked at the mask in her hand, muttering, how could this be?
This, Christian laughed smugly, covering his mouth as if teasing her, probably because your face is too big to be covered.
The woman grew angry and pouted, that's not it at all.
She quickly regained her composure, her sharp eyes fixed on Christian. As for you, you're not the real Rhea de Wolfman either. I've heard your name's been making waves in the Magic Empire lately, dressing all flashy and whatnot.
Now you're lurking around here, probably haven't accomplished anything yet, have you? Borrowing someone else's name to get in here, I should have you kicked out right now.
Christian sighed lightly, pointing a finger directly at her, his voice full of challenge, threatening who?
Do you want me to start a rumor that the Alliance is conducting illegal trade within the Magic Empire?
His words were like a sharp blade. Rubid flared with anger, her body trembling, her lips pressed tight. She turned, her voice shaky, so, what do you want from me?
Christian just smiled, not answering immediately.
A while later, he left the guild, adorned with sparkling gold, jewels, and rich silks, along with a bag heavy with valuable items. He walked away with a smug look, his heart filled with amusement.
Recalling the moment Rubid was purple with rage, Christian muttered, nice. This should be just enough capital to borrow for now. Back in the room, Rubid had shouted, borrowing?
This is plain extortion. Christian only laughed loudly, replying, it's all to prevent the apocalypse. You should be grateful. Even so, he knew that this amount of wealth
was only enough to defend against a few vicious strikes the enemy was secretly preparing.
Returning to the barracks, Christian had barely set foot inside when he was intercepted by Jupian. The guy turned to him, his voice frustrated, hey, you, where have you been wandering off to? We're deploying the day after tomorrow, you should at least come and train. Christian, still basking in his small victory, lazily scratched his chin and replied, why bother training? I just got back, I'm exhausted. Like rowing, I'm useless anyway, why waste the energy? After saying that, he waved his hand and turned to leave, muttering, you guys keep working hard, then. Jupian gritted his teeth in anger, that bastard, but he kept his cool and sighed, fine, leave him be, he's not worth the opportunity. Just let him look after himself. If he doesn't earn any merit, it's his own loss. I just don't understand why he's acting like such an idiot. The next morning, gentle sunlight filtered through the window, illuminating the small but cozy kitchen. The faint scent of herbs mingled with the smell of burning wood in the fireplace, creating a space both peaceful and mysterious. Christian stood before the old wooden table, his deep blue eyes scanning the neatly arranged herbs. Opposite him, Rubid, or rather, the disguised Luina, stood with her arms crossed, her eyes cold, though she couldn't hide the anxiety lurking within her. Christian frowned slightly, his lips curling into a confident smile. He picked up a vibrant green leaf, admiring it in the light, his fingers grazing it as if evaluating a priceless treasure. Well done, he said, his voice deep and warm but filled with authority, his eyes glinting with satisfaction. Rubid furrowed her brows, curious yet suspicious. She stepped closer, her voice low but sharp. What do you intend to do with all of this? Christian didn't look up, just shrugged, his voice calm, that doesn't concern you.
Anything else?
Without waiting for an answer, Rubid huffed lightly and walked to the corner of the table. She placed an old leather suitcase on the wood, the iron latch making a harsh click as she opened it. Inside were strange objects, a golden toad shimmering with a metallic glow, a folding umbrella with bizarre patterns, and several other items that looked like they had stepped out of a myth. Christian scanned them, his expression one of surprise mixed with mockery. He muttered, his voice full of exclamation, what a pile of crude junk. I don't exactly have the luxury of choice these days, though. Rubid heard this, her eyes flashing with irritation. She turned and walked toward the door, her voice cold yet unable to hide her tension. I don't know what you're scheming, but this means my identity remains kept secret, right? Christian looked up and gave a slight nod, his mysterious smile still hanging on his lips. Of course. See you later. She stopped, turned her head, her lips pressed tight, her eyes sparking with fury. I don't want to see you ever again, she hissed, her voice echoing in the quiet space of the kitchen before she vanished behind the door.
Christian stood there, his eyes following her retreating back, muttering, "Luina, or should I call you Rubid now? The war will break out soon." His voice deepened, carrying a gloomy tone like a premonition of the coming storm. Suddenly, Rubid turned back, her eyes darkening, her brows knit tightly as if his words had touched a deep-seated fear. "You," he continued, "you, who move between the Alliance and the Black Empire, must know how unstable the continent's situation is right now. If war truly breaks out, all supply routes will be blocked. I'll have to cut ties with the Alliance or the Empire, and my profits will be halved. Do you understand that?" Christian smirked, his eyes as sharp as knives. "You think I don't know that? Considering the recent rumors from Dominion, the prospect of war isn't exactly baseless." Rubid bit her lip, her expression becoming serious. In her hand was a crumpled report documenting the latest info from the regional guild. The kingdom is unstable, civil war is spreading. Scout units have been sent to probe the Alliance's forces. The Black Empire's smuggling rights are at risk, a response plan is needed. She thought to herself, her heart heavy. Lately, the atmosphere in Dominion really isn't right. Many families are pushing hard for war with the Alliance. After a moment of contemplation, she looked up, staring straight at Christian, her voice full of suspicion. "Why are you telling me this? Do you think you can ask a common merchant like me to stop a war?" Christian laughed, his smile bright but enigmatic. "Of course not," he replied, his eyes sparkling as if seeing right through the future. "But you can become my sponsor. I will make that future without war a reality." Rubid was stunned, her eyes widening. "You can do that? How?" Christian stepped closer, his voice low but persuasive. "You know, for Dominion to declare war, they are forced to go through the southern demon kingdom, where the Black family resides. If I become the heir and get ready for war, we can avoid the worst-case scenario. That's also the only chance you have to keep your profits from being cut in half." He paused, holding his hand out, his gaze unwavering. "Are you in?" Rubid pondered, her eyes sweeping over Christian's face. In her heart, she thought, his eyes aren't those of a liar. Investing in him, perhaps it's worth a try. After a moment of hesitation, she reached out and took his hand, her voice firm. "All right, I accept. But if you betray my trust even once, I will." Christian smiled, interrupting her. "Don't worry, I'm not a man of broken promises." Inside, he muttered to himself, "Besides, I have plenty of reasons to use you." He waved goodbye, his voice full of fake sweetness. "Take care then, you filthy money grabber." Rubid gritted her teeth, anger flashing in her eyes, but she just huffed coldly and turned away. That afternoon, Christian sat in the corner of the room, sweat pouring down his forehead. In front of him was a stone mortar and a rock-hard block of herbs. He gripped the pestle and ground hard, each strike echoing with a dry thud. Wiping his sweat away, he sighed exhaustedly. "If even a high-ranking member of the Black Clan is getting involved, I'd better have the antidote ready." He glanced at the pile of herbs nearby, muttering, "It's been a while since I've concocted anything myself. I hope my skills haven't gotten rusty." In his head, memories flooded back like a torrent. Many months ago, at the Medical Clan's academy, the loud shouting of Ella, the white-haired girl, still echoed. "Fan it harder. Haven't you eaten yet?" Ella, the 26th child of the Medical Clan, stood behind him, her voice ironclad. "Didn't I tell you already? Some herbs only take effect when cooked over a high flame." Christian at that time, drenched in sweat, fanned while grumbling, "It's too slow, the pot is hot enough, lie down." In his heart, he remembered the first time he met Ella on the battlefield, during the First Great War. Despite being young, she was forced to the front lines, carrying the pain of her entire clan slaughtered by the blood-drinking Demon King. The Medical Clan, the best in medicine within the Alliance, had become a thorn in the Demon King's side, and Ella was the only survivor. Ella looked at Christian, her eyes curious yet suspicious. "You seem strange no matter how I look at you. You recreated my clan's secret medicine with just a few explanations. How have I never met you before?" Christian replied, his voice mocking. "Is the Medical Clan really called geniuses? Even the family head is this weak and sickly." Ella coughed violently, blood spewing out, her hands clenching. She roared, "You insolent jerk! The reason I'm still alive after what the Demon King did is because of my medicine." Her voice dropped, full of pain. "I can't just lie here like this. In that hellish world, those writhing in pain never find relief. It's truly tragic that the lineage of the Medical Clan ends here." Christian looked at her, his eyes showing a touch of pity. He said, "There's nothing more useless than clinging to the past. You should worry about resting." Ella glanced at the pile of ancient books nearby, her voice weak.
The book recording my clan's secret arts is the only part that survived the war. Please, take it. She coughed violently, blood staining her sleeves red. Christian hurried over, his voice gentle. Don't talk, rest. Ella grabbed his hand, her eyes determined. I have a favor to ask. Please, save those who are suffering in my stead. If you can do that, I will be at peace. Will you accept? Christian was silent for a few seconds, then said softly, From now on, can I call you master? Ella smiled, tears welling up. Someone like me isn't even worthy of being a teacher, let alone a master. But I've chosen the right disciple. After the time of learning, Christian became an excellent physician, known as the saint of the battlefield. Looking at the pill in his hand, he muttered, Master, perhaps you're living peacefully somewhere now, but in this life, I will still keep my promise. At Christian's mansion, in the deep blue sky, a messenger bird circled, carrying the letter Christian had sent home. In the luxurious living room, a servant bowed and reported, Sir, the young master has sent a letter. Count Khazar, Christian's father, his eyes lighting up with joy. He stepped forward, laughing loudly. Oh, finally some news. He held the letter, muttering, according to Marion, the boy got the heart-fixing herb safely. As expected, just like me in my younger days. Looking at the scribbled lines on the paper, he frowned. I wonder what he wrote. He turned to the servant, smiling. Looks like I have to prepare a few things for this son of mine. Scene at the Biskin mountain range. The next day, hazy dawn stretched across the Biskin mountains, where the borders of the Black Clan and the Poison Clan blended in the cold, dangerous air. The towering stone peaks, shrouded in fog, seemed to hide ancient secrets. Jupian's expedition group had gathered in an open space, a tense atmosphere hanging over them. Jupian, looking stern, stood before her troops, her voice sharp, no one acts alone. Stay in groups, at least 2. The subordinates answered in unison, their voices firm, understood, ma'am. Jupian turned to Christian, her gaze strict, you. But before she could finish, Christian raised a hand to cut her off, his eyes sparkling with indifference. I'll go alone, he said, his voice calm but arrogant. Jupian startled, her brows knitting. What? She hissed, her eyes flashing with irritation. Christian shrugged, the corner of his mouth curling into a mocking smile. Going alone is more comfortable. At your turtle-like pace, when will you finish exploring this area? The toxin has probably already been dealt with, but if we delay, they'll get there before us. Jupian's face darkened, her hands clenching, her voice dropping into a warning tone. This is an area with level 4 monsters and above. If you get into trouble, don't expect us to rescue you. Christian smirked, his eyes lazy and slightly bored. Don't become a burden to me, he replied, then suddenly pulled a small glass vial from his pocket, containing a few pills shimmering with a blue glow. He held the vial up, his voice calm. This is a specially formulated antidote for the Poison Clan. Take it. Jupian pouted, her eyes full of suspicion. I've already taken the medicine, I don't need it, she retorted, her voice blunt. Christian didn't mind, opening the vial and shaking 2 pills into his palm. This is more effective than your cheap stuff. Just take it, even if you think I'm just blowing hot air. Saying that, he popped the 2 pills into his mouth, his eyes flashing with a playful glint. Fine, suit yourself. Jupian gritted her teeth, flames of anger burning in her eyes. But before she could retort, a shrill voice rang out from afar. Oh my, internal conflicts already? Marissa, looking elegant, walked over with someone else. Her hair sparkled under the sunlight, her mischievous eyes scanning Jupian. You're too slow, Jupian said coldly, her voice full of blame. Marissa shrugged, a half-smile full of defiance. I arrived on time. You're just impatient. Should I praise you for not cheating and not scouting ahead? Jupian growled, her eyes as sharp as knives, no traps or ambushes during the expedition. Remember? Marissa smirked, her tone taunting, your tone is so grumpy. We're enemies, do you want me to speak politely? She took a step forward, leaning close to Jupian, her voice dropping provocatively, no need for that. Jupian turned, her voice firmly commanding her subordinates, Black Clan, move out. Marissa also turned away, waving her hand to signal, start the expedition. Whoever has checked the comms gear, proceed. The subordinates replied in unison, understood, ma'am. Christian, standing to the side, muttered, I'll go ahead then. Without waiting for a reaction, he turned and stepped straight into the dense forest, leaving Jupian standing stunned for a few seconds. She muttered to herself, her eyes burning with anger, this guy just ditched the comms gear. What the hell is he thinking? In the Biskin forest, Christian crossed the woods, his steps quick but alert. The ancient tree canopy blocked out the light, creating a gloomy space where the wind whistling through sounded like the whispers of death. Suddenly, a pack of monkey monsters burst from the bushes, shrieking loudly. With practiced skills, Christian easily took them down, his blade flashing in the darkness. He muttered, "In my past life, I wandered the demon world until my heels were worn down. I can distinguish monster territories just by closing my eyes. If I want to find level 4 monsters, I have to go deeper." As he walked, he recalled Jupian's words, "Don't expect rescue if you get into danger." He laughed, shaking his head in denial. Could she be worried about me? No way. Looking at her, it's like she wouldn't even bleed if she were stabbed. He frowned, his eyes flashing with alertness. Regardless, Count Langham's plot must have already begun. I haven't seen any assassins around here. First, I must find the sacred object. Suddenly, from afar, a familiar silhouette appeared. Marissa, with her shimmering hair and sharp eyes, emerged from the bushes. Their eyes met, and the space seemed to freeze. Both fell silent, and strange awkwardness enveloping them. Christian thought to himself, I didn't expect to wander into the Poison Clan's territory. He waved his hand, his voice gentle. I must have taken a wrong turn. I'll go another way. Marissa nodded slightly, her eyes showing a flash of shyness. Be careful, she said, her voice small but full of intent. Christian continued deeper into the forest, his heart full of vigilance. Suddenly, he stopped in his tracks, his eyes flashing as if he had discovered something. Their target is to harm Marissa. Who in the Poison Clan has the stature to sacrifice a princess? He turned around and called out, Hey, Marissa, I have a question. She started, turning back, her eyes curious. What is it? Christian, without thinking, blurted out, You're a bat, aren't you? Are you hated in your clan? As the words left his mouth, the air froze. Marissa was stunned, her eyes opening wide, her face flushed with anger. You're really a jerk, she screamed, her lips pressed tight, her eyes sparking with fury. Christian hurriedly raised his hand, his voice apologetic. I didn't mean it like that. I let it slip. Back then, I wasn't even considered a human in their eyes. Sorry if I was rude. But before he could finish, a bolt of blue energy whipped over his head, embedding itself deep into the tree behind him, leaving a deep hole. Christian turned pale, sweat beading on his forehead. Marissa stepped forward, eyes burning, her voice cold as ice. Apologize properly, right now. Christian froze, thinking to himself, she's this angry, this isn't just a simple family conflict. To know her true motive, I have to find the mastermind. But first, she is in danger. He inhaled deeply, breaking the tense atmosphere. Hey, you're breaking the rules, you know that? Marissa startled, her voice shaking. What did you just say? Christian pointed at the destroyed tree, his voice calm. Look at this tree. You attacked first, that means the Poison Clan is violating the law. The Black Clan is taking the sacred object, am I wrong? Marissa huffed coldly, pulling 3 colorful glass vials from her pocket. Her eyes sharp and cold. For insulting my clan, for the shame after the broken engagement, this is self-defense. Saying that, she swung her arm, throwing the 3 glass vials straight at Christian. Boom! The 3 vials exploded, creating a cloud of brilliantly colored toxic smoke. Christian coughed violently, his face turning pale. Strange runes began to appear on his body. He clutched his chest in pain, kneeling down. Marissa approached, her voice cold. This is blue simo flower. Just snap my fingers, and the poison will explode throughout your body. Apologize. She raised 3 more vials of poison, her eyes showing no mercy. Kneel down and beg for your life. Christian, in the cloud of poison, stammered, come on. But she didn't let him finish, throwing 3 more poison vials, making the toxic cloud even denser. Christian was nearly immobile, his body trembling. But suddenly, from within the smoke, his hands reached out, gripping Marissa's wrists. He stood up, face to face with her, his eyes sparkling with a strange determination. The space seemed to stop moving, bringing a magical sense of romance to the brink of life and death. His voice was deep and warm, hinting at recklessness. I'm afraid I can't do that. At this moment, Christian's whole body glowed with flowers emitting a shimmering, enchanting light that was beautiful but held deadly danger. That light was like a warning, both seductive and terrifying, making anyone who looked at it shudder. He slowly stepped forward, leaning close to the girl, his voice low and full of implication. They don't call you Little Poison without reason. His eyes flashed with a hint of mischief. I've heard this poison is so painful it can kill a person if it isn't neutralized. Is that true? The young girl blushed slightly, a touch of shyness flickering in her clear eyes. but she immediately swiped Christian's hand away with a firm tone. No way.
I am the only one who holds the antidote to this poison.
Her lips were pursed, her gaze sharp as if to challenge him. Christian curled his lips, a confident smile spreading across his face. He tilted his head, his voice carrying a hint of arrogance. Have you ever heard of the Divine Healer clan? I took inspiration from them and created this myself. He held up a small vial, the light reflecting brilliantly on his face.
I call this the multi-poison antidote. What do you think?
Hearing these bizarre words, the girl frowned, her delicate eyebrows knit tightly, her eyes full of suspicion. What the hell are you talking about? But before she could react further, Christian suddenly swung his arm, striking her neck hard. The strike was lightning fast, leaving her stunned, her eyes wide for a fleeting moment before she collapsed, falling unconscious into his arms. Looking at the beautiful girl lying still in his embrace, Christian whispered softly, his voice deep and warm but filled with determination, "Take a break.
I will definitely save you."
He gently laid her against an ancient tree trunk, his hands skillfully tying her up with a rope, his eyes never leaving her delicate face as she drifted into a slumber. She looked like a fairy in a dream, breathtakingly beautiful, but Christian did not let his emotions shake his resolve. He took a small orb from his pocket,
muttering, "It's time."
His fingers glided over the surface of the orb, and instantly, a topographical map appeared, its faint glow illuminating the dark forest. He determined his location, his sharp eyes scanning every detail on the map. Suddenly, from one side, the girl's guard received a signal.
A blue-haired man frowned, muttering, "A message from Lady Marissa? Scouting the cliff?"
The other man, his voice full of doubt, replied, "Why would the plan change so suddenly?" But then, a triumphant smile spread across the blue-haired man's lips. He clenched his fist, his voice excited, "Heh, now we don't have to run from those poison clan bastards." Christian, hidden in the shadows, heard every word. He curled his lips, his eyes flashing with confidence. Now I can focus entirely on finding the artifact. Scene change, deep in the forest. Christian moved swiftly through the trees, his body as light as a ghost, his speed so fast that he only left gusts of wind in his wake. As he moved, he muttered, his voice deep and haunting, "Holy artifacts, powered by demons or constellations. They have been hidden for centuries, or fallen from the sky as trials for the lowly creatures of this world. Go ahead and try to use them." He recalled the words of Rena, the chatterbox of the shadows. Holy artifacts were once discarded because of their unstable power, until the arch-scholar Langham spent 2 years researching how to use them. And that is also the reason why Lord Norgazu lost his life. He mumbled under his breath, "Nordian is not allowed to die. At the very least, not until I delay the destruction of this world." Suddenly, he stopped, his sharp eyes detecting a leaf with a corner missing.
As if bitten by something,
he crouched down, observing the strange footprints imprinted on the ground. His heart sank, his voice muttering with caution, "Footprints. In this land of demons, where no one is allowed to live, the holy artifact couldn't have grown legs and walked away. Someone has come before me." Christian immediately activated his stealth skill, his body merging into the space, invisible as a ghost. He headed deep into the forest, where a group of people were whispering. One man spoke up, his voice full of impatience, "Have the Black Clan arrived yet?" Another replied, "Not yet, sir." A young man standing in the middle said coldly, "How long do we have to wait?" These slow-witted maggots. Christian, hidden in the shadows, watched each of them. His eyes flashed as he felt their energy flow. Poison Clan. One 4-star guy. That woman is about 5 stars. But the other guy, his aura is murky, his energy core unclear. Who is he? Suddenly, a masked man spoke up, his voice filled with disdain. "Marissa, that girl is the source of all our trouble. I wouldn't mind if she just died already." Christian squinted, thinking to himself, the way he talks. He might be the direct heir of the Poison Clan. So, it was all just a power struggle for the throne after all. A man in white nodded, his voice deep, "Regardless, this will wipe out the rest of them." Christian mused, his eyes sharp, "So they are aiming for the holy artifact. But what kind of artifact is it?" "It doesn't matter. That's Langham's problem after he deals with Marissa." The masked man ordered, "Find out where those bastards are." The 2 guards nodded and immediately left. Only the purple-haired man remained, and Christian muttered, "Only the biggest fool is left. He's about 4 stars, I could take him head-on, but that would be too noisy. There must be a way to steal the artifact without drawing attention." Just then, from high above, a troop of monkeys screeched, drawing Christian's attention. He looked up, his lips curling into a confident smile. "Oh, I have an idea now. While the purple-haired man yawned in boredom, something dropped from a tree and hit him square on the head. He was startled, looked up, and shouted angrily, "What the hell? You little bastards, you pieces of trash." The monkeys didn't understand, only screeching in joy as they watched him go berserk. The purple-haired man roared, "You bastards, daring to mess with me? I won't let you get away with this." Christian, hiding behind a tree, chuckled softly and signaled for the monkeys to leave. The purple-haired man, fuming, chased after them, shouting loudly, "Get down here right now." When he was out of sight, Christian deactivated his stealth and approached the box on the ground. He muttered, "Now, let's have a little fun." He took out the summoning stone and put it around his neck. The stone emitted a mystical purple light, opening a subdimension. Christian rummaged through it, pulling out a box identical to the one containing the holy artifact. "I fixed up Rowena's old box to look brand new," he thought, his eyes flashing with mischief. He performed a switcheroo, placing the fake box in the original spot, laughing triumphantly as he did so. "The things you're about to chase are nothing but fakes." After completing the task, Christian opened the real box, his eyes focused. When he looked at the item inside, his face suddenly froze. He exclaimed, his voice full of surprise, Isn't this the Twilight necklace?" Scene change, Marissa's location. Marissa gradually woke up, her eyes fluttering open, faint light filtering through the canopy onto her face. Suddenly, her whole body jerked as she realized she was tied tightly to an ancient tree, the rope digging into her wrists. Anger surged in her chest, and she shouted, her voice full of indignation, "What the hell is this?" Memories flooded back, the image of Christian leaning in close, his low voice ringing in her ear, "They don't call you little poison for no reason." Thinking back to that moment, Marissa's eyes welled up with tears, feeling both embarrassed and furious. She gritted her teeth and screamed, "You coward!" She struggled violently, the rope chafing and burning her wrists, her mouth muttering in contempt, "You don't even apologize, and then you pull this dirty trick. Do you think I'm just a joke, Christian?" Suddenly, a sound from deep in the forest made her stop, her sharp eyes scanning the shadows. A voice rang out, "Found her." From the bushes, a brown-haired girl emerged, a sarcastic smirk on her face. "You're the princess of the Poison Clan, aren't you?" Marissa squinted, her gaze cautious. "Who are you?" Her voice was cold, but a spark of unease rose in her heart. Scene change, Jupian's group. Meanwhile, Jupian's group was still diligently searching the forest. Jupian held Christian's antidote vial, her eyes thoughtful, her fingers tightening around the glass as if to crush it. A red-haired youth turned to her, his voice suspicious. "Now that I think about it, princess, why did you give him an extra dose of the antidote?" Jupian paused, her heart in turmoil. She thought to herself, "Why did I think I could trust that bastard?" From afar, a guard ran up, panting, "Nothing found in this area, princess." Jupian nodded, her voice calm but sharp, "Understood. The other side is still searching, right?" The short-haired guard nodded, "Yes, they are still scouring the area." He hesitated, then asked, "But, will Master Christian be okay?" Jupian frowned slightly, not answering immediately. In her mind, she pictured the worst scenarios, Christian falling off a cliff, or worse, being snatched by a giant bird for acting on his own. She shook her head, brushing off those thoughts, and muttered, "He left on his own. What do you want me to do?" Dead or alive, he brought this on himself. Suddenly, a shout came from the distance, "Princess! We found the treasure!" Jupian started, turning her head, her eyes bright. She immediately followed the guards to the treasure location. Before her was an ancient box, a faint glow radiating from the carvings. Jupian curled her lips, her voice full of confidence. "It took more effort than I thought, but at least we won it before the Poison Clan." She turned to the person next to her and ordered, "Send the message immediately. Everyone gather at Lanka's Canyon." The guard nodded and replied immediately, "Yes, princess." A man in red standing outside shouted, "Did everyone hear that?" The princess said to prepare to return. The crowd replied in unison, "Yes, milady." They immediately headed toward Lanka's Canyon. A short-haired guard said excitedly, "Great job, princess. We got the treasure first. That means we beat the shadows, right?" But suddenly, a voice came from behind, "Princess." Jupian looked back, her eyes icy cold. The person continued, "That guy. He might be dead already, right? I mean Christian." Jupian paused, her heart wavering for a moment. She said in a low voice, "Team 1 and 2, stay behind and search for Christian. Even if it's just a corpse, bring it back." A guard questioned, his voice annoyed, "What? Why waste effort for that idiot?" Jupian replied, her voice sharp, "He's annoying, but he is direct lineage after all.
We must bring something back. The guard nodded, reluctant. I understand. Jupian turned away, ordering, the rest of you, follow me. But before she could take another step, a terrifying explosion rocked the cliff next to them. Earth and rocks collapsed, thick dust obscuring the path.
Another man looked toward the exit, panicked.
The exit is sealed.
Suddenly, from the mountain peak, a fierce green aura spread, carrying the breath of death.
Jupian immediately shouted, everyone, stay alert. We're being ambushed.
From the sky, a demonic blue flower plunged down, emitting a terrifying toxic gas.
In the blink of an eye, the people were poisoned, their faces pale, collapsing, only able to gasp, it's poison. On the mountain peak, a figure from the Poison Clan looked down, their ice cold. He sneered, it's done. Marissa's deadly green flower. I stole it from his laboratory.
No one will suspect anything, all the blame will fall on Marissa.
The figure descended to Jupian's group, thinking, risky, but to eliminate them in one go, this is the only way.
She glanced around, her eyes flashing with cruelty. Now, take the treasure to Marissa's laboratory. But suddenly, a trident flew from out of nowhere, aiming straight at her. The masked girl was startled, hurriedly summoning red claws, and shouted, no choice then.
I will finish you off myself. Anyway, you're no match for me.
Jupian, her whole body trembling with anger, gripped her sword and shouted, shut your mouth, you coward. Looking at the opponent in front of her, she frowned, thinking, he's at least a 5-star demon.
Marissa, I didn't expect you to stab me in the back. The masked girl laughed coldly. I'll end you quickly, so you won't suffer.
She lunged forward, her red claws aimed straight at Jupian. But suddenly, a figure plummeted from above, slamming into the ground, causing the masked girl to recoil in surprise.
Both looked up, and the figure was none other than Marissa. Jupian shouted in surprise, Marissa. Immediately after, another person appeared. Melon, vice captain of the Black Swamp Knights.
Marissa blushed, her voice shy but sharp. Don't pretend to be innocent.
She turned to the masked figure, her eyes burning. You dare use my green flower to frame me? Reveal your name and identity.
The masked figure curled her lips, her voice sarcastic. You still don't know who you are, do you? She raised her hand to whistle, and immediately, countless dark shadows appeared behind her.
Marissa immediately drew 3 poison vials, ready to fight, and replied coldly, do you have reinforcements?
Melon, gripping the large blade on her shoulder, smiled confidently, 2 3-star demons and 1 5-star.
We are definitely outnumbered.
Jupian frowned, her voice grave, the one behind this knows the expedition team lacks high-level fighters.
At this rate, we're going to die like dogs.
Suddenly, a loud laugh rang out from the mountain peak, drawing everyone's gaze. A figure appeared, his cunning smile suggesting he had everything figured out.
It was Christian.
He stood there, his eyes sparkling with confidence, as if the whole world was in his hands.
Christian looked down at the crowd below and sighed softly. He stroked his chin, his voice echoing, in this situation, you miss me like crazy, don't you?
Hearing these words, both girls below were furious and shouted.
Jupian immediately dodged, replying, no way. That's not happening at all.
Marissa followed up, her voice sharp, Christian, we need to talk later.
Seeing them start to bicker, the masked figure laughed loudly. Ah, how touching. Getting emotional before dying? You think just because you have one more weakling, you have a chance to win?
Faced with her words, Marissa thought to herself, even if I don't want to admit it, in the current situation, she's right.
Once one reaches the 5-star level, their entire entity changes, like shedding skin.
Even the 4 of us combined would find it hard to take him down in asterisk.
Seeing this person acting so narcissistic, Christian smiled from above. Arrogant just because you reached 5-star?
I thought you were like 8-star or something.
Faced with this mockery, the masked figure looked up angrily, questioning, what was that?
Christian continued, right, only a fool would come up with a cheap plan like this.
Then he took a few items from a spatial portal and shouted, hey, catch this for everyone.
At this moment, the 3 of them received the items he had previously asked Robert to prepare, a necklace, something like an umbrella, and a golden toad.
Seeing the items in front of them, all 3 asked in unison, what is this?
Christian followed up, these are artifacts that enhance each person's power by 1 level.
Seeing that Marissa didn't seem satisfied, Christian called down, what, you don't want it? Hearing this, Marissa's face darkened. She gritted her teeth and stuttered, of course, it's not that I don't. After using the item and putting it on, Jupian immediately felt magic power surging through her body.
She exclaimed, wait, this thing is overflowing with magic power. Looking at her at that moment, Marissa was momentarily startled with fear.
Jupian continued, wow. Is this the true power of an artifact?
It feels like I just jumped to 6-star. Before the girl's feedback, Christian frowned slightly, thinking to himself, I didn't distribute something that powerful.
I don't know either, this thing is truly terrifying. Melon, after putting on the necklace, sighed softly,
then recalled the words Count Khazar told her, this is a message from Christian. That was what it meant, but she still asked, Master, but my activation is a bit weird.
The letter said, Melon, someone is targeting the expedition team. I prepared an artifact for you, support the Poison Princess and her team. The way to activate it is, back to the present, she looked up at Christian and asked, where did you find things like this?
He braced both hands on his knees, stood up, and replied gently, let's just say I have an idiot I'm spinning like a top.
Anyway, I have work to do, I'm off.
She continued, Master, you promised that we would have a spar after everything is over.
He just waved it off, I know. Try to stay alive until then, everyone.
Seeing him leave suddenly, Marissa shouted in surprise, wait.
What? You're not fighting?
Finished speaking, he had vanished from the mountain peak.
She cursed loudly in anger, that bastard.
If you speak to someone, at least answer back. Jupian remembered the medicine Christian gave her and smiled, he must have a plan.
I feel that way too. Seeing everyone defending Christian, Marissa's face darkened slightly. She wondered, why is she defending him all of a sudden? What was that dreamy look just now? The masked figure saw them wasting too much time and snorted coldly, you think a few toys like that can save you?
Finished speaking, she erupted with a green mana source that covered her entire body. Looking at it, the group's expressions suddenly became tense.
Is that black steel needle energy?
A destructive force that can only be controlled upon reaching 5-star. But faced with this pressure, Melon confidently stepped forward,
pointing her blade ahead, and smiled. Didn't the young master say that earlier? Star level doesn't determine the outcome of a battle. The arrogant will be crushed by their own arrogance. Jupian followed up, that's right.
Those who rely on power to look down on others, I always want to use pure power to crush them.
Melon confidently stepped forward, saying, all right, princesses, shall we go? Jupian stepped forward, draped her arm over Marissa's shoulder, and said, shall we go?
And Marissa, her face darkening, looked at the golden toad in her hand. Her hand trembled as she muttered, go.
Let's go.
After that, she put the golden toad on her head, looking quite cute. Her face became extremely embarrassed as she stuttered, let's go. Finished speaking, she took out 3 poison vials, preparing to attack.
Jupian also drew her sword, took a stance, and said, hey, let's bet on who takes that guy down first.
Hearing that, Melon smiled and agreed, alright, I'll take the guy with the black spear. Faced with the confident words of the girls, the masked figure gritted her teeth and shouted, what a bunch of arrogant brats.
Die.
Finished speaking, she waved her hand, firing countless poison arrows straight toward the group. But faced with these attacks, Melon just casually swung her blade, easily blocking the attack.
Immediately after, the masked figure vanished from her position, causing Melon to startle. She turned her head to look behind her, and at that moment, the masked figure had raised her claws, preparing to attack. By instinct, she swung her large blade to block the blow. Faced with this quick and powerful attack, Melon gritted her teeth and cursed loudly, damn it. Seeing she could block the blow, the masked figure praised, not bad. But finished speaking, she stomped hard on the ground, leaped high into the air, throwing consecutive poison darts toward Melon. The darts cut across her body, making her cry out in pain. Then, she backed off, exclaiming, you're just a bug. Black Swamp Knight? Just obvious trash. Melon looked straight at her, mocking, are you sure you're 5-star? That hit? Felt like a mosquito bite.
Faced with the provocation, the masked figure shouted angrily, bug.
Then she lunged toward Melon to attack.
Just as her claws were about to touch her, Melon thought, this is the moment. Finished thinking, she swung her hand, gripping the masked figure's head, causing her to startle and cry out in pain. Immediately after, her entire body emitted a thick toxic aura that shook the space.
She trembled, stuttering, why, am I affected by a 4-star curse?
Melon smiled, this artifact doesn't enhance power. It amplifies the power of the curse through my blood.
How do you feel?
The masked figure trembled all over.
She thought to herself, he let himself be hit just to do that?
While she was still dazed, Melon casually swung her blade, slashing her hard.
She continued, pretty cool, don't you think?
The slash made her spit out a mouthful of fresh blood, her whole body flying backward due to the momentum. Seeing that, a member of her team called out, Captain, But right at that moment, a dark blade was pressed hard against her neck, without her even knowing.
Jupian warned, "Look this way. The battle between us isn't over yet." Christian at this moment was still wandering in the forest, walking while saying loudly, "Hey, are you done playing hide and seek? You didn't show up at the cliff. Are you planning an ambush or what? Or are you afraid of losing?"
As soon as he finished speaking, a figure in a white cloak emerged from behind. He was masked, his eyes radiating an intense murderous aura.
Looking toward Christian, he laughed loudly. "What's this?" "Found you." Christian looked at the white-cloaked man and said, "I've been wondering for a while. Why is your mana so murky? You don't seem like someone from the Poison Clan. So why are you with them?"
Faced with these words, the white-cloaked man pondered for a moment, remaining silent. Christian leaned down, casually picked up a stone, and continued, "If you don't want to answer, then fine." He placed the stone on his fingertips, and instantly fired it forward with great force, aiming straight at the white-cloaked man. But the man luckily tilted his head to the side, easily dodging the blow. Then followed a barrage of stones thrown by Christian, but the man gracefully dodged every single attack. Suddenly, one stone flew straight toward his face. Before his stunned eyes, the stone struck hard, causing him to cry out in pain. Christian remarked, "When you're tense, your right shoulder lifts slightly. When you're distracted, your vision narrows. That's a bad habit. You should probably fix it, Esht." At these words, Esht remained silent, not responding. Immediately after, he used his hand to remove the mask, revealing a handsome face. He recalled what his father had told him: the Poison Clan will handle Jupian and Marissa. But if Christian escapes alone, you must chase the boy. No one is allowed to survive these incidents. Back in the present, Esht's expression became tense. He cursed under his breath, "Damn it, everything has become complicated. Jupian's team hasn't been wiped out yet, and Melon has joined the fight. If that's the case, the plan to eliminate the expedition team is becoming increasingly difficult to succeed. If I kill him in this situation, someone will start digging into everything, and because I didn't stay at the academy, it's inevitable that I will be suspected. That means father will be dragged into this." Christian smiled, folded his arms, looked forward, and asked, "Brother, why are you suddenly quiet? Are you scared?" After pondering for a moment, Esht made a decision. "That's right, it's best to take him out first and worry about the rest later." Immediately, from his hand, a sword created from dark energy gradually appeared. When it was finished, he gripped the sword tightly, looking straight ahead. Seeing this, Christian smiled and replied, "Now that's more like it." Finished speaking, Esht lunged straight at Christian, unleashing a slash as if to tear the space apart. Christian immediately summoned his own dark sword, and unleashed a slash that tore through Esht's attack. But immediately after, he stepped back, briefly startled as he discovered something. From afar, two hazy figures tightened their grip on their swords, lunging toward him to attack. Seeing this, Christian wondered, using mana to create clones? "It seems you're not just a young master who relies on luck, are you?" Finished speaking, he unleashed consecutive slashes to block the attacks from the clones. His expression gradually became tense, trembling before the powerful attacks. Esht, from afar, gripped his sword tightly and lunged toward Christian, causing him to be briefly startled. Christian smiled, thinking to himself, "Using illusions to ambush? I knew you would pull a trick like that." Ignoring the illusions behind him, Christian gripped his sword hilt, lunged straight toward Esht, ready to parry. As he lunged, he swung his sword forcefully, unleashing a horizontal slash across Esht's body. But immediately after, Christian's eyes widened in surprise. It turned out what he had slashed was only an illusion. From above, another body of Esht appeared, aiming his sword straight down at Christian's head. He gritted his teeth and shouted, "Go to hell!" A thunderous slash from above caused the ground to shatter, with dust and debris flying everywhere. After the attack, Esht landed gracefully, looking at the space in front, where a giant slash tore through the ground. He exclaimed, "You're just a useless insect." Faced with the sarcasm, Christian's voice suddenly rang out, "Who did you just call an insect?" Seeing Christian still alive, Esht was startled, stuttering, "No way, this is." Immediately after, the illusions he had created were absorbed by something, gradually vanishing into nothingness. These things gathered on Christian's sword blade. Seeing this scene, Esht's eyes widened in wonder. Christian, gripping his sword tightly, smiled confidently and said, "Surprised by the true dark sword, old man." Finished speaking, he unleashed a powerful slash, creating a long skid mark on the ground, lunging straight toward Esht before his stunned eyes. Esht hurriedly raised his hand to create a magic shield to block the attack, but the shield gradually showed signs of cracking, and after just a few seconds, it vanished into thin air. Esht took the full force of the attack, crying out in pain without having time to react. The blow created a massive explosion, causing the surrounding trees to burn. Esht fell to his knees on the ground, his whole body trembling with fear. He gritted his teeth and said, Why am I being humiliated by this sideline brat? Christian smiled, stepped closer, and said, Just obediently accept your defeat. I'll keep this a secret. In the past, Langham would have had trouble too, and fighting within the same family isn't something to be proud of. These words startled Esht. He looked at Christian, thinking to himself, does he know the entire plan? But how? Then I have to kill him to avoid trouble later. But killing him is an impossible task. No other choice, I have to wait for another opportunity. Finish thinking, he said, thank you for preserving this brother's honor. Christian stepped closer, reached out his hand, and continued, no problem, this is the pride of a true demon. Esht reached out to take Christian's hand and nodded, that is true. But Christian squeezed his hand tightly, his voice icy cold, did you think I would say that, right? This handshake startled Esht. Faced with the terrifying pressure, he thought to himself, a clash of mana? You bastard! He stuttered, you. Immediately after, a massive amount of mana from Christian's hand pierced straight through Esht's body, causing a spray of blood. He, with eyes still wide open, could not believe what was happening before him, his mouth spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood, and then his whole body collapsed to the ground. Looking at the brother in front of him, Christian said, You're no different from a stupid liar. After finishing his work, Christian sped back to where Marissa's group was. As he walked, he muttered to himself, Damn, I've spent more time than expected. Hope the group on the other side is fighting well. But then, a voice calling his name rang out. Christian. At this moment, the expressions of the three girls looking at him did not look happy at all. Seeing this, Christian froze at the sight of the group heading toward him. He stepped back and explained, Can you stand a bit closer, Marissa? I feel so much pressure. Hearing this, Marissa was furious, clenched her fist, and shouted, Is this the artifact you gave me? Melon said, Mission accomplished, Master. Hearing this, Christian nodded in satisfaction, Good. And what about the demons of that poison master? Marissa replied, They died and turned to dust immediately after. Perhaps he had prepared to erase the traces beforehand. Christian nodded, I understand. Well done. Jupian looked at him and asked, But where have you just returned from? Faced with the unexpected question, Christian shyly scratched his ear and replied, Me? Ah, yeah, just scouting around here. He sighed, confidently tapped his chest, A noble like me shouldn't be fighting. His words were completely contrary to his body covered in wounds. Marissa looked at him and said, Then why did someone like you return with countless wounds? Is there still a traitor among the poison masters? Hearing this, Christian's eyes widened. Immediately after, he brushed his hand and changed the subject. I said no. Let's just withdraw our troops. He thought to himself, I deliberately handled everything a bit further away. During this time, they have either regained consciousness and ran away, or were recovered by their subordinates. I'm telling the truth, making a big deal out of it will only make Marquis Langham even madder. The Constellation badge was stolen, and there are 3 survivors, that's enough. Scene change, 1 week later. The recent incident has shaken both families. Christian sat bored before a dining table spread with countless lavish dishes. On the surface, the fault lay with the poison masters, and they were in a tough spot. But in the end, everything was resolved with compensation agreed upon by both sides. Of course, the main reason why things ended this way is because they knew I had discovered the involvement of Esht and Marquis Langham. Regardless, it's still better than the previous life, when everyone was assassinated. Duke Hoam doesn't have to hand over the demon god's charm to Langham either. Melon has returned to the Dark Sorcerers after leaving the canyon. Marissa also promised to keep quiet about Melon's participation and has left. Marie approached, poured wine for him, and said happily, Ahoho, master. Even if you don't have an appetite today, you have to eat to recover quickly. Christian, with a pathetic expression, replied, My whole body hurts like it's being torn apart, why do I have to eat? Marie answered, Hearing you say that, my heart feels like it's being torn into 1,000 pieces. Christian frowned, wondering, even you have a heart to hurt? She put her hands together in the shape of a heart and exclaimed, Oh my! Your words are so cold, my heart is beating wildly right now. Even if you are a bit ruder, or a worse person, I still love you, master. Faced with the affectionate words, Christian shouted angrily, Stop saying such weird things. And I said it already, your heart stopped beating a long time ago. Marie approached, grabbed his two hands, and put on a cold face. No way. Every time I look at you, my heart beats so fast it aches. Faced with her serious face, Christian stuttered, don't try to stir others' emotions like that. Marie's voice immediately turned gentle. Come on, open your mouth, AAA. Christian dodged the spoonful of food Marie offered, frowning slightly. My hands aren't broken yet? I can eat by myself. Faced with this attitude, Marie leaned in even closer, whispering, oh ho ho, look at how shy you are. Of course, this side of you is also lovely. Finished speaking, she shoved the spoonful of food into Christian's mouth, causing him to be briefly startled but unable to dodge. Marie laughed loudly, ho ho. You have to eat enough nutrition to have strength at night. How do you find this special soup? Christian's eyes went blank at the sudden action. He stuttered, you didn't cook it. Marie replied, but it's filled with my love. Faced with the two's affection, Jupian sat across from them, arms crossed, observing, and pondered for a while, as if she had become invisible during the meal. Christian turned to her and said, Milady, how much longer do you intend to visit? Even you haven't fully recovered yet. Jupian replied coldly, I will leave after monitoring for a little longer. Then she rolled her eyes and looked elsewhere, continuing, I am the one with the right to be here. Christian smiled, thinking to himself, I'll make her have a stomachache, just wait and see. But a stomachache in many senses. Marie looked at Jupian with furious eyes and said, daring to flirt with my master? Then she approached Jupian and laughed loudly, oh ho ho, would you like something to drink, milady? Let me get you some blood juice. Jupian coldly refused, no, I don't like blood juice. I prefer onion juice. The words made Marie's expression go stiff. Frozen for 5 seconds, then her whole body slumped, disappointed, onion juice is not my favorite. Seeing the intimidation plan failed, Christian sighed slightly, thinking to himself, this girl is unexpectedly such a tough opponent. He looked at Jupian and said, hey, do you want to say something? She immediately said angrily, I hate you. One day, I will crush you. Christian pouted, sighed, of course, if you want, just try. But Jupian's attitude suddenly became shy. She said, anyway, thank you for this time. The thanks made Christian stunned for a few seconds. He put on an impressed tone, I didn't hear that clearly. Say it louder. Jupian looked at him angrily, if you didn't hear it, then forget it. Don't misunderstand, I'm just acknowledging what you did. Faced with the compliments, Christian sniffled and said, if you think so, then consider me your benefactor from now on. Jupian continued, that smile of yours today will be the last time I see it. The Marquis has promised, so perhaps you will soon be officially named a direct heir. Once you become a direct heir, everything will change. I mean, you should prepare your spirit well for that. Christian secretly agreed in his heart, it will certainly not be the same as before. Until now, I am still someone they don't even bother to step on. But after becoming an equal direct heir, everyone will rush to crush me. Once the core recovers, Esht will also lift his head, and even head Princess Yulian, the one hiding secrets, and the young master of the third Marquis, the Misach War, and even the first Prince Shirad and his kind, too. Not to mention, should we include Milady Jupian as well? Seeing Christian staring at her, Jupian wondered, what are you looking at? Am I that beautiful? Faced with the sudden question, Christian thought to himself, why ask that suddenly? I feel like there's an insurmountable wall. Not letting him answer, she stood up and continued, or not, but why keep staring at me like that? I'm leaving. Finished speaking, she turned her back and left. After Jupian left, Christian let out a sigh of relief, happy, phew, finally left. Energy completely drained, now I have to recharge. But then his whole body trembled with anger. He turned toward the main door and shouted, hey, didn't you say you were leaving? Unexpectedly, he briefly stopped, looking at the person arriving. It was none other than Milady Marissa. Under Christian and Marie's stunned gaze, she walked in, her appearance radiating pride but mixed with a bit of shyness. She spoke, her voice light but full of embarrassment. Are you okay? Christian, just as confused, replied with a forced smile, also, just so. That awkward exchange made the atmosphere in the room suddenly become awkward, as if both were trying to hide something. Inside, Christian thought, why did she come again? Don't tell me she came to nag about being tied up by me the other day. But right then, she interrupted his train of thought, her voice more serious, my father wants to see you. Duke Huam, head of the poison demon family, Lord of Pasting. Hearing that name, Christian was startled, thinking to himself, that person wants to see me? What is going on here? The scene shifts to Marissa's mansion. Christian walked beside her, filled with suspicion as he approached the room to meet the Duke. After a period of silence, she suddenly turned to him, her eyes sparkling with worry. "But, how did you know about the conspiracy?" Christian replied, his voice calm but confident. "I have an informant." Those words made Marissa's face soften, as if a heavy secret were weighing on her mind. She recalled the words of Melon, deputy captain of the Black Wolf Knights of the Dark Demon family, who once told her, "I am Melon, instructed by young Master Christian to infiltrate here." Marissa, back then, had screamed angrily, "Infiltrate? Are you confessing that Christian violated the expedition rules?" But Melon immediately interrupted. "Someone is targeting the expedition team. Young Master asked me to come help you and the expedition team fight them off." Hearing that, Marissa's eyes widened, stunned as she exclaimed, "What?" Back to the present, she turned to Christian, her voice full of questioning. "If you knew about the conspiracy, a word to me would have been enough. Why hide it from me?" Christian looked straight into her eyes, his voice warm but determined. "I was afraid you would be in danger. If the culprit was someone from the poison demon family, a successor like you would be the main target. The succession battle there is extremely fierce." Marissa froze, her eyes sparkling with mixed emotions. She spoke, her voice trembling. "You don't doubt me? I owe you. Thank you for saving my entire expedition team." Saying that, she shyly looked at Christian, her eyes sparkling as if she wanted to say something deeper. Christian smiled, his voice sincere. "Because to me, you are important." Those words made Marissa's cheeks flush, eyes wide, lips trembling. What did you say?" She reached up to rub her cheeks, confused. "What is this? Why all of a sudden, is my heart beating like this?" But Christian immediately interrupted her train of thought, his voice joking but meaningful. "So, why not become political partners in the future?" Marissa was startled, her heart pounding. "What?" He continued, his voice confident. "Not a bad offer, is it? Don't worry about the past. I have no intention of rekindling or completing the annulment. We will be strangers, take my word for it." Those words were like a sharp blade, cutting straight into Marissa's fragile heart. The space suddenly froze, her face darkened. Christian thought to himself, why didn't she say anything? Did I say something wrong? Suddenly, Marissa glanced at him, her eyes flashing with fire. "I extremely agree, for the benefit of both families." The brief but powerful words made Christian shiver, thinking to himself, what is happening? Did I do something wrong? Both then entered the Duke's room. Marissa respectfully said, "Father, I have brought Christian of the Baron family." The man in the room pondered, then turned around, his voice deep. "Hard work, Marissa." It was Duke Huam, lord of the poison demon family. He looked at her, his eyes briefly sad. "And this, what's with calling me family head? Didn't I tell you to call me father?" Marissa blushed, replied softly, "We are in front of a guest, please keep your composure." The Duke laughed. I know, it's a bit much. Instead, have dinner with me? I've prepared the fawn meat you like." Marissa sighed slightly, nodded, yes. Then she bowed, asking for permission to withdraw. Christian watched them leave, secretly marveling. Unexpectedly, Duke Huam is such a daughter-obsessed father. She did not forget to glance at Christian with a meaningful look. He stepped forward, bowed. "Greetings, Duke." Huam went straight to the point, his voice light but sharp. "I heard you become more mature. But remembering the sins you committed against my daughter, I still want to tear you to pieces." Christian was startled, heart pounding. But he continued, "If it weren't for you, Marissa would have met with trouble. I'll let the past go." Christian sighed with relief, hurriedly changed the subject. "Why did you call me here?" Huam looked at him, his eyes sharp. "What is your relationship with the Divine Healer clan? The stone recorded a statement that you bought medicine from the auction house, but I checked, there were no herbs from them. Explain." Christian swallowed hard, then smiled confidently. "Actually, it's all made by me. I'm a genius." The Duke was stunned, then laughed. Committing no crime, I can't interrogate you." Christian sighed in relief, thinking to himself, survived. But Huam interrupted, "Not done yet. The main point is this. Do you want to join the poison demon family side?" The unexpected offer left Christian stunned. The scene shifts to Marquis Langham's mansion. A red-haired woman pushed the door and walked in, with powerful momentum. It was the Scarlet Bloodflower, Frisia, the Marquis's wife. She spoke, her voice urgent. "Marquis, the mana core of young Master Eshed has shattered. It must be Christian's doing." Langham was calm. "Lower your voice, Frisia." She approached, her voice full of anger. "A thug like that becoming the young master? Isn't that defiling the Dark Demon family's honor? Do you intend to let it be?"
Langham pondered, not answering.
Frisia lowered her voice, eyes sharp. Fine. Eshed failed. I will personally deal with that thug.
And don't forget, the position of first young master must belong to my son, Masak.
Langham glanced at her, his voice cold.
Do whatever you want, I won't interfere in this.
Scene shift to the next day, the day of the young master inauguration ceremony.
He was walking down the hallway with Marie.
Looking at his current outfit, Marie marveled. Well, truly a young master.
Didn't expect the ceremonial robe to suit you so well.
As expected, my man is truly different, ho ho ho.
This statement made him a bit angry. Whose man?
From behind, his father approached, calling his name, Christian.
He turned back and replied, Father, you have arrived.
Looking at his appearance, his father praised him. You look truly respectable today, Christian.
He raised his hand to his chest to salute.
Thank you, father. Beside them, Thurn's voice sounded a bit hesitant. Brother, honorable brother.
Congratulations on becoming the young master.
Looking at the boy, he reminded him, don't go shortening it like that.
You might bite your tongue.
Even though he was annoyed, Thurn had to grit his teeth and say, His Excellency, brother.
Then Count Baron's gaze shifted behind him. Marissa was approaching. He thought to himself, isn't that Lady Marissa?
He cleared his throat lightly. Ahem, speaking of which, have you apologized to Marissa yet?
About the cancelled engagement.
Recalling her angry face, his voice was a bit flustered. I'm sure I have. He continued, good.
Where else would you find a lady as virtuous as Marissa?
He tried to speak his mind. Great, noble, But before he could finish his sentence, his father covered his mouth. I understand, I'll step aside.
Why don't you two try starting over?
Then he grabbed Thurn and turned to leave in a hurry. The sight of his father cheering him on made him feel a bit confused.
Marissa turned and asked, Viscount, is something wrong?
I was just about to come over and greet you.
He then realized she was there. I see.
He thought to himself, so it was this girl.
She continued, never mind, that can wait. I came here because there's something I want to tell you.
She reached out her hand. Congratulations on becoming the young master. From now on, you'll be handling the family's affairs, so I'm sure we'll see each other often.
He happily replied, yeah, looking forward to your help. She immediately asked shyly, and about yesterday, what did my father say? He immediately replied, he told me to marry you. This made Marissa blush so hard she exclaimed, what?
He winked to reassure her, don't worry, I refused.
He won't bring that up again. Those words made Marissa's face flush even redder. She yelled angrily right in his face. This left him feeling bewildered. Hey, did I do something wrong again? Scene changed to the mansion's main hall.
He walked inside with a confident stride. Seeing him, everyone turned their eyes toward him. In a corner, a blond young man assessed him. Impressive. The young master knows how to live it up. A blue-haired young man next to him added, but he deserves credit, he made a big contribution this time. Then both of them suddenly turned their heads in the same direction.
Seeing that, Frisia was startled and asked, what is it?
She then looked in the direction they were staring at. Her heart skipped a beat. The person arriving this time was none other than the family head. She felt a bit angry. He never showed his face when Masak was appointed young master.
Seeing everyone's reaction, Marian affirmed in her heart, the reaction is just as expected. Returning to the day before, her voice was a bit startled. You said you would attend the appointment ceremony? The family head replied, and then there's a place I shouldn't go twice. She explained, you know very well how people will interpret the meaning of your attendance. If you openly back that child like that, he will become a target for all the young masters and ladies. Not only that, but also Marquis Langham and the high-level demons. He gave a confident smile. He's the one who said he would become the divinity of the family. If he collapsed from just that, it would be a disgrace. Back to the present, as soon as he saw him, Marquis Langham bowed to show respect. Then he reached out, please, have a seat over here. As soon as he sat down, he turned and reminded him, don't mind me, please continue. Marquis Langham nodded and replied, yes. Then he stood up and announced clearly, from this moment on, I declare the opening of the appointment ceremony for the young master Christian van Baron-Kazar. He then continued to step forward. Standing before Marquis Langham, he knelt on one knee to prepare for the ritual. Everyone was waiting for this moment. Marissa and her father were also watching intently. After receiving it, Langham raised his hand and declared, and so, I declare that Christian has become the young master of the Black Magic House. Looking at everyone cheering, he thought to himself, I've managed to become the young master of the Black Magic House. But in return, the era of doom is getting closer. With my current abilities, I can't do anything. I have to get stronger, faster. If I want to increase my strength and physical prowess, I must quickly become the Grand Patriarch. Just then, a giant black shadow suddenly glided over his head in the sky. He looked up, wondering, where on earth did a dragon come from? Immediately after, the dragon crashed heavily into the center of the plaza, causing violent tremors. Seeing that, the crowd shouted in fear, "Is that a demon dragon? How could it get through the barrier and enter here?" And its target was none other than Christian.
Without a moment's hesitation, it created a magic sphere right in front of its mouth, preparing to launch an attack. Seeing this, countless guards deployed shields and rushed in front of Christian. It's targeting the young master.
Quickly activate the defensive formation. Looking at the source of power in front, he was a bit startled, but the guards were struggling to withstand an incredibly intense attack. His father below anxiously shouted, "Christian!" More guards rushed out to defend, protect the family head and the young master. "Hurry, set up the formation."
The dragon was still powerfully breaking through the formation.
It let out a horrific roar.
But before it showed signs of breaking, one guard shouted in fear, "We can't hold it anymore."
Standing on the outside, everyone was watching with immense anxiety.
Contrary to their worried expressions, the family head maintained a very calm demeanor. The corner of his mouth curled into an amused smile. The spirit necromancy house has certainly sent an interesting gift.
Everyone was still shocked by the appearance of this death dragon.
His father watched his son with great concern. Marion was also extremely worried, placing her hand on her sword. "Let me handle this." Seeing that, the family head reminded her, "Just leave it be."
This left Marion very confused. What? But family head, isn't that a death dragon?
With Christian's current strength, it's too much for him.
It must be the spirit necromancy house using it to harm the boy.
Ignoring her words, the family head slowly stood up.
He stepped forward and ordered, "Everyone, step back."
It's been a long time since I've had the chance to witness the achievements of the young masters and ladies.
Since he is the heir of the Black House, he must have the ability to deal with at least one dragon. Immediately upon receiving the order, Jupian spoke up, "Understood."
Then, he lunged straight toward the dragon.
This made a girl next to him laugh with interest. What an enthusiastic little brother. How reckless. Masak, standing nearby, was worried. Why on earth start a dragon hunt all of a sudden?
Frisia approached and placed a hand on her shoulder to reassure her. Regardless, that demon dragon is definitely targeting that reckless guy.
Cheer up, just a little fighting is fine, Jupian. But Jupian was now charging with full force. He shouted, severing sword. Countless magical swords appeared around his body.
Immediately, they struck directly at the dragon. But as soon as the swords touched the dragon's rock-hard scales, they were bounced right back.
Its body didn't suffer any damage at all. This left Jupian a bit stunned.
The dragon then angrily lashed out with its claws at the guards. Meanwhile, he slowly took off his cape and headed down. Looking at the dragon, he assessed, "That's a necromancy seal. I saw it during the Great War. The secret technique of controlling spirits of the necromancy."
"That is necromancy," he emphasized, angrily, "but why would it appear here now? The reason it's enough to disrupt my inauguration ceremony is..."
As he spoke, the dragon coldly swiped again.
This blow forced him and Jupian to back off to dodge. Then it flew up into the air once more.
The wind pressure was so great that he had to use his hands to block the resistance. He cursed under his breath.
Damn it! The wind pressure from just one flap is that terrifying? The dragon's body isn't even that big, is it because of that seal? Even Jupian's sword aura is useless. It seems normal magic can't do anything to it.
It's already dead, so pulling out a dragon heart would be useless anyway. But I can't casually use light magic to counter necromancy, which is supposed to be the antithesis of the undead, right here. At this moment, another magic sphere gathered in its mouth.
This startled him a bit. He immediately turned to Jupian and reminded him, "Get out of the way."
From behind, a pair of long, slender legs stepped forward. Urian said, evaluating, "Seems a bit amateurish.
I'll lend a hand."
As soon as she finished speaking, she immediately summoned a magic bow. Then, without a second of hesitation, she drew the bow, forming an arrow of magical power.
The immense power made even him jump in surprise.
After gathering enough power, the arrow immediately flew off, pinning directly into the center of the dragon's chest. The powerful attack made the dragon let out cries of pain. Immediately, with just one strike, it was taken down with extreme ease. Watching the dragon's carcass fall like a fruit to the ground, Urian then dispelled her magic. He looked at her, feeling a bit surprised. What was that just now? Completely different from Ashad's level.
5 stars? No, maybe even more.
Clearly, it was said she was only at the purple star level.
What on earth is this source of power? Could this be what she told me about?
Outside, the entire scene left others extremely surprised.
The magic power is truly terrifying.
They shouted in unison, no wonder she is Lady Urian. He assessed in his heart, the moment the bow was drawn, a huge amount of magic was concentrated.
It seems Jupian still hasn't realized this.
Why is she hiding this kind of power?
Is it to guard against acid? Furthermore, a black mage who can use a bow like this?
This thing looks exactly like it belongs to the Black Obsidian. After handling the troublemaker, she smiled at him. This inauguration ceremony has become quite noisy.
Congratulations on becoming the young master, Christian.
He was a bit flustered and replied, thank you.
At this moment, above, the crowd was still buzzing. Another demon dragon appearing at the appointment ceremony? Have other families started to suppress us already?
A woman next to him lamented, Tisk, how pitiful. It seems from now on, he'll only be walking on a thorny path.
How terrible.
Just then, from a distance, Merlin approached, praising, it also means young Master Christian is that formidable, because no one from any family has ever shown this level of achievement. Therefore, I, Merlin, according to the promise from before. She immediately knelt on one knee to salute. I offer this loyalty to young Master Christian.
Witnessing this action, those outside were a bit puzzled. The mad dog Merlin of the Black Wolf Knights? The person next to him added, why? Someone who has never bowed to any young master before, yet.
He looked at her, smiling with satisfaction in his heart. I didn't expect her to step up right at this moment. He also politely did the same gesture, thank you.
I owe you a big debt.
She continued, you will still keep your promise to fight me to my heart's content, right? He smiled and replied, you might regret saying that later. While the two were talking, a young man stepped from afar and called out, young Master Christian,
can you accept our support too? He looked at the person approaching, wondering, who is that? The person replied, the eldest son of the Tyramine Count House. Kaysen Tyramine.
Seeing that, he was a bit surprised, how unexpected.
I didn't think you would give me absolute support. Kaysen reiterated, my father said this is a congratulatory gift. Please kindly accept it.
Hearing these extremely polite words, he sighed in boredom, typical Count House style. Then, he returned to the main topic, also, my father wants to ask a favor. She grabbed the hand of her younger sibling and brought him forward. As soon as he saw him, he teased, oh, still alive.
Are you doing well? He meant the dog. This made Alos a bit angry. What, did you think I died?
Seeing that, Kaysen reminded him, Alos, mind your manners. From now on, this will be the young master you have to serve.
Hearing that, Alos turned back, raised his hand in a cold salute. Yes.
Kaysen continued, but you know this is a younger brother who doesn't have a shred of holy black power.
The future is bleak. But if you take him in, Alos will learn a lot. Can I ask this of you?
These words moved Alos deeply. He teared up, then approached Kaysen and reproached, brother, you can't do this. He observed the two of them, assessing in his heart, want Alos to make a contribution while by my side? Fair enough, the Tyramine Count House doesn't have any ties with the young masters or ladies.
This personnel connection doesn't hurt. Alos also made a name for himself during the era of Doom. He's a talented guy.
Since I've robbed this connection of all its holy black power, I feel a bit guilty. After a moment of thought, he nodded in agreement, sure.
But in return,
his voice became quite chilling, from now on, you have to treat me as your master. His words left Alos stunned to the point of turning to stone.
He helplessly cried out, AAA, no way.
Witnessing this scene, Merlin and Kaysen smiled with some satisfaction. Then from afar, someone approached and gave him a gift. Young master, forgive me for only coming to pay respects now.
This is just a small token. But we have brought congratulatory gifts for the appointed young master. Immediately after, more gifts were brought in. We from the Aran Count House also brought some. We from the Ran Baron House also.
His father stood outside observing, feeling moved in his heart. Christian is gradually gaining the trust of the black mages. At this rate, who knows, he might really become the grand young master. He then turned and left, leaving behind endless cheers. Long live the young master.
Congratulations, young master. Long live. Long live. Long live the young master. Watching this from above left Masak feeling a bit defeated.
Seeing that, Frisia approached to reassure him, Don't mind it, Maysak. Mother will soon clear him out of your sight. It was already afternoon. Marian and the family head were walking silently.
Marian wondered, are you really going to just go back like that? Christian is the young master now. Even if you asked a few questions, no one would blame you. He waved his hand, no need. Didn't the spirit necromancy house send a grand greeting? That alone is enough for him to get all the attention.
Marian was puzzled and asked, but family head?
It's about Urian.
I've found her to be unusual for a long time.
Or, no matter how you look at it, the power that a purple star can emit.
Before she could finish, the family head interrupted. I already said I don't care. Regardless of who it is, as long as they can lead the Black House to the peak, I don't care about the rules set by cowards.
Urian, that child has been full of ambition since she was young. If that ambition helps her become the strongest, I will let Urian be the family head.
If another child surpasses her, then that is also a joyous thing.
Scene changed to another location. Here it was like a dead land, dry, barren trees, with countless crows waiting on the branches.
Below, corpses were lying all over the ground.
A voice rang out, I thought the elite squad would be a bit different. Turns out they are all the same. Truly annoying. Another replied, how about we just kill our way into Golden Cross and head back? Another stopped him, that would be a hassle.
At this moment, a soldier looked at the blue-haired guy, puzzled. What are you doing, young master?
The person replied, I heard an interesting rumor. He asked, a rumor?
The person explained, I heard that the Baron House has a very interesting younger brother.
A bald man added,
that's right, young master.
Someone born from a prestigious family, too. Ah, the Black House is truly stupid. Still not sure about a lunatic like him.
But before he could finish his sentence, a huge hole suddenly appeared in his chest. As soon as he realized it, he collapsed to the ground.
This sudden action made the blonde girl ask, what on earth are you doing? The blue-haired, horseback riding young man asked back, what do you mean, what am I doing? She explained, we are teammates. To suddenly do this.
Once again, before she could finish, a slash across her neck sent her to the afterlife. This left the two remaining teammates terrified, just standing there, not daring to utter a word.
This guy reached out his hand and continued, now we're not teammates anymore, right?
Then, his hand twisted in a bizarre way. Immediately, all the blood in the two guys' bodies ran out like a stream. After finishing, only two dried-up corpses remained.
He sighed, how boring. I'm leaving. Someone asked, going where? He threw away his mask, going home. It's been a long time, it's about time I went back to face them. Back to Christian, he was struggling with Marie.
She still wanted to serve him, but he strictly refused. Please take it off.
He fearfully blocked her. Wait. I already said I'd do it myself.
In the library, Thurn was writing a letter to his older brother. Dear my honorable King Emperor Majesty brother.
How have you been lately? It's been a week since your appointment ceremony. I've achieved some results in the curse magic training you assigned last time.
With 1,000 repetitions of basic sword techniques, I have not neglected my physical training.
Thanks to that, I feel both physically and mentally much lighter. Next time if you visit home, please spar with me. I will definitely defeat you this time.
Reading this letter from his younger brother, Christian felt excited. Sure. I will help you develop even more than in your past life. He thought to himself, so you can become my trump card against the era of doom.
Seeing his expression, Jupian, who had just finished training, stepped out and asked, what are you looking at that makes you smile so unpleasantly? He looked back at her, smiling in his heart, you're here, my second trump card? He replied, my little brother just sent a training report.
She continued to taunt, speaking of which, apart from basic exercises, I've never seen you train.
Where have you been sneaking off to train?
He winked mischievously, I have my own methods.
She was curious, how?
She huffed, acting uninterested, just by looking, I can tell it's nothing special.
Just like that guy who couldn't even land an attack on the demon dragon. Thinking of this, he teased back, you couldn't even scratch the demon dragon, yet you have the nerve to run your mouth. Realizing he was mocking her back, Jupian fumed, what? He continued, should I give you some advice?
She was now so angry she was about to cry, turning her face away, forget it, it's a waste of time to argue with you. Take care of yourself first. Even so, he still offered her a piece of advice, try separating your ego from the illusion. Otherwise, the illusion will never be able to move on its own.
This sparked her interest. How do you know so much about illusion magic?
He replied, I studied it for about 3 months. I thought I had found a great teacher, only to realize it was a quack.
Hearing this, Jupian's face fell. She was angry. You're truly arrogant.
Faced with this sarcasm, he still considered it a compliment, replying, geniuses are inherently arrogant.
Thanks for the compliment.
He thought to himself, but this is knowledge learned from a 9-star archmage, so it will certainly be useful. Images from the past flashed, the mage girl teaching him, Chris, focus.
Focus harder. Then from behind, a mocking voice rang out, talking to the side branch vermin again, are we?
Maysak approached and continued with a sneer, don't lower yourself like that, Jupian.
I'm only advising you for your own good. Jupian didn't even bother looking at him, replying, shut up, you reek. Finding himself cut off, Maysak was furious. What did you say? Jupian continued, your mouth smells like a sewer. Keep it shut, Maysak shouted, are you siding with that guy? Hearing this, she pointed at Christian and firmly stated, what are you rambling about? I hate that guy, Maysak shouted, are you siding with that guy? Hearing this, she pointed at Christian and firmly stated, what are you rambling about? I hate that guy.
But your bad breath is even more disgusting.
So get lost. The constant mockery made Maysak's face darken with rage. He thought to himself, you arrogant little brat.
If you weren't a meritorious retainer of the family, I would have dealt with you long ago. Christian chimed in, holding his nose, it really does smell like a sewer here. Young Master Maysak, you should really brush your teeth better.
It's even stinkier and more disrespectful than the side branch vermin. Maysak's anger reached its boiling point. He yelled, you bastard. You're the weakest one here, and yet you dare. You're asking for death. With your level, how could you have made any significant contribution while exploring the ruins? It was all just you using your silver tongue to make things up, wasn't it? Isn't that right? Looking at his expression, Christian mused, high-level destructive mana. Definitely an influence from Prussia, the direct line of the destruction magic family.
But it's only at the low-grade purple star level.
No match for me at all. With that thought, he spoke up, why doubt the achievements of a genius like me?
If you're that suspicious of my ability, why don't we test our mana and see who's better?
Upon hearing this challenge, Maysak didn't hesitate, reaching out a hand, fine.
I'll expose your true colors right here and now. Having achieved the desired result, Christian chuckled inwardly, hook, line, and sinker. Just as the two were about to clash, a voice immediately cut in, stop right there. Frisia appeared from who knows where, marching toward them in a rage. Christian cursed under his breath, damn it. Maysak was also taken aback by her arrival. Mother,
she warned Maysak, I told you not to release your mana so recklessly. If you really want to fight, set a date for it. He finally realized his mistake, bowing his head, I apologize.
Then Frisia turned to Christian, proposing, young Master Christian, I have something to discuss.
Come to my office right now.
This unexpected invitation startled him, but he thought gleefully, ho ho, an even bigger fish has taken the bait. A while later, the scene shifted to Frisia's office.
The two were now sitting opposite each other, enjoying tea and snacks.
Some background on Frisia. She is the daughter of the head of the Destruction Magic family and the mistress in charge of internal affairs for the Black Magic family. She hails from the Destruction Magic family, one of the top 5 prestigious clans among the 12 great magic families, giving her immense power, second only to Langham.
Maysak is her only biological son. With the top-ranked Ashid having lost his power, she would undoubtedly do anything to make Maysak the heir.
And of course, the first sacrifice would be me. After taking a sip of tea, she dived into the main topic. It's a bit late, but congratulations on becoming young master.
I never expected you to grow up so impressively.
Faced with her veiled praise, he happily replied, you're too kind.
Thank you for the high regard.
She continued, however, I find it hard to turn a blind eye when you two raise your voices at each other. Even if you're cousins, you are still brothers of the same blood. I hope you, as the younger brother, will live in harmony with Maysak. At this point, Christian understood her intention, thinking, she wants me to obediently tuck my tail and live under Maysak's shadow.
He sighed and responded, why should I respect a useless incompetent as my elder brother? This remark made Frisia a bit angry. What was that? Christian continued to provoke her. How about you make Maysak kneel and acknowledge me as his older brother right now?
That way, he might keep his life when I become the family head. Thinking of this, Frisia's fury reached its limit. She instantly radiated a massive amount of mana, causing the surrounding space to vibrate violently and shattering the glass. Under this terrifying pressure, Christian suffered some damage.
Mana, truly frightening.
She could kill me whenever she wanted right now. But she wouldn't dare,
because I have become the young master.
Killing me would be a loss to the black magic family's power. And that could trigger a conflict between the destruction magic family and the black magic family. She then regained her composure. Come to think of it, it seems Maysak really wants to spar with you.
As a young master, surely you'll accept this invitation, right?
While wiping the traces of blood from his body, he smiled and replied, of course.
She then retracted her mana. Very well. I'll have the butler inform you of the time and date later.
Oh, and I'll send a few professors to tutor you.
It wouldn't be fair if you were defeated by Maysak right after becoming young master without any proper training, right?
Christian smiled directly at her and responded, thank you.
If you'll excuse me.
Saying that, he left her office. Walking down the hallway, he sighed, thinking to himself, just as expected.
The easy life of a young master is over from here on out.
And sure enough, the very next day, Frisia's series of dirty schemes began.
The scene shifts to the next day.
He is now present in an old, dilapidated room that hasn't been used in a long time.
Cobwebs cover every corner, and a musty smell permeates the room.
The butler's voice rings out, from now on, this will be your residence, young master. He bows his head, sincerely apologizing, because of the order that was handed down, so,
he puts on an amused expression, thinking to himself, that's even better.
My nephew needs a discreet hideout where no one will notice him, like this ruin. Afterward, he turns to Marie, who is by his side, and orders, Marie, clean this place up.
She happily obeys the order. She waves her hand and summons ghosts from behind her. Come on out, everyone. Following the command, those ghosts appear and line up. Did you call for us? Seeing these spirits, the butler is terrified. Ghosts?
He is also a bit surprised.
Unlike Marie, he asks, are they low-level ones?
She orders from the side, since this is the sweet home of the young master and me, clean it thoroughly until there isn't a single speck of dust left. The ghosts immediately bow their heads. Yes, at your command.
At your command.
They immediately begin the cleaning work. They divide the labor, some wiping the floors, others sweeping away the trash. The cleaning action takes only a fleeting moment, making the room look much brighter.
The butler is extremely surprised, in just a blink of an eye. He is also taken aback by this scene. When will I ever have human servants? The black magic family is the family of the black magic sword masters.
Therefore, the young master is qualified to learn every skill related to mana.
However, his first day is incredibly tedious.
The sword instructor teaches in a nervous manner. That's right, young master, just keep doing it like that.
Slowly turn your neck to the left.
That's perfect.
You really are a genius.
He wears a bored expression. How boring, there's no such thing as this kind of swordsmanship.
Moving to the second day of study. Today is a theory lesson.
The professor explains, understanding the general principle of forced mental destruction of the opponent.
What is it? A mask that creates a balance of the physical body in reality. Let's try studying how to destroy something like that. Moving to the third day of study. Today is the magic lesson with the dwarf.
He stammers as he introduces himself. I am Sebastian, the one in charge of teaching illusion magic to you, young master.
He recalls Frisia's words from before. You are absolutely forbidden from helping Christian achieve any success.
He stammers as he asks back, but that is clearly the young master's right. She interrupts him, to repay you for raising Maysak, our only young master.
Our family has been generous in supporting you. I think you understand what I'm saying, right?
Although unsatisfied, he still has to nod in agreement. I will do as you say. A few hours of the lesson have passed.
Sebastian's voice is a bit embarrassed. Let's end it here for today. He politely replies, thank you for your valuable guidance.
He tries to explain, I don't know if I have the right to receive those thanks from you, young master.
You know I've only been talking nonsense. He smiles to dispel the tense atmosphere. I understand the deputy butler's difficult situation.
I am the one who should apologize for dragging you into this childish feud. Even so, you have tried your best. Although the explanation was cut short, you have shown me the true profound principle.
This leaves Sebastian wondering, profound principle? He immediately puts it into practice, like this. A magic orb appears at his fingertips.
Immediately after, it transforms into a tiny spirit flying around Sebastian's body. He is startled. This is madness. Manifesting a spirit is an illusion technique that takes at least 6 months to learn.
Did you manage to do it right away after just one demonstration? His expression is extremely moved. The mistress was wrong before. Young Master Maysak could absolutely never be a match for young Master Christian.
Afterward, he continues, although I'm praising you, I can't teach you any further.
I'm truly sorry.
He also understands the man's situation. It really doesn't matter right now. Afterward, Sebastian shows off his talent, creating countless tiny, golden, shimmering butterflies flying in the air, which intrigues him. 5-star illusion magic? He is a bit embarrassed. Oh my, I couldn't control my power today, could I? Anyway, it was hard work for you. I haven't really been able to teach you anything yet. He smiles and replies, thank you for the valuable guidance. The scene shifts to the family head's mansion. Right now, he is sitting with his legs crossed, looking bored. The arrogant man.
How many days have passed already? Ever since he became young master, he hasn't come to find me once. Marion explains from the side. Isn't he about to face off against Maysak?
He said he would win without the family head's help.
Let's be patient and wait a little longer. Nordion sulks, his kind, wanting to beat Maysak without my help?
A brat who has only reached 3 stars. His words had just finished when Simon appeared in front of him. Surprise, family head.
That 3-star brat just sent a gift.
He said this was something he made by hand for the family head as a grandson, so you must taste it. Nordion happily enjoys the candies, while his mouth still complains. He's still young and instead of focusing on training, he's thinking of ways to please others.
I'll have to give him a piece of my mind.
The moment the candy dissolves in his mouth, the space around Nordion immediately changes.
He realizes, this is illusion magic.
At this moment, he is standing lost among a crowd of people in a great hurry.
They shout, destroy Nordion. Nordion must die so that the black magic family can be overthrown. Looking at the man in front of him, he whispers to himself, is that me when I was young?
The young Nordion was extremely vigorous. He easily destroyed the soldiers rushing to attack him.
The allied army is extremely happy. It's a victory for our black magic family.
Afterward, the scene shifts back to the mansion. Other members of the clan are also extremely excited when they receive the good news.
Long live family head Nordion. Long live the black magic family. A call of master pulls Nordion back to the present world.
Marion anxiously asks, I'm sorry, I didn't expect you to hate this type of cake so much. I will tear it apart right now and teach the one who made it a lesson. Contrary to her thoughts, the family head replies, I am very pleased.
This leaves them both extremely surprised. Is that really true? Nordion gently strokes his chin, looking amused.
This kid is really bold. For the prosperity of the black magic family, he could understand my thoughts and weave them into that illusionary realm.
Furthermore, this aura.
This must be a vitality pill from a famous doctor. A type of spirit medicine capable of increasing one's lifespan.
How did he find the ingredients? Even Simon would have had to give up. Afterward, Simon presents a letter. Sir, this is another item the young master sent.
Inside the letter, it is written, if this gift does not satisfy you, I sincerely apologize. Please be tolerant of the clumsiness of someone who is still immature. I am trying my best not to disappoint the family head's trust. On the day of the rematch with Maysak, I will definitely make you proud. Reading this, Nordion laughs loudly, leaving Marion and Simon confused about what is happening.
His voice is excited. You said this is a gift Christian sent as a grandson, right?
Simon confirms, yes, sir, that is exactly correct. He is extremely amused. If so, I also need to provide a response worthy of my position as a grandfather.
I will definitely be present at the match between Christian and Maysak. As a grandfather, I should personally verify how much my grandchildren have grown. Don't you agree? Immediately afterward, this news reaches Frisia's ears, leaving her startled. What? The old family head plans to attend the competition?
The servant replies, yes, Lady Frisia. He said he wants to see the results of his 2 grandchildren with his own eyes. She is extremely anxious, biting her lip and thinking to herself, I don't know why he would suddenly do something he has never touched in his entire life.
This also causes other dukes to gossip, a truly rare event.
Even our spirit magic family has started to keep an eye on them. The blue-haired duke adds, I didn't expect the old family head to care to this extent. Frisia's eyes are full of anger, that bastard old man.
Having the count in the way was enough, and now there's Maysak too.
It doesn't matter, consider this an opportunity to crush him right in front of the old man. to let him see that his judgment of people is worth nothing. Then I will personally tear Christian into 100 pieces. The scene shifts back to Christian's room.
It is now the afternoon.
After a completely absurd sword lesson that left him bored, he places his sword on the table.
He sighs, "Tisk, these useless lessons are starting to bore me. I don't have spare time to waste like this. Why on earth would the spirit magic family act like this?" Their sending the 4 dragons to the inauguration ceremony was a warning.
It proves that the masterminds of the chaos have started to notice my existence.
However, at this moment, eliminating the absolute power gap with them is impossible.
For now, he needs a weapon strong enough to defend himself until he truly grows strong. It seems the only way is to rely on the true black sword. With his current ability, just maintaining it for 1 minute consumes his entire mental strength.
Even during high-intensity combat, I'm afraid 1 minute is a huge luxury.
I need to reach the level of natural control like Nordion did back then.
What should I do?
While he is still deep in thought, Simon suddenly appears right in front of him. "My dear young master, I heard you're being besieged and tormented in every way. Is that true?"
He begins to mock. "With less than a month until the competition, will training on your own be okay?"
Seeing him suddenly appear and say these words makes him a bit fearful. Why is this guy becoming more and more bizarre?
Is he really the teacher of the Blood Shadow leader? He interrupts him. "Did you come here to tease me?" Simon smiles and replies, "How would I dare?
I came to convey that the family head is very satisfied with the young master's gift."
Then he asks a question. "You won't let the family head down, will you?"
He also smiles confidently. "Of course not." Simon makes a suggestion. "Well, it seems those who call themselves teachers are just a bunch of lazy people.
On this occasion, would you like to learn about the true blood lineage? I guarantee I will teach you very methodically. If so, then." But he immediately refuses. That won't be necessary. Simon is a bit regretful. What a waste.
I could have helped you become the most powerful blood magic user. Then suddenly, he smells a strange scent of blood in the room,
making Simon's face look amused.
Perhaps it won't be long before a guest comes to find the young master. Afterward, he turns and bows. "I have bothered you enough, please excuse me.
I hope in the upcoming battle, you will bring me wonderful moments of entertainment." Looking at his retreating figure, he sighs in boredom. What is this?
I don't understand, he only speaks incomprehensible things. Immediately after Simon leaves, Marie enters the room. She exclaims, "Young master, I have carried out the investigation into Archduchess Urian as you requested."
He asks back, "Did you gain anything?"
She presents several papers that appear in front of him and explains, "There are no special leads at all. The Duchess is the youngest daughter of the Marquis, born to his first wife. She has lived in luxury since she was a child.
According to the information obtained, she has never encountered any major incidents. This leaves him a bit surprised. That's absurd. Power far exceeding the star rank, plus that strange aura.
That is definitely the ability of someone who has made a contract with the devil."
Yet, there is no specific reason for signing a contract with a devil? There must be some conflict that people in the house don't know about.
Marie continues, "Come to think of it, there is a rather strange detail. People say that her temperament changed completely all of a sudden."
He wonders, temperament changed?
Marie explains, "Previously, she was famous for being arrogant and cruel. But it seems 5 years ago, after experiencing a life-threatening illness, she turned into a completely different person, becoming as gentle and kind as she is now."
This leaves him even more thoughtful. How sick must one be to completely change a person's nature like that?
It is truly very suspicious. We need to continue watching her more closely.
He begins checking the information papers and asks, "But Marie, where did you get this secret information? Even my aunt doesn't know about it."
Marie smiles amusedly, "Hee, I interrogated the spirits lurking in the main house."
He is a bit confused. "You are close with all the ghosts in the main house?"
She smiles and shrugs, "Not exactly close. It's just that because they kept chattering incessantly about the young master, I decided to scare them a little."
Her ability also makes him wary. "You can even force them to speak clearly?"
Marie continues, "Ever since then, every single one of them has obeyed me perfectly."
Ho ho ho.
A thought suddenly flashes in his mind. Wait, if all the spirits are kneeling under Marie's command,
hasn't she become the Banshee Queen? And a private one for the black magic family at that.
Usually, the deeper the resentment, the greater their power.
So what on earth did Marie have to endure? Seeing him dazed, she is curious. "What are you lost in thought about?" he is startled awake. Huh? Oh, nothing. Thank you for this information. You have worked hard.
These words make her extremely delighted. For my master, I am ready to do anything.
And just like that, a month passed. The day of the match with Masak finally arrived.
Looking up at the stands above, he thinks to himself, the presence of the former family head has caused a stir.
Fortunately, the former family head understood my intention. To determine the superiority between the princes, multiple observers are needed.
Masak points at his face and shouts, "Prepare your mind. Today you will prove to the former family head that you are the worst prince." He is not angry, but immediately mocks him. "Shut your mouth, mama's boy.
Don't go denying later that you asked your mother to help you with those tricks."
This makes Masak extremely angry, grinding his teeth.
Every practice match in the black magic family is a death battle. I will let you take your severed head home.
He immediately erupts with power, unleashing black annihilation magic. The terrifying pressure causes him to shield his face, resisting the violent winds rushing toward him.
Masak begins gathering power, his hands condensing a terrifying attack. "I will kill you."
In just a split second, the attack is unleashed and speeds straight toward him. He maintains a calm attitude, immediately reaching out his hand to summon a weapon. He uses the true black sword with extreme skill, easily slashing through the incoming attacks. A magic orb hits him, causing him to sense something. It is similar to the elemental magic of the Alliance. The difference is that it contains a curse principle. They shoot straight into his body and wrap tightly around him.
Duplicate line.
His body is currently being burned by the hellfire, causing him to let out cries of pain. Masak continues to summon his weapon. "I will make you regret having been born."
Duplicate line.
He can only scream helplessly in pain, drowning in a sea of fire.
Witnessing that scene, Masak is extremely amused. "Ha ha! You reckless brat, it's over." While he is excited, he suddenly appears from behind, whispering into his ear, "Are you having fun?" Hearing the familiar voice, Masak is startled and turns around.
At the very moment he turns back, a massive fist appears in front of him. Christian doesn't hold back, immediately throwing a powerful punch at Masak's face, causing him to cry out in pain.
He mocks, "You fool. You're already a 4-star and you're still fooled by an illusion technique that I only just learned a day ago?"
Not giving him a chance to resist, he immediately rushes forward, unleashing a flurry of punches at Masak's body. Masak's weakness is that his entire capability is focused on black annihilation magic, influenced by his mother. He ignores learning other fields.
For a black magic user, ensuring a safe casting area is just as important as firepower.
In other words, they must prepare thoroughly for close-quarters attacks.
But would those sycophantic, easily manipulated professors teach him that? He throws a decisive kick, sending Masak sprawling to the ground.
Afterward, he waves his hand teasingly. "Hey, your mother is probably going to cry when she sees you like this.
Don't you plan on trying harder?"
Lying defeated on the ground, anger envelopes Masak. "I will kill you.
I will kill you. I will kill you." He immediately takes an item out of his pocket. It is a magic tool.
The referee outside immediately warns, using magic tools in the match is against the Duke's rules.
He immediately backs away, extending the distance. As expected, he had a backup plan prepared. Holding the magic tool in his hand, Masak mutters, "Destruction Soul Melody." Marion above is extremely worried. That's 5-star black annihilation magic. The family head next to her is extremely excited by this situation. Masak screams crazily, "Go to hell."
A giant tornado appears behind his back, making him feel a bit confused.
The ability to control destructive mana.
The will to penetrate the darkness surrounding him.
That will is what overcomes physical limits.
He reaches his hand forward, summoning the true black sword once again. He grips the weapon tightly, raises it high, and prepares to strike down. Immediately after, a devastating strike hits the floor, causing the ground to shatter into pieces. And just like that, the competition day ends in resounding applause. At this moment, 2 giant fire tornadoes have appeared on his side. That scene makes everyone extremely terrified. In the stands, Marion is equally surprised. She immediately reaches her hand forward, summoning magic to protect herself. "I didn't expect the black sword to be able to condense 5-star destructive mana aura.
Could it be black steel aura?" Seeing his attack neutralized makes Masak shake with fear. How can you?"
He still grips the weapon tightly, mocking, "You are truly stupid."
Immediately afterward, he rushes to attack, sending Masak flying into the air. Masak is now almost incapable of resisting because he is exhausted. Duplicate line. Even though he has been defeated, deep down, Masak must silently acknowledge that Christian is a genius.
Looking at Masak lying motionless on the ground, the surrounding atmosphere suddenly becomes strangely silent.
Afterward, Nordion stands up. There is nothing left to see. Let's go home. Marion replies, yes, family head. He turns to warn, the Martianist should focus more on educating Maysak.
At that level, it might be better for the boy's future to follow the path of destructive hegemony.
Then he turns to call Christian's name.
He also turns to reply, yes, family head. Nordion smiles and praises, my effort to come here in person was truly worth it. Being praised makes Christian extremely excited. From now on, I will continue to work hard to bring forth appearances that satisfy you, family head. Afterward, he leaves the arena with a radiant face. He clenches his fist in excitement. Although it's only temporary, I have successfully condensed Black Steel Aura. Black Steel Aura not only strengthens the Black Sword's power to the 5-star realm but is also an ability that can project mana to suppress targets at will, regardless of distance. If this continues, I can use Black Steel Aura and the true Black Sword proficiently. Suddenly, a voice from behind cuts through his train of thought. Are you Christian? Someone sitting on a tree branch opposite smiles. Well, it's nice to meet you.
I really wanted to meet you.
He can only glance, his entire body completely unable to move under the overwhelming pressure. The young man introduces himself. Nice to meet you.
I am Sarad, your older brother.
This causes a sudden surge of extreme fear deep within his heart. He recalls the words of a beastman earlier. The dark magic family once had a crazy prince known as the Madman. He ran away from home and went missing before the Great War broke out.
Duplicate line. Sarad jumps to the ground, standing in front of him, making him wonder, why is that guy here? Seeing his body immobile, Sarad is a bit confused. Why are you suddenly frozen? Today is the first time we've met, right?
He suddenly remembers the scene from the past.
His face covered in blood, he says, it seems your name is Christie, isn't it?
What a pity. If you had been taught magic or swordsmanship properly, it would definitely have been much more interesting than Evan. If so, I could have enjoyed the pleasure of cutting off your limbs a little longer. Recalling this left his whole body frozen. From the moment he first encountered this guy, every nerve in him was screaming, I have to kill him. I absolutely have to kill him. If I don't want history to repeat itself. Killing intent surged out from within his body. Opposite him, a faint smile played on Sarad's lips. Then he stepped forward and placed a hand on his shoulder as if to comfort him. That's a bit much, isn't it? After all, I'm your brother, isn't baring your fangs like that going a little too far? He smirked and added a threat, if you keep talking like that, I'll have to kill you. That direct threat made his eyes flicker. He clenched his hands into fists, radiating intense killing intent. Seeing that his younger brother's hostility hadn't wavered, Sarad assessed him. The rumors outside had me really hyped up. I didn't expect there to be nothing worth seeing. Completely below expectations. This made him incredibly angry, his entire body trembling. Below expectations? That's just because you're blind. Scum like you dying would be a favor to the world. Just wait, I will definitely cut your head off. His words immediately caused Sarad's expression to change. The corner of his mouth curled into an amused smile. He crossed his arms and laughed loudly. Alright. I'll take back what I just said. But that move still isn't enough to catch my attention. Try a little harder next time. He pointed his finger directly at his forehead, but you'd better hurry up. I don't have much patience. From his finger, a drop of blood shot out and struck his forehead. After saying that, he vanished into thin air. Everything happened so suddenly that he stood frozen for a few seconds. Then, he clenched his fist, punched the wall beside him, and cursed under his breath. Damn it. The enemy of his comrades was right in front of him, yet he couldn't move a single finger. But seeing that he hadn't radiated that terrifying demonic aura yet, perhaps he hadn't signed a contract with the devil. So, there was still a chance. Within a year. I must kill that guy. Once he completes the contract with the devil and receives the protection of a high-level demon, we will completely lose control of the situation. I need artifacts to increase my own strength, like the holy relic that Maysak once held. While he was thinking, the butler stepped up from behind and reported, Young master, the Martianess has urgent business and wishes to see you. He was slightly surprised by the invitation and replied, lead the way. On the surface, she looked calm, but he could see her arm trembling. It seemed she was using all her willpower to restrain her instinct to take his life. After trying to keep her cool, she set down her teacup and started the conversation. Do you understand the nature of the young master's gathering? He replied, I understand it perfectly. Isn't it an occasion for the new successors to get acquainted and build relationships?
It's a rally of young talents from the three great families of the Southern Magic Kingdom. However, while it's called a social gathering, in reality, it's an arena to compete for dominance. She continued, this year, the Black Demon family will be the ones to choose the location. They've decided to host it on the 7th floor of the underground garden. Keep that in mind. The name of the location took him by surprise, the underground garden? Then he asked, can you provide a list of the attendees? She replied, it includes you, Urian, and Lady Marissa of the Poison Demon family. Additionally, the young Master Kashmir of the Destruction Demon family will also be attending. Even thinking of that name startled him, the rebel Kashmir? The one who will later stand among the 7-star demon humans? A key leader of the resistance against the Blood Demon Prince? I remember he was abandoned by his family when he was young. Could this gathering be the turning point that leads to his exile? Furthermore, looking at this list, they are all members who have no standing in their families. Why would they choose the perilous underground garden to hold such a meeting? Clearly, this is a trap set to assassinate me. Having thought it through, he replied, I understand. I will make the preparations. His lack of objection caught Frisia by surprise. You're accepting this so easily? Or have you already sniffed out the secret? She waved her hand to dismiss the thought. I suppose you're capable of thinking. Very well, you may leave. He suddenly remembered something and spoke up. One more thing. The previous battle with that Masak guy took a lot out of me. Therefore, before I head out, provide me with some funds so I can relax and enjoy myself in the city. Although she was so angry that her body was shaking, she still had to accept his request. Scene changed to the next day. As soon as he arrived at the shop, Rudolph received a letter. Greetings, Lord Rhea. Have you been well lately? We have prepared a gift that we are sure you will be satisfied with. We look forward to your visit today. He stepped inside, thinking, great timing. To survive in the underground garden, thorough preparation is mandatory. Furthermore, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Because that place is hiding an extremely powerful holy relic. Furthermore, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Because that place is hiding an extremely powerful holy relic. As soon as he entered, he took off his hooded cloak and greeted them warmly. Long time no see. What is your purpose in calling me here? It wasn't Rubid who answered, but a very familiar girl. It was Idrin. She turned and wondered, you received an invitation too? He was also surprised by her appearance. Why are you here? She replied, this is my usual shop. There's no reason why I wouldn't be allowed to come. From behind, Rubid stepped forward and whispered, you're here, Rhea. No, it should be young Master Christian. He turned back and retorted, the gift you were talking about is this guy? This made Rubid slightly angry, because we only prioritized serving one customer, we needed to make some rearrangements. When he started to explain, he waved his hand, that's fine, too. I have something to discuss with both of you. Sit down, let's talk it over. This surprised Rubid. What? He sat down heavily in his chair and replied, what are you doing? I told you to sit down. Idrin was also puzzled by his strange behavior. You mean we're going to talk right here? He smiled, don't worry. This person is just as trustworthy as you are. He thought to himself, in other words, neither of them is someone who can be fully trusted. Then he pointed at Idrin, first of all, about you. At the recent ceremony, I received a rather heavy gift. She was a little flustered at this moment and cleared her throat. First of all, congratulations on officially becoming the young master. Purple Dragon. I really hadn't accounted for that option. I didn't expect the Spirit Demon family to move so quickly. This name also surprised Rubid, Purple Dragon. She continued to explain, perhaps you have also felt that the situation in the Purple King City is turning for the worse. Disappearances among the citizens are still happening continuously. Many families have begun implementing lockdown policies, cutting off communication. It seems they are plotting some shadowy scheme. Rubid mimicked her words. It might be presumptuous to ask, but why is Lord Rhea so well informed about the situation in Purple King City? It's as if you just left that place. Idrin calmly explained, it's just that my family has some old grudges with Purple King City, that's all. Rubid was slightly skeptical but nodded, I see. I see. Plus the fact that they are isolating themselves to such an extreme degree. It is very likely, as the young master concluded, they are desperately preparing for a conflict with the Alliance. She continued, recently, there has been some unpleasant news coming from the intermediate zone of the Alliance. I hope it's just because I'm being too suspicious. Rubid wondered, is there more trouble there?
She explained, controls at the border crossings leading to the alliance are being tightened strictly.
According to reports, several arterial roads have even been completely blockaded.
This proves that the judgment from the Magic Nation has started to have practical effects. Personally, I don't have the connections within the alliance to look into it deeply.
Rubid interrupted, leave that to me. Idrin wondered, leave it to you?
Rubid explained, only merchants like us can travel freely through those intermediate zones. I guarantee I will investigate who was behind the blockade and the exact time it started.
This made him very excited. Good. Very reliable. Then I leave that matter to you. And there is one more issue I want to ask for help with here. Edited, he was startled. Asking for favors again? What are you trying to squeeze out of me this time?
He denied it. No, I plan to pay a fair compensation.
Rubid was surprised, really? Or is it another promise you'll default on like always? He affirmed, for sure, I will pay immediately.
As he spoke, he pointed straight at Idrin, wanting to shift the responsibility to her. This made Rubid angry. He hadn't asked her opinion yet, so why was he deciding everything on his own?
You scoundrel, are you trying to set me up again?
But on the other side, Idrin didn't hesitate and immediately agreed, all right, I will pay. This made him excited, and he held up a finger, haha.
Rubid was also startled by her action. You said you would pay? She replied, even though I'm not sure what it is, if it's your calculation, it will definitely be worth investing in.
Rubid warned himself, how can I trust the words of that unruly young master? I have plans to visit the underground garden soon.
Or it's also known by the name Treasure Garden. That means there are countless spirits and ancient artifacts hidden in that place.
But because it is a land under the jurisdiction of the Destruction Demon family, for outsiders, it is a distant dream that cannot be touched.
But if I can take them anonymously, things will go in a different direction.
Hearing the name of this location made Rubid change his attitude and reconsider. Then our trading group seems to be able to contribute capital for you as well. It's all for the sake of the pacification of the Magic Empire. Seeing himself being upstaged made Idrin angry. I said I would pay.
Rubid waved his hand, it's really not necessary. He continued, you'd better take it. What I want to ask for is, he leaned close to Rubid's hand and whispered, Lenin's scissors. Hearing the name of this item made Rubid freeze.
Lenin's scissors from that famous archmage. It is a top-tier masterpiece among magical tools created by humans, with power no less than spiritual holy artifacts.
Rubid held his head in despair. Now you want me to find an item worth over 10 million lupe?
He interrupted, why search for it?
You're the one holding it, aren't you? At this point, Rubid was startled. How could you possibly know that?
He thought to himself, in my past life, you showed it off to me.
He spoke up, just lending it for a bit. After all, nobody's buying it, right? In return, I will bring you a truly valuable treasure.
Seeing his good friend being swindled made Rubid angry beyond words, his whole body shaking. After that, he returned to the mansion and began his training process. So after all, I finally broke through to 5 stars. At this moment, he could summon the black sword very easily. Based on the lessons learned from the confrontation with Maysak, I honed my illusion techniques and how to control demonic energy. Thanks to quickly grasping the principles of black heart energy, I perfected an external layer of heart energy that was thinner and completely compatible with myself. Besides that, the light core was also raised to the realm of sword light by me.
It's fortunate that I hit this threshold before entering the underground garden. Finally, the day to enter the garden arrived. From behind, Simon's voice rang out. Are you all prepared?
Today, I will take charge of escorting the young master.
Without a moment's hesitation, they proceeded to head to the underground garden. Looking outside, Jupian was currently running after the carriage. He turned and made a suggestion. Can't you get in the car now? It's so troublesome.
She replied, I'm in the process of training my stamina, so don't mind me. He sighed in frustration, thinking to himself, in this magic empire, there really exist quite a few eccentrics. Then he directed his gaze towards Simon on the opposite side, including the guy standing here as well. He put on a fake face, feigning sincerity. I really want to serve the young master. Having this opportunity makes me feel very honored.
He wondered and asked, but why choose me? He put on a cute face. Well, maybe because the young master is a very interesting person.
This action made him feel goosebumps, fear in his heart. Vampire tribes are basically very cruel by nature.
When Simon left the Blood Sword Demon family, how many people in the tribe did he take the lives of?
On top of that, Simon is a pure-blooded vampire and the brother of the Blood Demon Prince, Idrin.
Seeing him staring, he wondered, "It seems you have something you want to question me about, don't you?" "Except for the family's dark secrets, I will answer everything. Feel free to ask. Can you tell me about the Grand Maid of the Blood Sword Demon family, Countess Idrin?" Hearing this name, Simon smiled with interest. "Oh, are you developing an interest in our Idrin?
After all, she is one of the 5 new stars of the 12 Magic Dao lists.
New stars aren't just potential newcomers,
but that is a title for those who have broken through age limits to stand among the ranks of true powerhouses,"
he replied, "because my goal is to defeat her one day, that's why I need to find out." After thinking for a few seconds, Simon replied, "She is a very cute and lovely child." His words surprised him. "What?"
Simon continued to explain, "Contrary to me, she behaves very properly. An adorable child to the point that no one believes she is siblings with a crazy person like me."
Outside, hearing their conversation also made Jupian curious. He continued to wonder, the blood little princess is adorable? There must be some misunderstanding about this title. Outside, hearing their conversation also made Jupian curious. He continued to wonder, the blood little princess is adorable? There must be some misunderstanding about this title. He was a bit confused at this moment, thinking to himself, "It's not a threat, is it?"
Simon's voice became mocking. "Reflecting on it, the two of you seem quite a match.
Even if different races lead to an age gap, in reality, the lifespans are similar anyway. If you are interested, I will stand in as the matchmaker."
This suggestion surprised him, and he coughed a few times in fear. "Stop talking nonsense." Simon pouted, "I'm speaking very seriously."
He stopped him. "Cut it out."
A worried thought appeared in his mind. "Both Urian and Idrin are beyond my calculations."
Could it be that Idrin is like Urian, her personality shifted after making a contract with the devil? Or is she hiding her terrifying true nature? Was Simon's death really such a shocking piece of news? He mocked himself in his heart. Surely I missed an important detail. While he was pondering, suddenly from outside, Jupian leaned in and wondered, "What are you muttering about?"
Her sudden appearance made him want to jump.
He shouted, "Hey! Don't suddenly startle people like that." She teased, "Humph, what a coward."
Scene changed to a certain mansion.
The scenery here is extremely gloomy.
Inside a room, a young man was sitting in a chair next to the patient's bed. On the bed, a white-haired woman was breathing with great difficulty. The young man clenched the hand of the person on the bed and spoke, "Mother, please try to endure a little longer." While struggling to hold on to a shred of consciousness, a red-haired teenage boy, weak and full of injuries, realized a strange man had just entered the room.
Awakened suddenly, the teenager bitterly realized his harsh position in this aristocratic family.
Prince Schwartz coldly questioned his shameful behavior. At the same time, he ordered him to participate in the upcoming prince gathering despite his terrible physical condition, explaining that the underground garden could only be entered at the exact right moment during the gathering. The prince revealed a glowing key. Shock was evident on the teenager's face when he learned that all participants would die if the teleportation process inside that mysterious location failed. Even so, he still accepted the medicine from the family's holy healer. Heavy thoughts occupied the young man's mind as he considered accepting this dangerous challenge in exchange for the life of his dying mother. He silently accepted the mission. The gloomy room seemed to reflect his own heavy mood. Then the space gradually transitioned to the magnificent Prince Conference Hall, where it was filled with sparkling lights and the extravagant decorations of the aristocracy. A black-haired young man entered the gathering, feeling nostalgic as he remembered the brutal battlefield connected to the underground garden. Memories of mighty warriors and bloody war scenes reminded him how valuable the artifacts hidden here once were during the conflict of the past. His gaze regained its determination, wondering if he could once again seize that powerful treasure. A blue-haired noble lady suddenly approached to greet him with a tone of ironic playfulness and sharp curiosity. Confusion quickly spread after his clumsy reply, creating an awkward misunderstanding right in front of the nobles around. While the atmosphere between the two was gradually becoming tense, the gathering officially started as more participants entered the hall. Kashmir Van Bazen formally introduced himself as a prince from the Destruction Magic family, while calmly observing the strange black-haired participant. At the same time, the young prince also remembered Kashmir's proud reputation. Surprise covered the surrounding nobles after Christian politely introduced himself. Behind Kashmir's smile appeared a hint of anxiety as he humbly praised the achievements of the Holy Kingdom. Despite his growing reputation, Christian still skillfully built trust by expressing respect for the efforts of Kashmir, a late-born prince who had to fight his hardest to gain recognition. This sincere compliment left Kashmir shaken, because in the aristocratic world, he rarely received genuine admiration from others. Christian calmly explained that dark mages value strength and ability more than noble blood or lineage. Sad memories suddenly flooded Kashmir's mind, like sounds from the past, the mockery that he was a lowly outsider that no one wanted in the family. After hearing Christian's words, Kashmir sincerely thanked him and began to treat the young prince with much warmer respect. Kashmir proposed establishing an alliance like a brotherhood to strengthen the southern magic nations through cooperation. Christian listened attentively as Kashmir confidently issued a challenge to prove their covenant. Confusion was evident on Kashmir's face after hearing about the strange bet. The first person to reach the 7th floor would become the big brother. The cheerful atmosphere momentarily dispelled the tension when Christian, the younger one, confidently teased the older prince for being cowardly. Determination quickly returned to Kashmir's face, and he immediately accepted the challenge rather than letting himself appear weak. Christian felt satisfied after successfully provoking him, causing Kashmir to accept the challenge without realizing he had been manipulated. He confidently volunteered to enter the underground passage first, while others stood watching from above. Silence covered the hall for a moment after his sudden jump. She questioned why Christian wanted to have such a close relationship with her partner despite them having only just met. Embarrassment immediately dyed the girl's face red after Jupian bluntly pointed out her strange reactions and confused expressions. Meanwhile, the young prince secretly wondered if her aggressive personality was real or just a play to hide deeper schemes. Not wasting any more time, Jupian activated dark magic and plunged into the entrance underground, while the girl was angrily following behind him. Cautiously walking through the ruined corridor, Christian listened to Kashmir blame himself for not noticing the deadly traps hidden inside the mansion. Kashmir had no idea that Christian had intentionally lured him into a dangerous situation to make him owe a debt of gratitude. After dodging another trap, Christian secretly thought that this prince could become an important ally in the future. He frankly admitted that the previous promise was actually just a calculated move to approach Kashmir, but instead of demanding repayment, he unexpectedly offered a sincere friendship to the prince's surprise. Hearing those words, Kashmir was choked up because a friendship with someone like Christian was something he had never dared to think of. Memories of a sad childhood flooded back, reminding him of the nobles who once treated him like a disposable pawn during the prince gathering. He swore that anyone involved in his suffering would meet a tragic end. Although he really cherished that offer, Kashmir was still insecure, thinking he was not qualified to stand as an equal to Christian. Just then, the sound of rushing footsteps and screaming interrupted their conversation as several nobles rushed straight into the hall. Fierce arguments immediately broke out among the exhausted nobles after competing for their lives against each other. Witnessing the chaotic scene, Christian only looked on in confusion as the injured nobles kept fighting because of ridiculous pride. He asked why they were so badly injured, even though the previous traps had been cleared. Instead of answering honestly, the group blamed each other to hide the shameful truth. Christian nonchalantly mocked their terrible personalities and enjoyed the surrounding chaos. While the nobles were arguing loudly, Jupian playfully grabbed one of them, making the already exhausted group tear into each other even more. Kashmir quietly imagined how interesting life would be if he had normal friends by his side. Hidden under his cloak, he clenched the mysterious key and thought that anyway, those stuck on the floors above were about to die. At the same time, Christian suddenly felt a strange determination from Kashmir. Memories of his sick younger sister flooded Kashmir's mind, reminding him why he was never allowed to disobey the cruel orders weighing on his shoulders. Without the slightest hesitation, he secretly activated the artifact hidden in his hand, skillfully masking his ambition behind a fleeting smile. A golden light erupted from the ancient key. It immediately caused the giant gears around the mansion to move automatically. Terror filled the room as the nobles realized the key had activated itself without anyone directly touching the mechanism. Kashmir gradually realized that his brother might have secretly activated this dangerous artifact from outside the hidden chamber. A massive magic circle suddenly appeared beneath the noble's feet, blanketing the entire floor in violent energy. Christian immediately ordered everyone nearby to erect mana barriers before the unstable surge of power exploded. He unleashed dark energy throughout the room, attempting to block the incoming attack. Powerful shockwaves slammed into the hall, throwing several nobles to the floor. The nearby nobles stared at Christian in astonishment while struggling to stay on their feet. Even after protecting the group from the attack, Christian continued to cautiously observe the unstable magic as the danger within the mansion grew increasingly severe. A confident smile remained on Christian's lips, even as the chaotic magic circle suddenly swallowed him whole. Blinding light exploded throughout the hidden chamber amidst the screams of the terrified nobles calling his name. The hall fell dead silent, with only the survivors left standing there in shock. Fear spread rapidly as everyone realized Christian might have lost his life after being pulled away by the teleportation magic. Without a second of hesitation, Christian's companion grabbed Kashmir by the collar and snapped at him, demanding the truth behind the recent incident. All suspicion immediately fell upon Kashmir, because the mansion and these dangerous mechanisms were linked to his family. A chilling rage filled the room as Christian's allies continuously pressured Kashmir to confess before things got even worse. Unable to bear the guilt any longer, Kashmir finally confessed that Crown Prince Schwartz had ordered him to lead everyone to the 17th floor. Though trembling with fear, he insisted that he himself had never activated the mysterious key. Even after hearing the explanation, the others still forced Kashmir to hand over everything he knew to reach the 17th floor. Dark memories of the underground garden returned as they discussed the terrifying, monstrous creatures within. Surviving the 17th floor without prior preparation was nearly impossible, even for the most battle-hardened warriors. The atmosphere became extremely tense when a black-haired noble grabbed another man by the collar, adamantly refusing to accept Christian's death without concrete proof. A red-haired noble stepped forward, holding back the black-haired man and loudly questioning the certainty of Christian's death as well as everyone's subjective speculations about the current situation. Marissa quickly spoke up in support, asserting that Christian was a person of great ability, absolutely incapable of losing his life so easily, and surely he was still alive somewhere out there. Although he tried to maintain a calm appearance, Christian's confidence had forced him to truly re-examine the deep fear in his own heart. Elsewhere, Kashmir quietly reflected on those who had acknowledged him and stood by his side throughout the crisis surrounding him. His mind turned toward his mother and her wishes, hoping Kashmir would become a proud and respectable adult in the future. The memory of those words seemed to strengthen Kashmir's will. He chose to keep fighting, determined not to betray the expectations placed upon him ever again. Meanwhile, the red-haired noble had volunteered to join the search group for Christian Van Bazen, his heart heavy with guilt and a desire to atone for the mistakes caused by his own actions. As the group moved through the hallway, a strange vibration appeared overhead, and a swarm of bats suddenly rushed out from nowhere, flying chaotically throughout the hall. Suddenly, the bats gathered into a dark mass before transforming into a familiar figure, immediately drawing everyone's full attention. The figure was revealed to be the head butler. He explained that he had returned because he sensed an ill omen within the castle. Seeing an opportunity, the group urgently begged him to help find Christian, but he warned that the 17th floor was a dangerous place exceeding safe limits. Although they were determined not to abandon Christian, the head butler calmly assessed that the risks far outweighed the benefits, forcing everyone present to accept the harsh reality. However, the head butler decided to act alone. He believed that this life would no longer have meaning if his young master lost his life, and began preparing a powerful grand magic. A glowing magic circle formed beneath his feet as he activated a teleportation spell. Kashmir and the others rushed to follow at any cost, secretly hoping they weren't too late. On the way to Christian's location, the head butler couldn't help but fear an even more terrible threat. Encountering the Tarantula Queen on the 17th floor meant near certain death. As for Christian, he had activated Kashmir's key and entered the dimensional space alone, walking through the twisted tunnel while reflecting on how his spatial teleportation ability had improved significantly thanks to the artifact. This strange dimension acted as a bridge connecting distant locations, allowing him to bypass normal routes and significantly shorten the entire journey. While moving through the brilliantly colored void, Christian recited the rules of space. To enter, one must break the spatial structure, and to exit under harsh conditions requires extremely precise coordinate control. Although the method seems simple in theory, a single small mistake could leave a traveler trapped forever between unstable dimensions or broken spatial zones. Christian remained calm despite the danger, focusing intently on reaching his destination, fully trusting in his knowledge, skills, and spatial teleportation experience without the slightest fear. He knew full well that the dimensional space always contained immeasurable variables that even powerful archmages could not calculate or predict fully in the chaotic state of the dimensions in reality. Countless pilgrims had failed just because they couldn't determine the exact coordinates between the constantly shifting dimensions, only to be lost forever in the endless twisting of space over time. Fortunately, Christian was carrying Lenin's scissors, an artifact capable of ignoring all hidden variables in the dimensional space to carve out a straight, stable, and absolutely flawless path. Clenching the treasure in his hand, he prepared to use its power, understanding that this was his greatest advantage against the instability of the dimensions in the battle. Christian's eyes were sharp as he located the exact point in the dimensional flow, aligning his movements perfectly and surely. Timing the perfect moment, he swung Lenin's scissors, cutting through space itself as the surrounding energy erupted violently in response to the cut. A brilliant tear formed, creating a straight path forward. Christian rushed through it without a second of hesitation, heading straight for the destination without a single doubt. A voice spoke from the deep darkness, asserting that a mere mortal could reach the level of a demi-demon, pressing down intensely on his mind. Christian remained indifferent to the pressure, carefully observing and identifying this entity as a ruler of the fourth floor of Gehenna. Through careful observation, this creature exuded an overwhelming air of superiority, regarding weaker beings as nothing more than crawling insects. Christian realized this enemy was completely different from any opponent he had faced before, a true disparity. Even a sealed fourth-floor ruler was far beyond Mafina and fully capable of destroying an entire nation to the ground. The demon's aura spread, forcing nearby creatures to kneel, and Christian understood that a direct confrontation at this moment was impossible in his current state. A clear impossibility. Instead of attacking, this ancient entity felt curiosity after centuries of boredom. Deeply attracted by the human who had just set foot in his domain, the demon asked for Christian's name, his tone more interested than hostile toward this uninvited intruder. Remarkably, Christian answered with full confidence, even mocking the demon for not recognizing who was standing in front of it without the slightest fear or hesitation. Arrogantly revealing his demi-demon nature, Christian declared himself an incarnation of the fourth floor, causing the ancient demon to go completely silent in absolute shock. The ancient demon stared at Christian in silence for a moment, then immediately denied his assertion. Convinced that no ordinary demi-demon could possess such supreme power, it mocked his words as nothing but nonsense. However, Christian remained completely unbothered because he knew the demon's perception had been distorted by the very seal restraining its power. Exploiting that weakness, Christian intentionally called out a forbidden title, targeting the demon with the name Starslayer, a title that had been buried in its forgotten past. The demon's expression changed immediately, its arrogance vanished, replaced by extreme horror. It realized Christian knew a secret that should have been impossible to unearth. Christian remembered hearing this title in his previous life, when he and his comrades had once set foot in this very place, which allowed him to identify the entity before him. Mentioning this name awakened the Starslayer's buried memories, causing it to seethe with rage as it recalled the betrayal that had pushed it into its current pathetic situation. Its hatred exploded outward, adding to the heavy oppressive atmosphere, making the entire battlefield heavier and more suffocating than ever before. After recovering from the shock, the Starslayer brushed it off, regarding Christian as nothing but an arrogant fool trying to play with forces beyond his understanding. It declared that regardless of his demi-demon rank, he was still just a lowly mortal standing before an immeasurably superior supreme existence. The demon accused Christian of lying and unleashed an immense killing intent directed straight at him to crush him completely. Facing the entity sealed within the sacrificial space, Christian was immediately threatened with death by this creature and mocked for his interference. While a massive magical pressure spread throughout the hidden chamber, the ancient entity declared itself to be merely a tiny fragment of a much greater existence. Still, even while surrounded by that overwhelming aura, Christian remained calm and self-controlled, absolutely refusing to be subdued or confused. The Starslayer looked at Christian with contempt, saying that even with a demi-demon rank, he was still just a lowly mortal who could never know who it was. The monster roared in anger, believing Christian was deceiving it. Facing the Starslayer's massive killing intent, Christian stood firm even as the monster's shadow enveloped him. He coldly replied that the demi-demon title was actually just a disguise to bypass the surveillance of those hateful constellations. While talking, Christian's hand touched the pouch containing linen scissors. He had already calculated an escape route if the situation went out of control. The Starslayer's giant form towered like a mountain of stone, radiating terrifying pressure. Seeing the monster seem to waver, Christian added a suggestion that piqued its curiosity. "How about making a bet with me?" Christian calmly proposed a high-risk invitation. He stated flatly that if it won, he would release its seal immediately. The Starslayer froze. It couldn't believe a demi-demon would dare to defy the will of the Third Realm. It sneered, thinking Christian was joking. Such a thing was impossible. Christian replied casually that if it didn't like it, then never mind, he had nothing to lose anyway. Hearing that, the monster grew even angrier, asking in return what Christian would do for it if it won. Christian gently held up his finger, making a motion as if aiming to shoot. A knowing smile spread on his lips. "You will have to erase yourself." The Starslayer was stunned by that absurd request. In the vast desert, Christian's figure looked small but extremely confident. He smiled brightly, saying that it had nothing to lose anyway. A powerful stomp from the monster shook the ground. Christian added that even if it died, it would just revive. He explained that the underground garden was actually just a training ground created by someone. The bosses on each floor, even if destroyed, only disappeared temporarily. they would soon be reset like sand in an hourglass, because they were all just copies of the original entities. In other words, the bosses held here were enduring a living hell without knowing their true existence. An endless loop of death and rebirth was happening beneath this ground. Christian recalled his previous life, when he had come here with comrades and had to destroy the same enemy over and over again. The Star Slayer roared, believing what Christian said was nonsense. How could a mere mortal sway it with a smooth tongue? Christian smirked, saying that instead of a tiny mountain, it could receive something much bigger. Looking at the crystal blocks on the monster's back, he asked if it wanted to rot here forever. You are the great Star Slayer, right? A powerful psychological blow struck directly at the monster's pride. Finally, the Star Slayer accepted the challenge. Christian let out a sigh of relief. Christian told it to guess his real name. If it guessed correctly, it would be considered the winner. The Star Slayer was extremely confident, saying if he was a ruler of the fourth realm, it surely must know. In the desolate space, it began calling names. Nibarius. Christian coldly replied, wrong. Under the withered tree, it continued to guess, Sabnak. Wrong. Christian's voice remained calm. What about Larage? The Star Slayer pressed. Christian snapped his fingers decisively, still wrong. It listed a series of names from Spolis to Furcas, and even Baal. But Christian's answer was still, all wrong. The monster began to panic. As far as it knew, no new ruler had been appointed. A terrifying silence descended. The Star Slayer went quiet, its sharp teeth clenched tightly. It roared, realizing it had been deceived. Christian also began to prepare. How dare you mock a devil? The Star Slayer raged, attacking. Its heavy punch slammed down, kicking up dust. Christian quickly leaped into the air to dodge. The pressure from the strike forced Christian to brace himself, sweat beading on his forehead. While dodging, he shouted that he hadn't deceived it at all. The Star Slayer was furious, its eyes burning red because it was certain it had called every lord in the fourth realm. It roared, asking how much longer Christian intended to continue lying. Christian smirked arrogantly, asking in return if there might still be one name it hadn't mentioned. As he finished speaking, he held out the object in his hand, leaving the Star Slayer stunned. The monster seemed to sense something terrible. Don't tell me. Christian looked at his hand, asking if it understood what it had missed yet. The desolate desert was left with only the sound of the wind. Christian judged coldly, blame your own stupidity, Star Slayer. The badge in Christian's hand suddenly emitted a brilliant golden light, outshining the sun. Standing before the giant entity, Christian loudly declared, my real name is Istaroth. He mockingly called it a fake and told it to look at its own true nature. The Star Slayer screamed in despair, impossible, its stone body began to crack and shatter into pieces. The monster still stubbornly screamed in pain. It wouldn't accept that it was just a soulless copy. Christian's glowing red eyes coldly observed the death of a defeated foe. In just a second, the Star Slayer vanished completely, leaving only dust in the vast desert. Christian also returned to his normal human form. He looked at the badge in his hand, silently relieved that everything had gone according to plan. This was the constellation badge he always carried. Without its concealment ability, this plan would have failed miserably. Christian remembered the time he had quietly taken this divine treasure from a previous expedition. Its ability was supreme camouflage and stealth. Not just simply changing his outer appearance, this badge could even simulate the target's very soul. However, Christian also knew full well that this trick could only fool the copies here. If he met the original entities, he would have been seen through long ago. A glowing system notification appeared. Congratulations, you are the first to conquer the 27th floor. Christian smiled with satisfaction. Finally, all his efforts had borne fruit. The system continued to announce that his name and achievements would be recorded forever. The Hall of Fame of the Underground Garden would from now on carve Christian's name as a new legend. Stats appeared impressively with the title, The One Who Plays with Devils, a testament to his exceptional wit. Looking toward the distant horizon, Christian felt his power and status changing significantly. He laughed when he saw that strange title. It sounded pretty cool anyway. The system also granted a special bonus gift because he was the first to clear the level using only his tongue. Suddenly, from the air, a pitch-black object fell at breakneck speed, startling Christian. A heavy metal box slammed into the sand right next to where he stood, making him wonder if this was a reward or another artifact-based assassination attempt. Christian curiously opened the box. Inside was a ring with an extremely intricate design, sparkling brilliantly. His eyes lit up as he realized it was the vampiric ring, the treasure he had always been looking for. This used to be the most precious item of the 9-star Archmage Rania, a growth-type artifact that could help the user gain up to 30% more power over time. Christian put the ring on, feeling a new surge of energy. With this trump card, his journey ahead would certainly be much easier.
In the gloomy hall, thousands of pitch-black spiders began to overflow like a flood. Kashmir swung his blue crystal spear, clearing away the monsters while loudly warning his comrades.
Christian also joined the fray, purple magic blades slicing through the rushing spiders. A precise attack pinned the spiders to the floor, clearing a corner of the battlefield. Standing in the middle of the encirclement, Christian maintained a calm expression as if he were just out for a walk. Naren, on the contrary, was cluttered with explosives, her eyes full of tension, preparing for the next strike. Christian turned to look at his friend, his expression showing no signs of worry at all.
He dropped a "so noisy" comment, making Naren angry, scolding him back that he should at least know how to thank people for saving him.
The spiders were beaten to a pulp, green fluids splashing everywhere. Simon watched from afar, his face showing clear seriousness regarding the current situation. Looking at the Spider Queen perched on her silk throne, Simon muttered that if they didn't find the young master soon, they were all done for. The giant monster opened its mouth full of sharp teeth, emitting a ghastly yellow-green light. Baby spiders constantly swarmed down from the dense webs on the ceiling. Simon just flicked his finger lightly, and the nearby spiders exploded into pieces. His gaze darkened, as if he were calculating an extremely dangerous plan. Using the blood of comrades as a sacrifice, a cruel thought raced through his head. The whole group was still struggling to hold on amidst the spider webs. A cruel forbidden art using human blood began to manifest in Simon's mind. Simon glanced at Christian, telling himself he had to take down this boss at any cost. Only that would help the group escape the impending death. The Spider Queen's power was too overwhelming, far beyond the capabilities of the others.
Simon looked at his comrades' necks, thinking that devouring them to gain strength would be much simpler.
But doing that would make him the enemy of Christian, the one he called young master. Furthermore, he still had a promise to bring Christian to meet Idrin, so Simon had to discard that cruel idea. Crushing a spider underfoot, Simon ordered the three of them to obey him if they wanted to live. He assigned Christian and Naren the task of clearing the baby spiders trying to ambush them from behind. As for Kashmir, he demanded he use all his strength to break the Spider Queen's hard shell. Simon took off his gloves, emphasizing that just trying was not enough. Kashmir had to succeed. Finishing his words, Simon bit his wrist hard to draw blood to guide the magic. Red energy from the blood began to surge, radiating terrifying pressure around his arm. The Spider Queen hissed. It seemed to sense the danger approaching. It spread its giant pincers, ready to crush anyone who dared to approach.
Simon's blood-soaked hand began to emit a blinding light.
He unleashed the move. Columns of blood erupted from the ground, piercing the spiders and opening a bloody path. Simon shouted, signaling Kashmir to seize the opportunity immediately. The Spider Queen was attacked by surprise. Its silk defense was torn apart. Kashmir clenched his spear. Despite being drenched in sweat, his eyes were extremely determined. He rushed forward at wind-tearing speed, his blue crystal spear glowing magnificently.
All focus now was on a single stab.
The rusted horn skill struck directly into the monster's glossy black armor shell. The Spider Queen shrieked in pain at the immensely powerful collision. The spear tip plunged deep into the shell, creating large cracks, but it too was shaking from the overloaded pressure. Everything happened so fast. Kashmir's crystal spear suddenly shattered into 100 pieces against the monster's hard shell. His eyes bulged in shock when he realized his weapon and hope had been pulverized.
Broken?
Before he could recover, an immensely powerful shockwave threw Kashmir away, causing him to vomit blood. Kashmir's body collided violently with the stone wall, creating an earth-shattering impact. Simon froze, shouting Kashmir's name, then clicked his tongue in worry. The situation was spiraling out of control. The Spider Queen shrieked, its slimy mouth emitting a disgusting yellowish light. It unleashed its deadly ultimate technique. Emerald silk threads engulfed the space as if to swallow everything. That was endless despair energy, silk threads that could tear a victim's body apart with the slightest touch. Watching his comrades fall, Simon whispered to himself that the group couldn't hold on for another minute. Standing on the boundary of life and death, he realized he had to make a cruel decision so that they all wouldn't perish together. Simon's cold eyes glanced at the others. He intended to start the sacrifice with the guy from that clan branch. At that very moment, a surge of purple energy tore through the oppressive atmosphere. The monster growled and lunged, ready to finish off those standing before it. But suddenly, a black shadow flew past Simon with terrifying speed, leaving him stunned.
Naren was also bewildered, not understanding what was happening, while Christian was no longer in his original position.
It was Christian, his eyes glowing bright red with killing intent, rushing straight toward the Spider Queen with an entirely different presence.
Young master. A gasp of astonishment at the sudden change of the person they always thought was weak.
Chris and Naren's eyes went wide when they saw Christian suddenly appear like a ghost behind them. Christian casually asked what everyone was doing here, adding that if they had just stood still, he would have found them himself, leaving both speechless. While Chris was still dazed, Simon behind him jumped up, yelling because of the nonchalant attitude of this prince. He clapped loudly, mocking that Christian had no idea about saying thanks to those who had traveled far and wide to look for him. Christian just laughed and scratched his head, apologizing awkwardly for having worried everyone too much. He secretly thought it was best to hide the fact that he had just been strolling on the 27th floor, as well as the fact that he could see through everything on the floors below. Simon suddenly knelt to apologize, tormenting himself for having lost Christian in this dangerous situation. Christian signaled him to stand up, saying to leave those details for later. Now they had to worry about the more important matter at hand. Ahead of them, a colossal spider monster loomed, emerging amidst the swirling, hazy mist of silk. Simon asked Christian if he had a decent plan to escape, given that the current situation was dire. The two stood face to face with the beast, clearly feeling the immense pressure radiating from the six-star creature guarding this area. Simon explained that these silk cocoons were incredibly tough, and with their current strength, breaking through them was simply out of the question. He proposed using bloodline magic to carve out a path, but it required a sacrifice to trigger the necessary power. Simon looked to Christian for orders, but the reply was a blunt refusal. Christian declared he would handle it himself. Christian began delegating, stating he would be the one to directly slash the cocoons while his teammates covered him when the monsters focused their attacks. Naren and Chris immediately moved into battle positions, ready to provide cover for Christian's next move. Christian drew his black sword, his eyes turning cold and sharp, channeling all his mana into the blade. He took a deep breath to stabilize the surge of energy beginning to erupt within his body. A dark purple flow of mana began to churn violently, enveloping Christian's arm and his weapon. Christian calculated that if he amplified his mana to the limit, he could reach a strength equivalent to 5.5 stars. A confident smile appeared on his lips as he prepared to unleash his greatest secret. Right then, Christian revealed that he didn't just have one, but possessed two magic cores simultaneously. The sword flared with a brilliant dark aura as Christian unleashed the Black Sword Origin technique. Simon froze, unable to believe his eyes at the massive amount of mana radiating from the young prince. A burning question raced through Simon's mind. Just what kind of bizarre entity was Christian, really? Christian dashed forward like a bolt of black lightning, leaving trails of purple energy etched across the hall. A single sword strike tore through the darkness, closing the distance to the beast in an instant. Christian appeared right before the Spider Queen, facing off against its mouth filled with sharp, jagged teeth. The monster roared in a frenzy, its countless glowing yellow eyes locking onto the target before it. A swarm of lesser spiders poured out from everywhere like a waterfall to protect their master from the intruder. Chris and Naren were quick to react, charging forward to intercept the spiderlings and clear a path for Christian. Naren swung her blade, slashing through the small spiders and creating a safe, empty zone behind her. Christian glided fluidly between the silk threads, unleashing powerful slashes to break through the encirclement. He lowered his center of gravity, preparing for a finishing leap into the midst of the monster swarm. Christian vaulted into the air, swinging his sword straight at the head of the giant spider monster. The blade collided violently with the creature's sturdy defensive layer, sparks of purple electricity flying everywhere. With a resounding clash, the monster had managed to erect a magic barrier just in time to block Christian. Christian gritted his teeth in surprise. He hadn't expected this spider to have such a solid defensive barrier. Christian landed on the floor, planting his feet firmly to gather momentum for his next attack. His lightning-fast slashes began to tear through the indestructible spider silk cocoon right before Simon's eyes. Finally, a fatal strike cleaved through the spider's defense, shattering it to pieces. Simon stood stunned, drenched in sweat from the sheer terror of the insane power Christian had just displayed. Simon gritted his teeth to endure the pain, blood beginning to trickle from the corner of his mouth due to the backlash of his bloodline magic. He waved his hand, controlling the swirling crimson blood around him to prepare for a large-scale attack. Bolts of blood shot out like sharp arrows, burying themselves deep into the tangled web of spider silk. The blood exploded, destroying massive chunks of the spider cocoons and creating a pile of rubble filled with smoke and dust. As the dust settled, it revealed the spider monster screaming in agony as its silk cocoons were ravaged. Christian, his eyes burning with killing intent, gritted his teeth in determination to carry out the final step of the plan. Simon shouted in alarm, seeing that Christian was beginning to push past his own physical limits. Kashmir also yelled the prince's name, brandishing his icy spear sparkling with blue light to draw the monster's attention. Kashmir lunged like an arrow, the spear in his hand radiating a bone-chilling cold that tore through the air. A frost explosion erupted the moment the spear collided with the monster's magic shield. The monster let out a earth-shattering roar as its shield began to develop a web of cracks. Seizing the opportunity, Christian ordered the whole group to launch a full-scale attack immediately. The black sword in his hand swept in a lethal arc, aiming straight for the gap in the monster's defense. With a powerful downward slash, Christian split the giant spider perfectly in two. Chris and Naren were still reeling, standing there panting as they looked at the monster's carcass collapsing at the prince's feet. Christian turned to look at his teammates with an indifferent expression, as if he had just done something completely mundane. He smiled faintly, reiterating his earlier claim that he would be the one to clean up this mess. Simon shuddered, secretly wondering what the family head would think if he saw this terrifying scene with his own eyes. A bright system notification screen appeared in mid-air, to the astonishment of the group. The notification confirmed that they had officially cleared the grueling 17th floor challenge. However, the system also noted that this was not the first time this floor had been conquered, so there would be no bonus rewards. The group began to move deeper inside, leaving the lone monster carcass behind. The system continued to pop up notifications regarding a special achievement titled Egg Against Rock for Christian. Christian paused upon seeing the text about completing 2 impossible feats being broadcast to mysterious realms. All eyes shifted to the final notification about the achievement being transmitted to a distant place. Simon muttered the name Glass Lake with a look of utter confusion and suspicion. Christian was also left wondering what hellish place that was for it to appear at a time like this. The image of a shimmering lake under the moonlight appeared in everyone's minds, signaling the start of a whole new mystery. The system notification appeared in the night sky. Christian had cleared the 8th floor and received the title Egg Against Rock. Under the full moon, a figure in a gray cloak stood silently observing the shimmering lake. "Did you summon me for something?" The sound of footsteps shattered the silence of the night. The dapper blond man was none other than Prophet, the deputy master of the swordsmanship house. He bowed with great reverence. Prophet stared pensively into the distance, sensing a great catastrophe creeping ever closer. He feared that the Shadow Clan was about to produce a new demon king, something that hadn't happened in over 100 years. The subordinate asked in surprise, "Who could that be?" In Prophet's mind, images of Christian and Kashmir flashed. The name Christian van Baron Kazar was uttered with significant weight. He still couldn't believe that the target was just some kid who had recently become a young lord. Prophet saw the image of red dominoes collapsing, a portent for the destruction of an entire rotten alliance. With a firm, cold gaze, he decided he would eliminate this threat himself. All this for the glory of the Great Alliance. The vow echoed over the rippling surface of the lake. Prophet turned away, his lonely silhouette slowly dissolving into the deep night. But this mission wouldn't be easy, as the Shadow Clan's army was terrifyingly strong. Anyone who broke in would surely face death. He briefly thought about requesting help from the cursed prince, but unfortunately, he was dead. Prophet asked himself who he should send to carry out this dangerous assassination. His silver blue eyes suddenly flashed with a cold light. He had found a suitable candidate. The chosen one was none other than Shadow, an assassin with a mysterious and terrifying reputation. The scene shifted to a bustling tavern, where the group was raising their glasses to celebrate their victory. Jupian grumbled about Christian dragging them all to the tavern when he himself could only drink ginger ale because he was underage. Simon sipped his beer, admitting that the atmosphere here was much better than sitting around drinking tea in the underground garden. Naren finished her glass, not forgetting to thank Christian for arriving in time to save her life. But responding to that enthusiasm, Christian simply and coldly demanded she never do that again. He reminded her to know her own limits and only intervene in tasks she was capable of handling. Naren flew into a rage, demanding to go kill the mastermind immediately, but Christian brushed it off, saying it wasn't time yet. While Naren stewed, Kashmir sat nearby, still bewildered by what had just occurred. Kashmir's face suddenly turned somber. He admitted that he never wanted anyone to die. He thought about his seriously ill mother and the orders from his brother forcing him to sacrifice everyone on the 17th floor. Kashmir blamed himself, thinking a coward like him didn't deserve the position of young lord. Christian sat silently listening, realizing that Kashmir's rise was being seen as a threat by many. It was clear that multiple factions had colluded to stage this, not just the Destruction House. The truth was that everyone present here had been cast aside by their own families. This conspiracy didn't just have Frisia's hand in it, but the Extreme Poison House as well. Christian comforted him, saying everyone has their own hardships, but Kashmir still beat himself up for driving his teammates to their deaths. He stood up abruptly and once again bowed to apologize as sincerely as he could to Christian. Christian brushed the apology aside, asking only about the state of his mother's health instead. Kashmir said sadly that he would try his best to find medicine at any cost. Simon suddenly patted Christian on the shoulder happily, promising that he would always support and stand by his side. Christian cleared his throat, reaching into his pocket as if searching for something. He brought out a small box containing a flame pill, a top-tier elixir from the Divine Healer House. Kashmir was stunned, his eyes widening as he saw the treasure that could save his mother's life. He stuttered, asking where Christian got it, the guy just nonchalantly lied, saying he bought it at an auction. Christian smiled slightly, saying he had known about Kashmir's mother's condition beforehand and had prepared this medicine in advance. Kashmir was still in shock. He couldn't believe he had received something so precious from someone he had once wanted to harm. He remembered Christian giving him expensive antidotes for free, but this time, the debt of gratitude was far too great. Simon laughed radiantly nearby, while Christian sat silently drinking beer, leaving Kashmir deeply moved. Kashmir struggled with himself. He had once wanted to kill Christian, yet since they met, he had only received kindness from the other party. I don't deserve to receive this, Kashmir choked out, trying to refuse in agony. But Christian only gave one single request: survive. The simple statement left Kashmir shaken. Christian's burning red eyes looked straight at Kashmir. He knew clearly the hardships and enemies waiting for him ahead. He demanded that Kashmir endure, that he must survive to one day make those who trampled on him pay a heavy price. Can you promise me that? Christian asked once more to confirm the determination of his new subordinate. Christian smirked with satisfaction when he saw that Kashmir truly understood the point. Kashmir swore firmly, I vow to remember and carry out your instruction. After the party, the group sat together, enjoying a rare moment of peace before facing the storm. In the night, the inn where the Shadow Clan group was resting remained lit, sparkling in the winter air. In the hallway, a drunk Simon draped his arm around Christian, demanding another drink to satisfy his thirst. Christian annoyedly pushed him away, reminding Simon that he was only drinking ginger ale and that he should go to sleep immediately. Upon entering the room, Christian suddenly froze when he saw that the door had been left wide open. A mysterious red-eyed girl was waiting in the room, looking at him with a challenging expression. Still not sleeping? She asked. The girl smiled radiantly, saying that it had been a long time since the two of them had been alone together like this. Christian wearily asked her purpose, and the answer was an impromptu sparring request. He flatly refused and told her to go to sleep. After chasing away the uninvited guest, Christian slammed the door shut, sighing in relief because he could finally have some peace. He stood silently by the window, looking out into the night and thinking about his upcoming plans. He thought to himself that everything was temporarily stable now. The most important thing was to return safely. Kashmir had a way to save his mother and no longer had to live in shame. That was a big step forward. Christian knew that both Jupian and Marissa had also learned a lot from this trip and wouldn't be lazy in their training anymore. But the fact that news of his achievements reached Glass Lake, the holy land of the swordsmanship house, was truly a significant problem. Christian sighed, predicting that the Alliance people would start digging into his identity and background soon enough. His hands suddenly trembled violently, a sign that his body had reached its limit after the battle. Sleepiness hit him quickly, and Christian staggered toward the bed, having used up too much mana. He collapsed onto the bed and passed out instantly, with no strength left to resist if an incident occurred. Right at that moment, the window suddenly creaked open, and a gloomy black mist crept into the silent room. A mysterious hooded figure appeared right next to Christian's bed, radiating intense killing intent. It was the assassin Shadow, her green eyes glowing brightly in the darkness, staring intently at the sleeping target. She stood as silent as a statue, observing Christian before moving to finish off the cursed prince. A streak of red light cut across the night, signaling a devastating attack about to unfold.